Chapter 61. The Past of Legaia. The days continued with Dyne training his team at Hunter Springs. They didn't venture out immediately as the Hunter Spring offered a quick way to refill Vaughn's mana. This allowed Vaughn to summon the Jamard again and again. Leveling up the Jamard summon was vastly harder than what it was in the game. In Legend of Legaia, as long as the Jamard could kill the monster, the Jamard would only need to be summoned just one more than the current level of the Jamard magic. If the Jamard was level 2, Vaughn needed only to use the Jamard 3 times to push it to level 3. Vaughn's proficiency in summoning the Jamard was increasing, and this decreased the summoning time of the Jamard. Vaughn would spam cast the Jamards on the enemy he could see and rush back and drink water at the fountain. This continued throughout the day. Dyne would use his Imaginarium arts to teach the group more on soul cultivation every interim when the group would rest. However, Dyne and Vaughn were practically sleepless the first night because of a powerful curse that befell them. Increased urinary frequency. Dyne and Vaughn kept peeing because they spent the entire day drinking water. They were so restless that night that they limited the amount of fountain water they drank the next day. Dyne also used the 2 days passed to hunt more Jamard and make Tetsu, Vaughn, and Meta stronger. Vaughn had reached level 3. Tetsu showed no signs of leveling up. His level was vastly higher than theirs. The power that Tetsu showed, later on, was so strong that not even Bertugo or Broad could survive a combo of attacks from Tetsu. His decades of training in the martial way were finally becoming more and more evident. Tetsu's mastery of the spirit was also improving. Strafe could only sigh. He never expected that Dyne would reach the level of being able to do the Imaginarium arts. This was a key factor to Tetsu's awakening as a soul cultivator. It didn't take long when Vaughn and Tetsu learned how to absorb life energy without Meta's help. Meta was shocked at how Dyne could absorb the experience points and claimed that only Lord Byron had gathered the life energy and made it into experience points that strengthen the human body. 2 nights have passed since they arrived in Hunter Springs, and Dyne continued to meditate and sense the power in his body. Dyne had just reached level 5, and it was then that he experienced a strange bottleneck in his cultivation. Strange, I can't level up? Dyne wondered. Hey Meta, I feel that absorbing the life energy of these monsters is not enough anymore. Even the Jamards aren't helping, Dyne asked. It must be because you've killed too many, Lord Dyne. Generally, the life energy's effectiveness that monsters give decreases the more you are exposed to it. You may not have noticed it yet, but each monster will have a different kind of life energy. Some are stronger and more potent than others. And of course, the stronger the life energy of a creature, the greater their death energy also is. So you mean to say that my body is now used to the life energy of Gobugobus, Jamards, and the like? Yes. I recommend hunting for new monsters. This will greatly increase the growth you have. This is also why the Gobugobus in this area find it hard to create Gambus. Those on Drake's Central region can because of the variety of monsters and the different life and death energy that their totems can change. Right? I meant to ask you this. What exactly are these totems? Who is the evil god? You know of the evil god? Meta was stunned. I've heard of him, but I don't know any other gods apart from Teague and Strafe. Who is the evil god? Lord Teague created several beings with a small portion of his powers, and they are what humans call gods in this world. Rim Elm worships Ferdi, the god of the sea. This is another one of Teague's created gods. Rem is also another. However, he is a high god. They have stronger powers and can pierce through time and space itself. There are others. The war god, the wind god, the evil god, and the rest are all minor gods. Back in the Age of Gods, before the serus even reached Legaia, a war occurred. A war of gods? Strafe didn't tell me about this. Yes, the evil god and the war god were always fighting against each other, but they could not conquer each other. Rogue, who was then the leader of all Ariserus, was the one who suggested that these two use the animals of Legaia to create stronger creatures that will aid each other in battle. And the 2 gods went into the human worlds and began to experiment on animals and humans, creating beasts that waged war against each other. Dyne was stunned to hear this. The war god and the evil god fought? Tetsu was surprised. He had finally reached the stage where he could also communicate through souls. So this is what Strafe meant as side quests. Dyne pondered. Meta continued. The battle was brutal, and almost all of humanity was wiped out. In that time, 3 gods came to aid the humans. The sea god protected Drake Continent, Rem resided in Succubus Islands, and the wind god protected the Callisto Continent. With these 3 gods in place, the monsters were driven back. But the problem was, the war god and the evil god had already created abominations that the 3 gods could not protect their respective regions properly. The death toll was unbelievably high. It was there that humans were forced to go stronger. And it was there that spirit arts was developed. I see. Without proper cultivation, humans searched for other means and used items like power elixir to fight the monsters. Dyne understood. It was during those warring eras that Byron achieved enlightenment and gained the strength to fight back. But even then, it was not enough. The war had dragged on for so long, and the rage between the 2 gods grew and grew. It even began to attack the water and the wind god to acquire more ways to grow stronger. The 2 gods taught the monsters how to create totems that would consistently gather life and death energy around Legaia. I see. So that's what these totems are. And that explains how these monsters came to be. What a cruel time. Why is it that these are not written in our history? Because the gods had vowed to stop fighting or interfering with Legaia when Teague appeared. The war ended when Rogue finally convinced the Ariserus to journey with him to the human world to aid the humans. Several of my Ariseru friends joined with him. But this whole event was a plot made by Rogue. So Rogue instigated the battle between the war god and the evil god. Yes, I don't know the full story, but Rogue was secretly the cause of everything. He plotted to make the 2 gods fight each other and make them search for the dimension where Legaia was. When the 2 left and the other gods chased after the 2, Rogue found how to get to Legaia. He used the gods to search for it and to go there. He aimed to assimilate with a powerful human that would be born in that warring era. When he reached Legaia, he possessed the most powerful human and battled against the evil god and the war god. Both of them together? Rogue was a powerful Ariseru, and the human he used as the host was the hero of the Age of Gods. Byron. Lord Byron. Tetsu was shocked. Rogue was able to fight toe-to-toe against the evil god and the war god because the serus followed Rogue. The humans and serus were able to fight back now and defeat the monstrosities that these 2 gods crafted. Aided by the water and wind god, Rogue was able to defeat these gods. And then, he was about to initiate the final part of his plan. He wanted to devour the 2 gods. He wanted to become like a god. Dyne realized it. Correct. That was his plan all along. To weaken the 2 gods and fight them. The water and wind god did not know of this plan and helped him wound the 2 gods. But right before he could devour the 2 gods, Rem interfered. He had long appeared before Byron and told him of this future. And it was there that Byron resisted Rogue's control, and it stalled Rogue long enough for the 2 gods to deliver their blows to Rogue. And then Rogue was banished to Rogue's tower. That is correct, Lord Dyne. The battle between the gods was so brutal but ended peacefully. With the real culprit banished, the evil god and the war god both took the strongest monsters they have created and banished them beyond the sea. And the gods in Legaia fell into a deep slumber. But the world was already different. Monsters lurked in Legaia, and serus abounded. Rem managed to stay awake long enough and give aid to the humans. Chapter 62. The Soul Teacher and the Soul Student. Dyne spent the night imagining what sort of world lies beyond the game limitations. The existence of the gods changed everything and may hint into more side quests that Strafe created. The gamer couldn't sleep as he imagined the possibilities. Meta stories explained how the Ariseru came to arrive on Legaia. They accompanied Rogue, thinking that they were to liberate Legaia, but then Rogue betrayed them. The mist Rogue created drove the serus made and used it to attack the evil god's armies and the war god. The other Ariserus did what they can, but many almost died, and the rest were heavily wounded. Dyne assumed that Strafe did all this to create the legend of Legaia. However, this world's inhabitants believed that Teague did this foreseeing another great danger and hid the Ariserus to be in the Genesis trees. With this background in mind, Tetsu and Vaughn felt just how small they were in this world. They also realized that something happened in human history that changed the stories that became a legend. Dyne could only sigh. He had met the creator of Legaia and knew that Tetsu and Vaughn were just beings created by Strafe. At the light of dawn, the group finally traveled to journey northward, into the river, and across it. Bertugo, Broad, and Calamity's clone dropped off the jars of drake water and waited. They would guard the group to ensure that no monsters would attack them during this crossing. Dyne, Tetsu, and Vaughn glanced at the inconspicuous rope bridge that was barely visible. Dyne had to locate the tree where it was tied to actually see the rope. This is where we cross. The distance should be a little bit longer than a kilometer, but we should be safe since we can see that the rope is held firmly on the other side. Because we are carrying jars full of drake water, I'll go ahead and carry one. This will also serve to test if it can carry the weight. When I reach the other side, I'll communicate with Calamity to tell you when the next one can go. Dyne gave his instructions. He taught Vaughn and Tetsu how to make the rope locks that would secure them from falling and tied more ropes to the jars to protect them. The ropes they used were of rim elms, making that used fibers and leaves. Dyne couldn't create a very long rope like the one he found on the castle, which he tied together to create a longer one. Yet, these ropes were very helpful for getting them across. Dyne made the cross, and although the water jar was heavy, Dyne's increased strength made it very easy for him to reach the other side. On the other side, Calamity was standing guard, and several skeletons of ostriches and frogs were nearby. While these would have proven a challenge for Calamity, the spirit attack that Calamity could do was critical. And by playing possum, it would surprise and kill the monsters. As the corpses increased, the Lipians and other monsters no longer attacked Calamity. Calamity's color was slightly darker now compared to the other clones. Looks like eating different monsters and gaining experience from them is really the key to improve in cultivation. He gave the orders, and Calamity moved to Tetsu and poked him. Tetsu made his trek and followed how Dyne crossed. Several minutes later, he arrived, and all that was left was Vaughn to make his crossing. Vaughn found it easier to cross as compared to Tetsu and Dyne. While the two used their own energy, Vaughn had the assistance of Meta. "Shall we go?" Tetsu asked. I think I have to pee," Vaughn answered in an embarrassed expression. "Rewrite. Me too." Dyne followed. Tetsu laughed as the two began to find a spot to tinkle. With that out of the way, the group finally prepared for their journey. They placed their water jars inside Calamity and began to set off towards Byron Monastery. All right, as you know, there is a river that springs directly under Byron Monastery. This has been the source of water for the monks. And this is also the easiest way to get to Byron Monastery. We go east and follow the river that goes directly north. With that, we can reach Byron, Dyne explained. The group began to move travel east, following the river. After half a day, they finally found the river intersection. The journey was rather exciting. The monsters here would be stronger, and while Vaughn could easily defeat Gobu Gobu, they were rather cautious at the monsters that they would meet here. The group agreed that only two would rush to fight a monster if they could. The first to fight the monsters were Vaughn and Dyne. Through the use of soul techniques, Dyne could sense where the enemies were. And so, even though there were many areas where the monsters would hide to ambush, Dyne could see them from afar. Soul cultivators are cheats. It's a good thing I am one. Dyne laughed happily. Strafe, on the other hand, was angry. Dyne was just to advance and surpassed the expectations that he had. This world was supposed to be Dyne's training ground into soul awakening and possibly soul gathering. But Dyne had already reached soul gathering stage, and that is without even communing with a Ariseru. Vaughn, there are two frogs hiding on the nearby grasses. They will probably leap out any time. I'll communicate via soul so that when they ambush us, we surprise them with an attack. Dyne laughed. Vaughn nodded and the pair went ahead. Dyne walked in front of Vaughn and drew closer to the location where he could sense the monster. "Can you sense them? They are over there," Dyne instructed. Vaughn shook his head. "I can't. Not even with Meta's help," Vaughn answered. Odd, Dyne was confused. "Lord Dyne, I have no way of sensing other creatures since I am a soul creature. As for serus, the presence of the mist makes it difficult for me to sense it unless the presence is so strong." Dyne nodded. That explained how the Ariseru could sense Songi but not the normal serus. "I think you guys just need to train. Meta, I know you are a soul creature, but when I release my Imaginarium arts, could you detect certain changes when I release it?" "Yes. I sense the sensations in your soul. Good. Although it would be very different from mine since I have a body, you should try to use Vaughn as a medium to train the soul arts. From the way I see it, you are still at the soul gathering stage of soul cultivation. There are higher paths than that. But I think if you train with Vaughn, you would soon reach the stage I am at. Yes, Lord Dyne, Meta answered. Strafe was cursing. This little brat. I gave him the serus so he can train as a soul cultivator, but now he is training the serus. The teachers have become the student. Vaughn, try to sense it too. I can tell you that there are 2 frogs nearby. With Meta alone, she might not be able to sense it. But if you two work together, you should be able to do it. Don't treat Meta as an ordinary seru. And Meta, don't assume that only you can do soul arts. Vaughn has already become a soul-awakened cultivator. Very soon, he could do the same things I could do. Dyne encouraged. Vaughn and Meta were silent and continued to use their soul. With Meta's help, Vaughn was able to increase the range of his senses and now feel the monster's presence. I can sense them, Vaughn exclaimed. Good. Now, we walk over there and wait for them to ambush us. Then we attack them the moment they pounce on us. Don't use Jamard magic just yet. Let's see how we fare against these frogs. Dyne smiled. The pair moved onwards, pretending to not know of the frogs nearby. As they drew closer, the frogs suddenly leaped up to attack the two. But Dyne and Vaughn was ready and rushed to strike first. Grim appeared, and his scythe blade broke out as Dyne hacked his scythe downward. Vaughn and Meta delivered a powerful spirit attack combo that started with an uppercut. The punch hurled the frog backward, and Vaughn rushed and kept on attacking. This was one of the tricks that Dyne showed him back in Rim Elm. Vaughn kept on hitting the frog with enough force to keep the frog in midair. Right before it would fall, Vaughn would then do another series of attacks to bring it back up. Finally, his combo ended as the frog fell into a range where Vaughn could not kick or punch it back up. Vaughn ran and used a powerful fist to send it hurling forward. Power punch! Vaughn shouted as he concentrated his spirit and performed a Byron art attack. The frog was thrown back and stumbled and didn't get up again. Dyne had already explained that the monsters they would face in this area would be more robust that not even a Gobu Gobu could challenge it. And so, Dyne taught Vaughn this trick to make their journey here easier. Vaughn succeeded in pulling it off and successfully killed its first target. Vaughn smiled and turned towards Dyne. As for Dyne, the frog was already killed as the scythe had penetrated right over its head and killed it on the first blow. Dyne was clapping at Vaughn's aerial combo. Nice juggle! Dyne praised. Chapter 63, Juggle. Back in the village, Tetsu had been meditating and comprehending more about soul cultivation that he was oblivious at the training that Dyne had Vaughn undergo. So when Vaughn performed what Dyne called juggle, it piqued the martial artist in him. The attack was powerful and difficult to evade. The monster was kept high up in the air and allowed Vaughn to deliver a combo that released the spirit attack upwards. It was powerful and very precise. Juggles? Tetsu heard Dyne's praise and marveled at the term. Alright, let's absorb the experience first and get the gold. Tetsu then turned his attention to Dyne, who was now telling Vaughn to make Meta divide the experience. He then carefully observed the frog and was even more amazed. He knew how hard these monsters' skin is but realized that the spirit energy that Dyne released was compressed on the scythe's tip. As Tetsu's understanding of soul grew, he could see just how Dyne manipulated the spirit energy. What was mysterious was that Dyne was able to take control of his spirit and even caused it to overflow into the seru. Thus, a spirit attack that was enveloped on a sharp weapon appeared. Dyne gathered the gold as Meta began the quick work of gathering the experience and dividing it among them. As Dyne found that there were no more ways for him to improve in that, he left the experience gathering and division to Meta. What is juggles? Tetsu finally asked when they were free. Dyne smiled. This brought him back to the good old days of Tekken 3. Although Dyne managed to play the first 2 games, it wasn't until Tekken 3 that he learned and began to juggle his opponents. Juggles is a battle technique that is aimed to keep enemies up in the air while we continuously deal damage by hitting them. As you can see, Vaughn had used his spirit to create an upward explosion to throw the monster higher. One of the weaknesses in using Byron spirit arts is that it's hard to switch from offense to defense. This was your concern, wasn't it, Tetsu? Correct. I told you that if the enemy can retaliate by abandoning defense through your technique, it would do critical damage because we are not protected. A single monster's attack can easily kill an average human. That's why I taught Von juggles. The goal is to kill the enemy without the possibility of them being able to counterattack. Even if you are unable to kill it, a successful round of juggles will greatly injure and hurt the enemy. This is better since I couldn't find the keys to that throne room in the castle to get that book. That was fairly impressive. 8 combo hits. The frog should have had ways to attack Von, but Von had already injured it too much for him to land the killing blow. Also, his last move looked like a Byron art. It was. Power punch, right, Von? This is another advantage of juggles. By allowing Von to deliver several moves in succession, the spirit power being stored in his body accumulates and allows him to perform a powerful art. Master Dyne, what about you? You were able to cause your spirit energy to flow through your Jamard. Dyne shrugged his shoulders. It's a soul-gathering thing. Cultivate harder and you will soon be able to do that. Von could do it with the help of meta. Dyne pointed at Von. Tetsu was silent, but he sighed. Yet again, the two youths outdid him. Although Von's case was that he had a Areseru, Tetsu still blamed his inaptitude and vowed to train harder. I have divided the life energy, Meta reported. The experience was all evenly divided among the 3 of them. While everyone could absorb the experience as they were all soul cultivators, Meta was far more efficient and faster. Dyne motioned for Calamity to begin feasting on the monsters. As Calamity began to devour it, Tetsu and Von gazed curiously. Master Dyne, isn't this Calamity a little bit darker than the one on the other side? Yes. It must have eaten something that has received blessings from a god. I'm not sure which monsters, as Calamity doesn't know as well. That's why I want to see if eating these things will give him more blessings. Great. If Calamity grows stronger, our journey will be faster, Tetsu praised. But it's amazing that it can kill these frogs. Von was amazed. He knew how tough and strong these monsters were. I thought them to play possum. They pretend to be dead or dying. Because of their different colors, the monsters assume that Calamity is dying. And when they get close enough, bam. Slime spirit strike. Dyne laughed. Soon, the slime finished its meal and left nothing but bones on the frogs. No changes, huh? But I expected this. Calamity should grow stronger if it eats more Lipians. Going by Meta's story, I think the Lipians are the ones blessed. The goddess of water, Ferdi, must have blessed them. But until we kill one and have Calamity eat it, we won't know for sure. Let's move. The group began to continue their journey northwards. The mist was getting thicker and thicker as they moved further up. Dyne frowned as he saw the thick mist. Meta, can you use your powers to protect us from the mist? If this continues, Tetsu and I will soon be affected. Our training can prevent us from going scared or mad, but it will make us very irritable. Dyne recalled the previous sessions. Even I can't resist it if I move in such a thick mist for too long. Dyne added, not at the moment. I can only protect Von from the mist, but I am still too weak to drive away such thick mist. It's a good thing we brought in some of Drake water. The mist is far thicker here. Dyne noticed. They continued moving and met several monsters along the way. This time it was an ostrich with a frog. The pair worked together and defeated it easily. This time it was Tetsu and Dyne who attacked. The frog was mercilessly and brutally combed to death when Tetsu tried the technique of juggles. It was impressive for a first-timer to try it. The frog was already dead on the 7th strike. Tetsu began with a simple strike that launched the monster into the air. With Dyne's explanation of the Tekken juggle system, Tetsu already prepared several launching attacks and executed a very accurate combo. The difference between Tetsu's expert techniques was revealed. He used somersaults and a 2-staged cross-kick combo that sent the frog hurling once more. But even when the frog died, Tetsu wanted to see just how far his ability in juggling can carry him. A 17-hit combo was made, and this only ended because Tetsu was unable to acquire more art points to deliver the succeeding arts. After completing his juggles, Tetsu was satisfied with himself and turned towards Von to see his expressions. But upon turning, he found Von's jaw wide opened, and Tetsu turned to where Von was looking. The bisected parts of the ostriches were all falling to the ground. Blood was everywhere, and the ostrich's body parts were still flying all over the place. Grim was flying and slicing on the air and would boomerang back to Dyne, who would throw it back up in the air and would strike any pieces and parts of the ostriches to send it back up to be hacked and slashed. Dyne finally ended his combo, but not a single drop of blood was on Dyne. How? Vaughn was confused about why the blood did not fall on him. He created a spirit block. It was very weak and paper-thin, but it was just enough to repel the blood. Tetsu observed it. Vaughn felt a strange chill on his back. The attack that Dyne released was very gory and brutal. The ostrich ran towards Dyne and planned to ram him, but Dyne struck him with Grim. The blade stabbed through the ostrich and sent it flying up. Dyne could see a fountain of blood spewing upwards and knew that Dyne used his spirit to explode and hurl the ostrich upwards with Grim. When it was on the air, Dyne then proceeded to slice the ostrich with Grim. The ostrich was several meters high and gave time for Dyne to set up a thin spirit shield to prevent the blood from spilling at him. Alright, looks like meat's back on the menu. Boys, Dyne gave a hearty and rowdy laugh. Moss Master Dyne? Vaughn called out. He feared that the mist made Dyne grow crazy. Alright, for now we set up camp. I think if we proceed any further than here, the mist will start affecting us. So we'll stay here. Dyne pointed to the shore of the deep river nearby. Are you alright? Tetsu hesitated to ask. Oh, yeah. That sight must have made me look insane. Don't worry, I was trying to do a juggle with Grim, and just like you, it looks like I was successful. How many combos did you hit? Dyne inquired at Tetsu. 17, Tetsu answered. Vaughn was shocked. Amazing! Vaughn knew that Tetsu was not able to practice this. You shall surpass me soon, Vaughn. Tetsu laughed. Alright, I dissected it this way for a reason. We now just have to cook the sliced meat. Dyne began to lick his lips. Ever since his transfer to this world, he has not had the chance to eat foul meat. Chapter 64. Born of a Chicken. That night, the group ate a lot of ostrich meat to their heart's content. Dyne showcased his impressive cooking as there were a lot of spices that they found in Drake Castle. Dyne was finally able to eat his long-awaited dream meal. Tetsu and Vaughn were silently staring at Dyne. It was the first time that they saw Dyne cook. He had brought several dried sea salts with him, which he mixed with the many spices and herbs he found properly contained in Drake Castle. Because the king had already made several preparations, several plants were allowed to grow, and with the soil being poured with Drake water, the gardens were brimming and had even grown wildly and had enough plants ready to harvest. Dyne had brought some back to the village, but he placed it with Calamity's clone that waited on this side of the river. As for the spices, Dyne had taught the steps of cooking to Vaughn and Tetsu, who clearly showed no idea what to do in cooking. At first, they obeyed Dyne out of respect, but when they started to eat, they were in heaven. The dish was something that could not compare to theirs. It was the first time that they tasted real cuisine. This is all right, but it's not good, Dyne concluded. The pair was amazed at Dyne's conclusion. Master Dyne, we've never eaten anything like this, Vaughn praised. Well, you never got ostrich meat. This is what you call smoked ostrich steak. We can try several other cuisines and styles of cooking. But the herb and sauce that I made were only with the ones I found in Drake Castle. Dyne sighed. But it's all right for now. Dyne had tasted a lot of cuisines during his career. Every place he visited, he would spend his free time eating food. Although gaming was the deepest desire of his heart, the soldiers and his superiors allowed him this form of pastime and granted him the opportunity to eat the respective best meals in each town. Since Dyne would be sent elsewhere, he took the opportunity to learn the recipes and styles to cook the food in each area. This was a better hobby in the eyes of the government. As such, although Dyne was not a master chef, his knowledge of how to cook would eclipse even actual chefs. After all, Dyne kept learning tricks from the best chefs around the world. I may be acting a bit selfish, but I plan to bring a lot of spices in the place where Byron will send me. We have 1 more month, and when I go, I'm not sure how long it will be till I get back. It may take hours, days, or possibly months, Dyne explained. We offer no complaints, Master Dyne, Tetsu laughed. But don't worry. Brod and Bertugo were instructed to bring back those spices. We couldn't bring much on our first trip because we had to bring a lot of drake water and weapons. but Bertugo should be able to bring those stuff back. Night had fallen, and the group has finally completed their base. They went down near the edge of the river shore. As the river was also wide, it had a strong current that made it impossible to cross. The strong current created a shoreline that sloped down. Dyne and the group used their power and attacks and even had Von use Jamard on the rocks to create a small cave in the slope. They dug in to create a hole that would fit all of them comfortably inside. When that was done, Calamity divided itself and began to plug the cave's hole, while the other clone acted as a cool blanket that covered the group to keep them cool. With this, the mist we would absorb would be minimized. Meta can also act as a guard, Dyne explained. Amazing. I was initially against you two going out on long journeys in the mist, but it seems that it is possible to resist the maddening effects of it. Meta praised. Actually, we are resting here because we probably don't have the luxury in the next days to come. We could be moving the entire day tomorrow. The mist is heavier and thicker. It will be too dangerous for Tetsu if we don't hurry. By the time I reached Drake Castle, I had found that any forms of mental or soul weakness caused the mist attack to stun me. If it weren't for the Drake water and the water from Hunter's Springs, I would have been driven mad. So I planned to make a fast sprint from here to Byron. Our rests would only be for several hours just to sleep. I don't know how far we are, but this may take us several days. And that's why you guys need to rest now. Will we be using the Golden Compass and the Chicken King? No, we need Calamity. What's more important is to be near Calamity, who has Drake water and the water in Hunter Springs. The refreshing spiritual effect of Drake water and the stamina recovering properties of Hunter Springs will preserve us. Having those two things nearby is better than using the accessories. So rest up, gang. We'll see if the wind changes first. If not, we will move mid-morning. Dyne gave his plans. Tetsu and Von nodded. They spent the night continuing their discussions on arts and how to execute it properly. Dyne listened carefully. This was one thing he hasn't practiced yet. Von had seen Tetsu's attacks and was able to copy and make his own version, which was the art that Dyne knew to be Von's power punch. The night passed, and the next day arrived. A stronger breeze blew sometime early morning. The group was already up, and so they began to move. The group soon encountered another frog and ostrich pair and waited to attack it. With the tasty meat they ate that night, the group wanted to see if they could catch an ostrich and make Calamity carry it. They did not know if they would be able to find another soon, so the group resolved to capture and contain an ostrich and maybe kill it later when they get to Byron Monastery. The mist was getting thicker and thicker, and the group encountered several creatures and even captured an ostrich. But as they journeyed, there was one thing that confused Dyne. Strange, why are there no Lipians? Dyne frowned as he looked at this recent kill. Another ostrich and frog pair. What's going on? Is there a problem, Master Dyne? Von asked. Dyne was considering talking with Strafe, but he knew that this cheapskate won't let him in on any secrets and would want Dyne to face difficulties. Nothing. It's just that something's off. I hope I'm overthinking this. The slime finally finished eating the ostrich. Hey, Calamity, is there anything peculiar with the ostrich and frog? Dyne asked. Von and Tetsu had strange expressions when they heard Dyne ask that. Interesting. Dyne began to rub his chin as he wondered. What did Calamity say? They taste weird. Dyne relayed Calamity's answer. I don't understand. Neither do I. Do you know how these two animals would team up? No, but it has to do with a mutualistic relationship between these two animals, Tetsu answered. Dyne gave Tetsu a strange look. Is something wrong? No, I'm just shocked that you know the word mutualistic relationship. Dyne shrugged. Let's just go. Dyne gave his command, and the group continued to move. Soon, the thick mist was coming to view, and Dyne and his team quickly killed the monsters they meet. All of them always had an ostrich and a frog pair. No Lipians. No two frogs. No two ostriches. It's always a frog-ostrich pair. You guys better keep your guard up. We might be entering the nest of these two creatures. Should we move further away from the river? Not yet. I don't want to use Chicken King since we have Calamity with us. If we separate from him, he might die if he meets serus. We'll just try to circle around if we get close to the nest of these monsters. But we have to be more careful, and from we stop the killing and avoid monsters, Dyne made his decision. The group continued to trail the river, and soon, more and more of the ostriches and frogs could be seen wandering about. The group acted silently and would kill in secret and, at the same time, avoid those that they could avoid. But the group had no choice but to finally retreat as more and more of their numbers could be seen. Dyne and the group sought a safe place to reorganize what they had seen. The effects of the mist were now wearing them down. Tetsu and Dyne had to drink drake water to calm themselves down. As they were thinking, Dyne finally figured it out. A basilisk! His shout was so loud that it startled everyone nearby. Dyne realized his mistake, and the group had to move as it caused some of the monsters to approach them. The team immediately slaughtered 2 pairs of an ostrich and frog team that approached them. Meanwhile, Strafe was pleased at Dyne's analysis. "You found me out," Strafe said while Dyne decapitated the frog with his combo. "It's easy. I knew that most of the side quest you placed would involve many of the things my memory carried. So I began to think about what could rule over a frog and an ostrich. And, of course, it would be that story, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. I played it on PS1 because I loved the story. You copied the lore of the basilisk. Born of a chicken, hatched by a frog. In this case, born of an ostrich. You created a basilisk as a boss." Strafe couldn't tell if Dyne was excited or frustrated as his expression had joy, but his voice had frustration. Chapter 65, Xenoir. Dyne had several habits in life, one of which was to reread the entire Harry Potter franchise every 2 or 3 years. As such, the memory and definition of the basilisk were engraved in his soul. Unlike Legend of Legaia, which Strafe had conveniently allowed Dyne to have memories of, which is far more detailed than the best Legend of Legaia walkthroughs in existence, Dyne had always known the lore of the basilisk. As expected of the great and wise Dyne, "I'd advise against fighting him now. You are severely underleveled." "Oh, who would have thought the harsh and cheapskate, Strafe, would warn us of danger rather than throw us into a terrifying battle where survival is minimal?" Dyne countered. "It's because I never knew you'd use this route. I have underestimated your plans. I initially thought that you wanting the water key was to train and capture ostriches. Who knew you'd go this route?" "Ostriches." Dyne was confused. That was his plan, but the way Strafe explained, it sounded like an obsession. "I've seen you play Final Fantasy VII, 8, and 9. You were obsessed with chocobos. I thought that romance is what urged you to open that field. Yeah, I won't deny that. Me, a chocobo Ariseru knight fighting the evil carabin." Dyne had a dreamy expression. "See? Obsession. Anyway, the basilisk is based on a similar monster which we call the stone serpent. I used my powers to allow that monster to be born. It is one of the commanders of the monster king that the evil god created. Well, in this case, it is a child. A real stone serpent is something that only gods in my world could face, as a stone serpent is a god of serpents. So this basilisk is something that was designed to be your training ground. Well, I guess this is helpful and fun." Dyne was happy. With this monster's addition and a deviation of the story with additional areas and enemies, Dyne was growing in his desire to play this game. "Good thing. You kept things as vanilla, of course. And honestly, I want mods to retain vanilla feel too. Just how deep are you in my memories if you know about the word mod?" Strafe laughed and was about to boast of the intricate details that Strafe looked in Dyne's memories, but then, "So you know which sites I visit? Sick pervert. Your master must be rolling in the grave. Alright guys, it seems that there is a basilisk here." The term was new to the two, but Meta was shocked. "A basilisk? But I thought we killed their kind out. We expended a lot of power to eliminate them. This one's a child of some sort, so this shouldn't be as disastrous as the ones you met. Of course, I'm guessing it's strong. We should avoid it for now. But by the looks of things, I think we need to do something about the monsters." "Why?" Tetsu asked. "It looks like the basilisk sought for creatures that can invade something. I'm guessing that's it's after the place up north." "Up north? You can't mean dash. Byron Monastery," Tetsu exclaimed. "Yeah, boy, it's a good thing we discovered it. Otherwise, I don't know if Byron would still stand if I waited 3 years." Dyne said as if he wanted someone to hear. Tetsu and Vaughn were curious. "You're too cruel." They would attack a year from now, but Byron will survive. Strafe laughed. Of course. Things will grow more and more dangerous if you waited longer. Really? Like I'd believe you. You wanted to make Byron a world full of mists. They would probably give themselves into the mist. I know what you planned. Oh, you do? Strafe asked curiously, but Strafe tried to hide his surprise. Dyne was spot on. Obviously, you planned to make Kin give that suggestion. He was in Drake Castle before the mist arrived and must have known about the plans of Drake Castle. If despair fills Byron, he would suggest making a move in trying to resurrect the Genesis tree. Gala would probably discover the Areseru egg, which would protect him for a few years and keep him alive. Of course, he could die if I was too slow. Very smart. I'm not yet done. Kin would suggest for them to break their law for survival and give in to the mist so that the basilisk won't be able to kill them easily. It's a good thing I outsmarted and exceeded your expectation. Man, you really are a cheapskate. You could have made it easier for me in this world. So I'll be OP in the next. What use is being OP? Even if you become the most OP person in this world, you are still a small fry. I am helping you cultivate to godhood. Right now, your life's fate can be changed. If you meet a god in that world, he could put a severe curse in your life so that curses will constantly follow you, and fate itself will be against you. Think about it. You are like Vaughn. I can dictate his fate even to his death. Dyne was silent at Strafe's sudden explanation. He finally sighed. Well, if anything, you are teaching me a lot of things that I should be immune to schemes in your world. It's good that you know that. Dyne then observed the movements and made plans on how to escape. The plan was simple. Dyne, Vaughn, and Calamity would wait while Tetsu would serve as bait. Using Chicken King, Tetsu began to draw the monster's attention by using the escape and quick strike to lure more monsters. When the path was cleared, the trio moved on towards the river. The group decided to move a stone's throw distance from the river and moved carefully. Tetsu did a good job and managed to lure in many monsters. Soon, the trio noticed that there were no more monsters in the area. I guess we have officially left the nest of that basilisk. Dyne finally sighed in relief. The group continued and moved back to the riverside and began to move. Soon they found Tetsu waiting for them at the side of the river. I was able to fight and scout the area as I was luring them out. There was a cave-like entrance at the side of the river, but I dared not draw any more attention than necessary. I drew them further from the riverside and dashed here. It's good that you're safe, Master Tetsu, but we have to continue. The mist is thicker here. Dyne frowned, and with that, the group continued to run northwards. They moved a stone throw's distance from the riverside once more as they no longer wanted to fight frogs because they had to hurry. But more and more frogs could be seen, and Dyne decided to move a bit further away from the river. We've already moved far enough. As long as we know where the river is pointed to, we won't lose our direction. Dyne explained as they continued to run. The group soon encountered a heard strange sounds by Dyne knew what it was. It was the sound that Lipians make when they run. Dyne peered through the mist and could see the fleeing pair. It was running from two creatures that Dyne knew could not appear here. The first monster had a familiar figure. It was Jamard, but it had a more reddish form. The second creature was like a large hand that walked using each finger to crawl its way forward. The 5 fingers dragged the large wrist behind. The group chased 2 Lipians, which were a large green creature with a large green head and large lips on its mouth. The 2 were running with their mouths opening as they gave off a strange cry. A Xenoir and a level 2 Jamard. Dyne muttered to himself. He knew what those serus were with his knowledge in game. A Xenoir, that is a seru used for building. All the Xenoir were lost in Drake Continent a few months before the mist appeared. Tetsu identified the creature and recalled past events. I see, so that's why there are a lot of those in that area. Dyne realized it and smirked. The Xenoir was the last of the new serus that could be fought within the Drake Continent. They could only be found within the mist generator of Drake Continent. Those things are too dangerous to fight, Tetsu concluded. What should we do? Vaughn asked. They had already hidden from view. What we have too. Dyne smiled as he retrieved a weapon from Calamity. It was the one weapon he had yet to use. But now it was the perfect opportunity to use it. The Lipians are faster. but since I'm planning to hunt the Xenoir. Dyne then took the compound bow that he asked Farley to create. He took out an arrow and aimed and shot. Whip whip, the arrow cut through the air, but Dyne took another arrow and shot as soon as one was sent out. The arrow was launched high up the sky. Dyne had aimed at a direction further, and Tetsu and Vaughn watched with held breath to see if the arrow would fall and hit the target. Two muffled sounds could be heard as two strange cries came out. All woo, the two Lipians shouted as the arrow struck them on the back. The Lipians? Tetsu was confused. Quickly, let's follow, Dyne ordered. Soon the group realized Dyne's intentions. With the wounds on the back, the Lipians could no longer outrun the two serus chasing them. Tetsu, Vaughn, take Calamity and the Golden Compass. I'll draw the attention of those two, but on my signal, you ambush the Jamard. Dyne glanced with greedy eyes. Chapter 66. Dyne's first challenging fight. Plan was made. Tetsu and Vaughn marveled at the plan. Dyne was not in any way underestimating the enemy. Dyne knew these monsters to appear and would be faced after awakening several Genesis trees, and such power would be amazing to imagine. Dyne thus created a detailed plan on how to fight the two. The group made their preparations. Despite the fact that even Tetsu said that they shouldn't engage with this beast, the group still accepted it as Dyne seemed confident of facing it. The two Lipians continued to flee but were gradually slowing down. It was running towards the river, but the two serus was gaining on them. Soon the Jamard sent a fireball attack that brought one Lipian down. The Xenoir began to attack the limping Lipian that was trying to escape. But as soon as they began fighting, fwyup, 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 several arrows rained down on them. It was sharp and had damaged the Xenoir and the Jamard. Confused and unable to see the attackers, the two serus continued to fight against the Lipians and finally killed them. But the rain of arrows continued. The two serus began to look around and saw Dyne standing and shooting. Enraged, the pair rushed towards Dyne. Dyne's attacks were now aimed on the fingers of the Xenoir. The constant attacks were now taking effect. Despite its rocky exterior, the metal arrows were slowly affecting the Xenoir. The fingers, which were the legs of this creature, were now liming on one finger. After seeing the limping movements, Dyne then began to focus on another finger. The Jamard, however, was left unchecked and continued to rush recklessly towards Dyne. Dyne ignored the creature and continued attacking the Xenoir. The Jamard was now quite a distance away from the Xenoir when it happened. Pow! A powerful uppercut launched the Jamard to the skies as Tetsu appeared. The golden compass allowed him to draw so close that the enraged Jamard did not notice him. And so, Tetsu began to perform his newly found and newly loved passion. Juggles. Pong, pong. Arts after arts and launching attacks were made, which caused the Jamard to be vaulted from the sky. The Xenoir tried to run faster, but then, boom! A Jamard crashed onto it and sent it rolling to the side. Vaughn had summoned a Jamard through meta, and it made its kamikaze attack. But as expected, the arrows and the magic attack were not enough to kill the Xenoir. The Xenoir got up back again, but more arrows rained down on it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the juggles ended, and the Jamard was about to launch a counterattack. But then several arrows struck it on its head, causing it to stagger. Tetsu didn't waste a second as it attacked it once more with a launcher attack that sent it flying back in the air. The Xenoir charged to face Vaughn but was limping from the arrows. He could see Vaughn preparing another magic attack as Vaughn was chanting and concentrating. The Xenoir moved fast when suddenly, bang! A large green slime tackled it and released a powerful spirit attack that made the Xenoir roll to the sides once more. This allowed Vaughn to complete his summoning. The Jamard appeared once more and burned with a bright fire, and it flew fast towards the Xenoir like a rocket. Boom! The Xenoir was sent flying to the sides once more. Dyne had no longer used his arrows to attack but was running towards the Jamard. Tetsu's combos were now ending. Since the first had plenty of arts, the second combo would end as Tetsu was running out of art points to deliver powerful attacks. Dyne took out Grim and it entered into scythe mode. Dyne jumped and slashed his scythe with all his might, stabbing the Jamard's face with the edge of the scythe's blades. But even after making that strike, Dyne didn't pause but continued running and ignoring Tetsu to continue beating the Jamard. Dyne ran towards the Xenoir, who was now chasing after the slime who had tackled it once more to enrage it. Dyne knew that even his slime stood no chance against this serus, so Dyne rushed towards the Xenoir. Another Jamard emerged and rushed to make a suicide attack on Xenoir. But this time, the Xenoir was prepared. It stood up and sent a flame attack that emerged out of the palm of the creature. The fire smashed with the Jamard and slowed it down. But the Jamard's remaining body still smashed with the Xenoir and caused it to fall in a position that the palm was facing the sky. Meta! Dyne shouted as he jumped and hacked the scythe downwards. The scythe pierced through the body of the Xenoir, and then it gave a shrill cry. The scythe pinned it down. This contained all of Dyne's AP. Vaughn did not have any time to admire the strange technique, which concentrated every AP into a single strike but rushed towards the Xenoir and attacked it. Damn, they're so stronger than the ones in the game. Dyne cursed as he was pushing the scythe downwards to prevent the Xenoir from breaking free. Calamity approached and began to envelop the top fingers of the Xenoir to prevent it from struggling. Vaughn finally reached and began pummeling the Xenoir to kill it. Vaughn used all his might and delivered the arts he knew. Remember, tell me if you can't absorb it. I'll try to combine the soul of this creature with Grim. So help me, Dyne reminded Meta, after which, Dyne glanced towards Tetsu and couldn't help cursing. The Jamard was still alive. Tetsu continued to fight it and was expertly evading the attacks and fireball attacks. Dyne cursed and adjusted his position so that most of his body was on top of the Xenoir and continued to push the scythe down. As he did that, Dyne began to adjust the point of the scythe's handle. The end of Grim's scythe form was its head when it would assume its serus form. Dyne aimed the head of the creature towards the Jamard. Tetsu had once more launched the serus to the air with his technique, but due to the lack of AP, he could only make basic attacks to maintain the juggle. Dyne aimed at the direction he predicted where Tetsu would end. Fire! Dyne commanded, and Grim suddenly grew red and shot out a small fireball. The fireball raced towards the field and struck the Jamard that was falling down. Boom! A small explosion occurred, which stunned the Jamard. Tetsu took this time to perform spirit and increase his AP. Dyne was stunned that the Jamard was still alive. Tetsu would be around level 20, yet he still couldn't instantly kill a level 2 Jamard. The group was thrown back as the Xenoir was able to recover as it glowed red. Despite having a scythe protruding out of its body, the Xenoir was alright. Dyne was out of AP and could no longer harness spirit for attack or defense because of the technique he did with the Jamard. This was the first time he faced this situation. The large Xenoir immediately ran towards Dyne as it determined it to be the most powerful enemy. The Xenoir jumped, revealing the dark green palm that was about to smash on Dyne. Now! Dyne gave his order and Grim, who was still protruding in scythe form, tried to resist the jump of the Xenoir and pull it down. It wasn't enough to stop the Xenoir, but it slowed it down. And that small time allowed Vaughn to deliver his arts. Kick. Smash. Imitating the same technique that Dyne showed, Meta and Vaughn worked together to harness the attack. This wasn't possible in the game, but in this life, Vaughn was a soul cultivator, and both of them could now perform attacks that weren't possible. The impact shook the Xenoir and threw it sideways, barely landing on Dyne. Dyne, who wasn't moving, finally completed spirit and raised his AP levels. Just before the Xenoir could recover, Calamity once more rushed and delivered a spirit tackle. The Xenoir blocked the attack by emitting a spirit shield that nullified the tackle. Dyne rushed again and jumped on top of the Xenoir and yanked the scythe out. Immediately Dyne attacked the Xenoir while on top of it as Calamity did its best to hold the Xenoir down. Dyne struck the middle finger of Xenoir with the scythe. The scythe slashed through, and a shrill cry from the Xenoir was heard. Grim's blade latched on and tried to hook itself. Dyne immediately jumped to the back of the Xenoir while pulling the scythe, which caused the middle finger of the Xenoir to rise. The Xenoir was crying and struggling as it tried to throw of Dyne, but Dyne kept shifting his balance and would move to the direction opposite to where the Xenoir would struggle to. With the middle finger raised, the palm area was revealed, and Vaughn had finished his spirit. "Do it, Vaughn. Imagine a sharp stake or a drill," Dyne shouted. Vaughn and Meta were both concentrating. Using the technique that Dyne thought, Vaughn tried to spin his soul energy around his right hand, and Meta aided in gathering it. Vaughn was constantly spinning his wrist as if he was trying to spin an invisible doorknob at the palm of his hands. With the visualization of the spin, the soul energy began to appear. It was the first time that Vaughn was able to create a spirit force outside of his body. Vaughn, concentrate on forming that spinning stake. I'll aid you by gathering the remaining spirit energy to do a spirit strike, Meta explained. Do it now. Dyne was frantic as the Xenoir was about to overpower him. Vaughn dashed towards the Xenoir and punched on the palm that was open from the raised middle finger. As the other fingers were trying to maintain balance, it was unable to block Vaughn's mad rush. Vaughn could see the previous small hole where Dyne had stabbed Grim at and aimed for it. Hisatsu, Vaughn shouted as he approached. Piercing punch. Bang! The punch sank into the rocky body of the Xenoir and pierced through it. The struggling Xenoir finally stopped moving. The body of the Xenoir was now dispersing, and its soul began to appear. But as it was dispersing, small white lights began to flicker around, and this could only indicate one thing. Meta was on the process of absorbing the soul of the Xenoir. Dyne was glancing at the Vaughn with a strange expression. Did you just say, Hisatsu? Dyne asked the pressing question in his heart. Chapter 67, River Reach. Master Dyne, Vaughn called out as he noticed Dyne had fallen into some strange trance. Dyne immediately used his Imaginarium arts to reflect the memories on the dispersing Xenoir. Dyne had assumed that Meta was probably too weak to absorb something as strong as a Xenoir, and intended to use his cheat ability to make them recall the glorious vision of Alo's basilisk realm that Strafe's master created. At first, there was some resistance and Meta was losing the dispersing spirit. But when Dyne reflected his ability and tried to reveal Hat Vision as hard as possible, it was as if the souls were confused and gave Meta more time to combat and absorb the soul. By some luck, the Xenoir that they encountered was one born before the mist. Had this been a monster born in the mist, it would have been impossible to do so. The previous attempts to make Meta absorb Jamard showed how low the probability was to absorb it. Looks like we hit the jackpot, Dyne smiled, but then he turned to Vaughn and gave him a peculiar look. I guess Strafe followed the Vaughn in the game who would occasionally call out their attack. That was just too geeky for me, Dyne silently thought. Dyne then turned over to look at Tetsu's battle. The Jamard was dying. The number of hits it received weakened it. The fighter before it was fast and, with the constant interruptions, made it unable to fight back. And even when the interruptions ended, the Jamard was already too wounded to fight. Tetsu did not immediately attack it but moved around it and tried to wear the Jamard down. Soon, the Jamard did not even have the strength to stay standing as it laid on the floor. It glanced at the Xenoir and noticed that it had died and dispersed. Alright Meta, help me out here. Dyne finally called out as he noticed that the Jamard was dying. Master Dyne, that was dangerous. Meta's voice trembled as she recalled the battle that they just had. All's well ends well, Meta. We also have a Xenoir now. Wow, we're such a cheat. Dyne laughed. The group approached the beaten-up Jamard. Alright, my turn. Let's hope this works. Meta, please help me redirect the soul energy to Grim. Since not even Tetsu could easily defeat it, it shows just how strong a level 2 Jamard is. Dyne smiled. He then recalled that Drake Castle had a level 2 Jamard and could only shake his head and secretly curse at Strafe. Grim had reverted into a Jamard form. Grim then moved and delivered the finishing blow to the level 2 Jamard. As the soul dispersed, Meta tried to retain the soul while Dyne gathered it and focused on keeping up the Imaginarium art while sending the soul energy into Grim. With Meta around, the soul would not easily disperse, and Dyne was using a smaller version of the Imaginarium art. Instead of creating an area where the visions would appear, he made the visions in his head. He became a conduit where the soul of the Jamard would pass through before being sent towards Grim. As they did that, the color of Grim slowly began to change. From a pitch-black color, Grim now had a very faint reddish hue. It was barely noticeable, unlike the enemy Jamard, which had a rust-red color. But Dyne's hopes were not on Grim's level but on something else. After the entire process was over, Dyne took a closer look at Grim. Grim, Dyne asked. It was then that something strange occurred. It was as if everyone around them could feel a strange sensation, as if something was calling out to them. The Jamard, he called Dyne. Meta understood what had happened. As I thought, The more souls I give it, the more it is capable of awakening its consciousness. It looks like the Jamard now has thoughts of its own. Dyne smiled. Dyne observed the soul of Ginger, and the dark patch of its soul had grown bigger. But Dyne was not worried about the increase of darkness. Bad in good, good in bad. This Jamard no longer is a creature that is a slave to the mist or a slave to the will of Nora Valley. It is slowly becoming like Meta, not driven to the instincts or beckoning of the soul, but something that can move in between light and dark. A neutral being, meaning a conscious being. Dyne smiled. Impossible! Meta could not help but cry out. He did not know how the Jamard had attained consciousness previously, but right now it appeared before her very eyes. Meta originally assumed that the Jamard was something Teague bestowed upon Dyne. None but the serus were granted consciousness by Teague. Strafe, or Teague taught me that the more one understands soul cultivation, you will realize that this is but a unique but not impossible occurrence. You've already seen how the Bertugo and Broad have souls. Those two could wear serus if they wanted to. The path of cultivation is something that defies the heavens and the universe itself. Dyne explained. Lord Byron attained his power because of that. How else could a human become a seru? Dyne questioned as he noticed the doubtful expressions that Meta had released in her soul. Tetsu and Vaughn were listening closely. It is as Lord Dyne said. Meta could only agree. Vaughn and Tetsu were silent. They somehow felt they were small, insignificant beings in this world. The truth was, Dyne had already thought of a lot of things back when Strafe explained the elemental wheel. He recalled the elemental wheel that Strafe explained, and since the elements were divided on dark and light, Dyne began to understand that the creatures of this world also had their alignments. What was interesting was brimstone, and its opposing element, dimension, which is time and space, were considered powerful elements. These two were the turning point from the neutrals, earth and wind. Wind turned dark creates the dimension, while earth turned holy produces brimstone. With this strange hint, Dyne assumed that the mystery of consciousness was found in the turning point from either light and dark. Strafe had already hinted it to him. But now, Dyne didn't thoroughly convert the Jamard level 2 into an all-white soul, but purposely left specks of darkness. Sadly, I still need to feed Grimm with the constant reminder of the memory of their world, Elpida, and the vision of Alo's basilisk that their goddess wanted. Dyne could only sigh. Carrying Grimm was such a weighty thing that he would have to expend MP here and there constantly. Calamity had returned. During the time they were converting the Jamard, Calamity had rushed and ate the Lipians. No change in color. It seems we should try to feed Calamity to Jamards or Xenoirs, Vaughn observed. Too dangerous. That battle already emptied us of MP. And because I was drained in the spirit, I can sense the mist affecting me. I won't be able to do a third of my true powers unless we recuperate, Tetsu informed. Yeah, the gains were great, but it looks like we're too spent. Dyne sighed. Let's continue to go. We need to rush to Byron Monastery. It's still a long way out. We'll avoid monsters along the way. Dyne began to command the group. Dyne started to bring out some incense to ensure that they would not be attacked or ambushed. But since they only had a limited amount, Dyne didn't want to use it until they were on the Vos Forest region. The team continued to move forward. As they were moving north, they found something that Dyne had no memory of. It was a village. It had walls that were around 3 meters tall. But since it wasn't high enough, the mist prevailed inside. But the town itself looked so uninhabited. There were no signs of any humans living in the village. Where is this? Dyne was confused. You were not aware of this, Master Dyne? I've been here before. I used to be one of the monks assigned here to spread the teaching of Byron. This is River Reach Village. I thought that this would be destroyed when the mist came. River Reach used to be a place where fishing trades are made. This is a town of fishermen's. Dyne observed the village. It had small walls and a small port by the river. A town of fishermen's. That makes sense. Rim Elm was a town of hunters, after all. But since these are fishermen, they wouldn't be able to survive in the mist. They must have gone up to Byron Monastery when the mist arrived. Dyne gave his conclusion. Several monsters could be seen inside the village, but not a trace of humans could be found inside. It must have been King Drake. Wise and amazing King Drake. Anyway, let's kill whatever monster is left here and find a good place to rest. Hopefully, one of the houses can still provide a good night's rest for us. And so the group began to secure a dwelling for themselves. The few frogs and Lipians that had wandered around the village were all killed. As the night approached, the group was able to secure a stone house that did not let the mist come inside. It had the same structure that was used in Rim Elm, which prevented the mist from seeping inside. Dyne and the group inside one of the stone houses where they were cooking dinner. The meal was delicious as Dyne tried another way to cook the steak and decided to give the group a taste of the 3 different flavors of the steak: rare, medium, and well done. The pair marveled at Dyne's cooking skills once more and ate to their heart's content. Even the small seeping amount of mist could not dampen the mood with Dyne's cooking. Calamity watched outside the door to watch them while the group ate. And finally, when the group had finished, Dyne revealed his next plans. "All right, tomorrow we might have to stay here for a bit. I'll be going out and plan to deal with another problem, that basilisk." Dyne smiled a cruel smile. Chapter 68. Taunting Serus. The basilisk. Vaughn was stunned. "Master Vaughn, you plan to fight the basilisk alone?" Tetsu was shocked. "No, silly. Of course not. But as you can see, that basilisk has been gathering monsters and building an army. They could be after the Serus in the mist generator, but it will pose a problem to Byron Monastery by the looks of things. While we can fight it yet, we have to weaken it by killing more of its monsters. I strongly advise against this, Lord Dyne. While you have shown miraculous potential, I have seen how dangerous that basilisk is during the war. Even our Serus were turned to stone. Its gaze alone could kill humans. I know, I don't plan on fighting it, but I plan on weakening its base. I have the Chicken King. Meta, is this accessory something that holds the power of the wind god?" Dyne asked. Tetsu and Vaughn were startled. "Yes. Not only that, but the golden compass is also something that provides powers that are gifts of the wind god. But the Chicken King is something far stronger than the golden compass. It was bestowed on humans to ensure their survival. The wind god granted it to its strongest warriors so that they would flee when defeat would be certain. Unless the monster kings themselves or their generals would fight them, they can escape the reach of the monsters and settle somewhere. Then this proves that what I have is a miraculous artifact. I will be using this to cause great havoc on the basilisk's nest." Dyne declared. "How? Those Xenoir really showed me. They have strong powers that if we tried to fight it normally, we would have been killed. Logic has it that we would need at least 2 Genesis trees to kill it. But we don't have the time. The enemies of the mist will soon draw closer. We don't know what happens in the future, but all that we can do is wait. We cannot afford to allow any other enemies to develop or threaten us. The basilisk and his ostrich and frog army is a huge threat for us and our possible allies. So we have to weaken them. Then what do you plan to do?" "Not me. If I do it, the basilisk might get mad and try to hunt me. It's an intelligent monster, right?" Indeed, the basilisk that fought alongside the evil god could challenge our Serus. That was how strong they were. And their cunning among serpent kings was top-notch. Serpent kings, Interesting. Then that makes them even more dangerous. So, for now, I plan to weaken their army. With the Chicken King, I can lead a team of Xenoirs to fight those monsters. Brilliant. The 2 will fight and kill each other. Yes, and I can even use that opportunity to absorb more gold. This card is awesome. After all, Dyne revealed his card. Most of the other cards could absorb the coins, but it would take several minutes. This card that Dyne got from the merchant could get the gold in an instant. But this is why I should do it alone. It won't work if there are several of us. All right, we will wait here then. You guys will be busy too. Master Tetsu, just how far are we from Byron Monastery?" "About a day's journey when we traveled by Seru carriage. But with the mist, it could take us 3 or more days. Then this makes this place all the more important. Once I'm gone, we need to create a line of transportation that takes us from Rim Elm to Byron Monastery. This place is a perfect resting spot. You guys have to do what you can to fortify this place. The Gobu Gobu. This could be a perfect place for them." Vaughn realized it. Right on, Vaughn. If the enemy discovers that we have an alliance with the Gobu Gobus, they may send more powerful enemies that we can't handle. We always have to make them think we are so weak that they won't spare great effort to kill us. They could evolve here. They might be able to fight stronger monsters, Tetsu also added. Correct. But for that, we'll need to subdue a Gobu Gobu village and acquire their evil god totem. Since I might be gone for a bit, they'll need something else to help them evolve. Dyne explained. Alright, what should we prioritize? Tetsu asked. He had long noticed that Dyne's survival skills exceeded even that of the hunters. Secure the necessities first. Look around and see what could be used to sustain any settlers of this village. What is their source of food? The river may provide water for them, but what about the food? Is there any vegetation around? If some of the hunters or the Gobu Gobu stay here, can they live? Then move on to the others. Training. What training can the hunters or the Gobu Gobus do to get stronger? Dyne listed all the needed things. Tetsu was startled and began to find a writing spot to list down all that Dyne stated. That night continued with the group eating and making plans as to how to improve the place. The night faded, and the group had a comfortable rest in the stone house. The enclosed area allowed them to recharge physically, mentally, and spiritually. The mist's effects lessened as they continued to cultivate, and the group was less irritable than before. Dyne set out as planned and began to travel towards the center. He had been using the golden compass and the Chicken King to improve the speed of his movements. Several Lipians, ostrich, and frogs were encountered along the way, but Dyne continued to search for them. After more than 7 hours, he finally found a seru patrol. He was deep in the inner regions. He had used the Chicken King to flee from various monsters to reach the central regions faster. Dyne kept experimenting with the Chicken King, and at one point, he glanced at it as if he was in a daze and kept glancing at the necklace. Strafe had a suspicious expression as he saw that. Now, what has this brat discovered? Strafe wondered. There were around 8 serus scattered. 5 were Jamards and 3 were Xenoirs. Dyne didn't want to use his precious bow and arrows. On the last battle, Dyne had retrieved the arrows he shot at the Xenoir. 4 of the arrows were bent and damaged, which brought an aching sensation on Dyne's heart. Shooting any of these serus would make him permanently lose these arrows. Dyne took a deep breath and observed their movements. Each seru was over 30 meters away from each other. They kept looking for monsters to devour. Dyne targeted the group positioned at the center. He took a sip from a jug that had hunter spring water. Here goes nothing. Dyne began his attack. Grim appeared as Dyne approached. The golden compass shrouded him and allowed him to reach the seru pairs at the center. This was a Jamard pair, and Dyne made his attack. The scythe struck through the face of the Jamard, but it wasn't able to pierce through the metallic skull of the enemy Jamard. Nonetheless, the Jamard was knocked backward from the attack, and Dyne swept the other end of Grim to hit the other Jamard on the face. As Grim's head struck the face, it exploded. Bang! Dyne had ordered Grim to shoot one of his fireballs at impact. The 2 Jamards were knocked down, and Dyne continued to attack the 2 with his legs, striking one and Grim stabbing on the other. The commotion attracted the attention of the other serus, which roared and charged at Dyne. Dyne began to run back, but he did not use the Chicken King just yet. The 4 pairs of serus chased. Even the 2 Jamard who were attacked sprinted. Dyne was smirking as he noticed it. Come on, magic, let's do this. Just enough. Boy, I don't need the super speed thing you normally give. Just enough to keep me ahead of these monsters. Dyne began to mutter strange words as he gripped the Chicken King on his hands. Dyne had concluded that the seru are like wild animals. A Xenoir and a Jamard reached near the end of the river, and this was because they were chasing a Lipian. This proved that these creatures were easily enraged. Dyne had recalled the cutscenes of the game. It depicted how the serus would chase after and attack humans when exposed to the mist. Some of them would try to possess humans, and so, this made Dyne conclude that if he were able to taunt the seru enough, they would chase him even if it took hours. All that remained was a battle of endurance. Dyne, who had gone through various cultivation and even began to merge and cleanse his body using the souls of various Jamards, his stamina was around 3 times that of a human. But that wouldn't have been enough, and so Dyne employed the power of the Chicken King. I don't want to fight them, but let me run just a bit faster. Dyne wished and sent his soul into the Chicken King. Of course he could do that. Strafe could only shake his head. Legaia was supposedly a stage to make Dyne into a soul cultivator. Once he achieved that, the effects of the items in this game would only improve his power. But now that he already was a soul cultivator, his ability to use these items also increased. The power of the wind god emerged and granted Dyne haste. His speed got faster and Dyne started to run. And now the fun begins. Dyne laughed. Chapter 69. Leading a Xenoir to water. The harassment that Dyne gave drove the Seru enemies mad. Strafe was also enraged at what he saw. The Chicken King can only work if the user generally and truly wishes to run away and have no intention of fighting. This was, of course, true. Dyne could not fight and face these monsters alone. He would surely die. The fight he had with the Xenoir made them use all that they had. But even after Vaughn summoned the Jamard several times, the Xenoir was still able to resist it. It proved that those two, the Xenoir and the level 2 Jamards, are stronger than Dyne imagined. It would have been possible for a level 4 Vaughn to kill a Xenoir with items and the right magic in the game. But here it was dangerous. Unless they could always nuke the enemy with Jamards or had special penetrating attacks like Dyne, there was no way to kill a Xenoir. So obviously, Dyne's heart was really bent on not fighting these Seru monsters. But this was not the case for Grim. Dyne was carrying Grim in a way that his head was facing the enemy. And since Serus could acquire more energy when absorbing the mist, Grim could slowly harass the enemies by shooting small fireballs that harassed the enemy. As such, the 6 Serus fell into a crazed state of chasing after Dyne. Strafe was very frustrated at how easy it was for Dyne to lead a group of Serus to the river. It was improbable since the Serus didn't casually stroll towards the river areas and hunted on the mid-zones. In the game, Xenoirs and Jamards don't appear on the area where Dyne was. They only appeared inside the mist generator. Dyne knew that something would happen in the future to make the Serus stay inside. But now, Dyne realized what caused the Serus to stay hidden. Even Strafe didn't know that Dyne was already expecting that and had been moving to prepare the village for it. Dyne had to evade the fire attacks of the Xenoir and the Jamard, but his speed was just too much for them. Dyne would occasionally stop running and rest or take a few sips with the hunter spring water that he carried. This would make the Serus chase after him all the more enraged, and Dyne would run right before they got near. Along the way, Dyne continued to observe the Serus every time he got so far ahead. He would turn back and observe the Serus. So Serus don't get tired, huh? I wonder just how strong Vaughn would be to be able to travel days and days in the mist. Dyne wondered as he observed them. Then he realized something. Unless soul cultivation could do something to our physical bodies. If Serus is a soul creature, what energy do they use to move? It must be life energy. I wonder. Dyne began to experiment when he started running again as the Serus was getting close. To Strafe, miracles like these became trivial to him. And instead of being surprised, Strafe gave a happy nod and watched Dyne run as he used up the energy of his soul. This allowed Dyne to run without wasting more of his stamina. At that point, Dyne was frustrated as he couldn't balance the energy. As of this moment, only 5% of the energy he expended was being eaten from his soul. What he didn't know was that Strafe took 3 years to get to that level. The sprint continued, and Dyne was reaching his limits. But even though he was reaching his limitations, Dyne gritted his teeth and concentrated on exploiting his soul to grant him strength. In these desperate moments, Dyne even fell into a short trance as his soul seemed to be recovering his body. This allowed Dyne to persevere and run more and more. Soon, Dyne approached the area where several frogs and ostriches could be seen. The frogs and ostriches escaped and moved further away at the sight of Dyne's sprint. The harassment and argot of these Serus have maintained thanks to Grim's occasional attacks and whenever Dyne would pause to take a breather. Getting close, Dyne panted. The Xenoir and Jamards were able to maintain their max speed while Dyne had used the Chicken King, which somehow reduced the stamina he would waste as he ran. Dyne was very tired, but he was close to the location where the basilisk was. Thanks to his experience as a soldier, he could easily locate directions even with the mist around. Soon, the river could be seen. At this point, the effects of Drake water and the water from Hunter Spring could not keep up with the pain that Dyne had felt and the exhaustion he was at. Dyne's legs were so wobbly, he continued to forcible run with whatever strength he had. The Serus was now slowly gaining on Dyne. Many frogs and ostriches that were resting around the river came to view. Dyne finally did the hardest part of this maneuver. Dyne undid the effects of the Chicken King and raised Grim up high. Grim sent all the fireball attacks it could do to the nearby frogs and ostriches. Boom, boom, boom. Several angry cries were heard. The Jamard and the Xenoir were right behind Dyne. Just as someone who was exhausted from running a marathon mustn't stop running or else he wouldn't move again, Dyne felt the same level of exhaustion. But his will remained, and he used the last remaining effects of his soul and rushed to the back. Right before the Jamard and the Xenoir could attack Dyne, Dyne disappeared as he ran towards Xenoir. Dyne jumped and stepped on the Xenoir and sprinted to the back of the group. The confused serus was startled at Dyne's sudden movements. But then the monsters that Dyne provoked saw these serus and began to attack them. The serus were greatly outnumbered, and the distant cries of several ostriches and the croaks of frogs could be heard as those who avoided the serus charged back to fight them as their nest was suddenly attacked. Dyne had collapsed at the rocky edges nearby. He was trembling as he drank all the hunter springs and the drake water that he carried. He positioned himself as his strength slowly returned and watched the battle occurring. It was brutal. The Jamards and the Xenoir could quickly kill these monsters with several attacks. But the frogs and the ostriches were wildly charging at them without regard for their life. The rocky exterior of the Xenoir and the metallic body of the Jamards was being pecked by the ostriches. The frogs began to leap high to the sky and do headbutts and body slams towards the Jamards. These monsters could easily kill a gobu-gobu. Dyne and his team were only able to fight and kill them easily with cheat techniques developed from Tekken 3. But if these monsters were to hit Dyne or Vaughn, it would have been dangerous. These monsters' attacks were something that could break through spirit defenses and could even kill a human that has bonded with a Ariseru. The Xenoirs looked like immovable and unrelenting mountains that used their fingers and smashed them on several frogs at once. The frogs who would have these fingers pierce through them relentlessly attacked the body until it was dead. Despite the disadvantage in numbers, the serus was still winning. 10s, 20s. Soon, over 30 monsters were killed as the serus continued their rampage. The Xenoirs mowed down the monsters and crushed them with their fingers. The Jamards shot, pecked, and stabbed the enemies that drew close. Yet every now and then, some of the monsters could land a clean hit. Soon, more and more were able to do so. Finally, 2 of the Jamard had fallen from the hits. The Xenoir rushed out to draw the attention of the monsters. As the battle moved forward, the 2 Jamards could be seen on the ground, surrounded by dead monsters. Dyne saw it and could not help but be greedy. He slowly stood up and checked on his condition. He revealed the miraculous gold collecting card. Strafe was cursing at Dyne as he did that. By any means, Dyne shouldn't have that card. But when Strafe set fate to make the dead merchant lose a huge bulk of his money, it was to spend on this purple card, which wasn't really a cheat artifact but merely something convenient for Dyne. But in this scenario, it was a cheat. Dyne ran and used Golden Compass and rushed to the back area of the battle and gathered the dead monster's lifeblood. The quality of their blood was much higher and had a different color. Dyne moved from one body to the next as he kept his body low. Slowly, he crept forward until he reached the dying Jamard. After hesitating for a bit, Dyne moved forward and came closer to the second Jamard as he gathered the lifeblood of the monsters nearby. When he got to the second Jamard, Dyne confirmed that this one couldn't fight back either. Dyne immediately carried the Jamard and retreated. He ordered Grim to peck on the first Jamard as he passed by. And so, the inconspicuous Dyne hid with 2 Jamards. The battle continued, but now, the monsters were more organized, and the serus began to act in caution. The battle continued at a slower pace. The monsters were enraged that they wouldn't let these serus escape. Dyne smiled as he looked at the 2 dying Jamards. Perfect. I can use my Imaginarium arts with this. Grim, my friend. It's time to make you stronger. Dyne smirked. Chapter 70. Elemental Resonance. Dyne had the luxury of trying to absorb the energies of the Jamard. Dyne's skill in absorbing the energy and providing balance to make the wicket clean but, at the same time, left a portion of the mist to remain inside. Dyne also began to channel his soul. Grim had reverted to his Jamard form and was accepting the soul that Dyne was sending. Strafe gazed in envy as Dyne did that. The intelligence of Grim was growing and growing. Just how is he doing that? Strafe mumbled. This process wasn't something that would work. Soul Inkling was something that had a very low chance. Strafe initially thought that Dyne got lucky, but the second time he was successful in doing it, he was now suspicious. But now, the third time that Dyne was channeling the soul of the dying Jamard was still imparting sentience and knowledge to Grim. And what was curious was that although Dyne had relied on his Imaginarium arts to remind the soul of its memories, it shouldn't still allow Soul Inkling at such a shocking success rate. Strafe frowned and had no choice. Every time he would use a certain level of his powers, it would weaken him and even cause him to lose his lifespan. But now he had no choice. There was a mystery circulating around Dyne. Strafe released his powers and peered deeper into the process of how Dyne would change the soul of the Jamard. And there he saw it. The changes that were happening were drastic. Using this vision technique, Strafe was able to determine the actual cause of how Dyne could convert the soul of the Jamard. Lucky bastard, Strafe cursed. No wonder, so that's their advantage. How interesting. Could it be that only he could be capable of that? I wonder. Strafe continued to mutter, but an anticipating expression surfaced on his face. I may have lost a few days, but it was worth it. Dyne needs to know this to grow. Strafe smiled. As for Dyne, he was consistently communing and sending the soul towards Grim. The once painful and scorching process of absorbing was now something soothing as he did it. As he was getting used to the process, there wasn't much pain anymore. In fact, Dyne felt as if he was slowly healing. Grim's form was now more robust and had a heavier shade of red. Although compared to the color of the level 2 Jamard, Grim was still dominantly black. Dyne finished with the first and went immediately to doing the process on the second one. At the end of it, Grim could clearly be seen as red. When about half of the soul was absorbed by Grim, Dyne noticed that the soul energy no longer communed with Grim. Dyne guessed it was the limit and began to absorb and use the soul to enhance his own body. After absorbing every trace, Dyne could only smile and look at Grim. I guess you're officially level 2? Dyne guessed. The Jamard nodded, which surprised Dyne. Oh, you can finally understand me. It looks like your soul is complete. I guess all you have to do now is cultivate it and grow stronger. Dyne smiled. Strange. Why have I recovered? Dyne was amazed at the current progress. Immediately, Dyne glanced back at the battlefield. All right, level 2 Grim, be sure to protect me. Dyne laughed. Grim nodded and reverted to scythe form. Dyne took it and ran back to the back of the battlefield. Nearly 50 monsters were lying dead. Only 2 Xenoirs were left, and the other serus had vanished. Dyne had guessed that they died, and their souls dispersed. Dyne had run to the back and began to gather more gold and even tried to absorb their experience. He had been dividing the acquired life energy between him and Grim. Dyne had to even lay down on the ground at some point and used the dead bodies to hide him as he continued to absorb. The battle was drawing to a close. The Xenoirs were out of mana from overusing the various flame attacks that charred many. Soon, a very insidious sensation appeared. Dyne felt stiff as if he couldn't move. Even Grim was trembling at the sensation of what they felt. The basilisk. Dyne realized what it was. Most of the ostrich and the frogs began to scatter and flee as it appeared. Dyne dared not look at it in fear of being petrified. He glanced towards the 2 Xenoirs who were standing. Dyne realized that these Xenoirs were also trembling. So even the Xenoirs are afraid of it. Is it as strong as Zeto then? Dyne had the chance to roughly gauge the strength of the enemy. It was so strong that even the Xenoirs was trembling at the sight of it. It seems that the madness of the mist could not take away the fear that these creatures feel. The Xenoirs were slowly backing away. Dyne could hear a strange whisper. It was as if several voices began to hiss together in different tones. Dyne was mesmerized at the voice and began to cultivate his soul. As the voice whispered, Dyne felt a sharp pain in his body as he could feel his soul being attacked. Dyne glanced at his right hand and was surprised to see that it was slowly turning into stone. Dyne panicked and summoned his soul to fight back the mysterious sounds that were affecting him. Dyne, you better escape. Only someone who wields a Ariseru can combat its soul attack. Strafe's voice echoed in Dyne's head. It was the first time that Strafe actually warned Dyne. Dyne was about to escape when he suddenly felt a strange resonance within him. Wait, what's going on? Dyne was startled. He could sense that a sudden rejoicing was occurring within his soul. The part of the soul that was being petrified was somewhat urging him for more. Here was a mystery that only a few could comprehend. It was as if Dyne knew what to do. Ever since his rebirth, it had been apparent. He wasn't a normal person. He had a knack for soul cultivation. In fact, he was a prodigy. And he was a prodigy that was even tens of times better than Strafe. Even Strafe wouldn't know what to do in that scenario and how to maximize it. But for Dyne, it was as if a musical prodigy could hear the music entering his soul. He held out his hand and touched Grim. With that, he ordered Grim to send his fiery and burning soul within Dyne. And Grim complied. Earth and fire clashed and battled within Dyne's soul. No, stop. You damage your soul, Strafe warned as he saw it. Recklessly clashing two separate energies inside one soul could create grave damages to it. This could have endangered Dyne and even made him dumb, as the impact on his soul would affect his state of mind. But the calling of the elements and his soul was so strong that it was as if Dyne simply knew what to do. He focused on his soul and used the Imaginarium arts to call on the life energy within him. Strafe had not explained it yet. Dyne didn't know that this was the case. But the power that Dyne had time and time revealed was actually the element of holy. Aided by the Imaginarium arts, the souls rejoiced in great bliss, forming the element. 3 elements appeared in Dyne's soul. These were the necessary elements needed to awaken it. And while having all of this wasn't a guarantee to awaken it, for the prodigy that was Dyne, it was more than enough. One part of earth was neutral, another part holy, the purest of all the elements, and one part fire, which was next in terms of purity. The balance at that moment was also perfect. The basilisk powers of petrification continued to pour out. Grim constantly sent his fire energy and Dyne's usage of the Imaginarium arts, which gave birth to holy. Instead of the 3 elements clashing, it began to seep into Dyne's soul. The soul began to devour the 3 present elements greedily and absorbed all of them. Elemental soul seed. Strafe was stunned to see it. One of the secret reasons why Strafe decided to use Legaia was to use the powers of the serus to create an elemental soul seed. By bonding with a Seru, it may give Dyne the chance to create his own. If Dyne acquired the various serus at the end of the game, regardless of what element Dyne's soul was, it would give him a huge advantage to form it. But once more, Dyne had proven Strafe wrong and achieved a miracle that Strafe expected to only be possible near the end of the game. And what was even more miraculous, Dyne had managed to form an elemental seed which was the hardest to form. Dyne is once more set apart from the rest of Legaia. Only serus and serus had the ability to wield the elements. Monsters like the basilisk could only do so because they were crafted that way, and an abhorrent combination of seru and monster. But now, Dyne could fully wield elements just as serus and serus could. Chapter 71. Heart of Brimstone. Strafe had prepared and paved the way for Dyne to be a cultivator. Cultivation was harsh and brutal. It was a path of facing the impossible. Dyne would soon be alone. He would traverse the cultivation world by himself and face the armies of Strafe's master's enemies. And so, Strafe used the Imaginarium Bond to the greatest extent and even sacrificed countless god-tiered devices. Even the serus used numerous artifacts that would have drove galaxies mad and wage war to another just to acquire them. The stepping stone that Strafe had set for Dyne was also in place. He only had a year to live, and when Strafe made the 3 worlds, he knew it would not be enough for him to see Dyne's potential as a fighter. He also used the secret knowledge that his master bestowed on him as references to provide the world for Dyne to train in. The hardest and possibly longest cultivation point that any cultivator would face was soul cultivation. Body cultivation was easy. As taught by the Chinese, the concept of dantian existed in cultivation. Cultivators draw the energy of the world and absorb it to grow stronger. In Legaia, the Byron monks practice it and even had knowledge of it that could compare to the lowest-ranked planets in Strafe's world. But even with this, Tetsu had already reached the 2nd level of the martial path. Strafe did to Dyne's body because he never really cared to explain, as it was still not necessary for Dyne to know of it. He did not tell Dyne, but when he broke down Dyne's body and used it to create his new body, Strafe crafted something that wasn't present in his original body. It was what the Chinese called the dantian. In Strafe's world, this was called the Force Foundation. For in this metaphysical organ that exists between the actual body and the spirit of the cultivator, all the essence of force and power would be made. The Force Foundation would exist as an actual organ in the body. Cultivators create it through taking medicines, having the animal organs implanted on their bodies, or applying magic on themselves. There were more diverse methods to make it, and Dyne had the most luxurious of them all. Dyne had the most powerful Force Foundation because of the special materials that were used for it. It could do various things that many cultivators would die in envy if they knew Dyne had it. But even then, Dyne had not even begun to use it to its full extent. After forming the Force Foundation organ, the cultivators gather energy to reform it, strengthen it, and raise its rank. The higher the rank, the more energy it could store and release. Through the use of Byron meditation, Tetsu was able to upgrade his Force Foundation organ by several levels. But when the mist came, the prevalent death energy had halted Tetsu's progress. It exhausted the energy stored inside it. Now, the only energy that would be in it would be acquired when he would eat food. And so, he was far, far weaker than his original form. And even though it was like that, he was still able to outmatch the entire village of the hunters and could even fight through dozens of serus and survive. Spirit became his only chance of survival. Strafe made Legaia like this so that Dyne would focus on developing spirit and improving his martial technique. Using and improving the Force Foundation organ or the dantian could be dealt with later. But after that was another process. It could only happen if there were enough energy stored in the Force Foundation organ. After a sufficient amount of energy is stored in the Force Foundation, it could be sent into the brain, transforming the energy into something else. For magic users, the force they have stored would create magic. But for other warriors and martial experts, it is used to create a force that enhances their punches or goes hand in hand with a sword. This was the martial code stage in which cultivators had to create an energy center or converter in their brain. But the reason why soul cultivators are valued and become necessary to become true gods was because of a peculiar change that the soul could make to the heart. This would provide a secondary source of energy, allowing a cultivator to act as if he or she would have two Force Foundation organs or dantians. It will serve as an additional source of true power. While magic users will have to convert the energy in their dantians to become magic, these don't need to. The soul would become an energy of its own. And Dyne now had this change in his heart. The three energies that were being created rushed in and merged with his heart. His Force Foundation organ also began to be stimulated, causing it to evolve to the second level. Logically speaking, this was impossible to do. Strafe made Legaia the first world to make Dyne master spirit. By mastering spirit, he would have the chance to learn the ways of the soul and become a soul cultivator. By the time Legaia would have been completed, Dyne would have been a full-fledged cultivator that would be ready to perform the ritual of changing his heart into this heavenly defying object. Dyne could create the spirit seed to house the magnificent power of the soul. When he reaches Brigandine, he could quickly assimilate with the powers of the different classes in Brigandine and find his path to his severing. But what Dyne had now was not only a spirit seed. He had an elemental spirit seed, something that Strafe thought would only be possible when he reached Breath of Fire. The elemental fire seed positioned itself in the heart, in a separate space that Strafe had already created for Dyne. The energies began to condense and slowly harden. Dyne felt a great pain in his chest as this happened. The three elements were converging to create it. Dyne gritted his teeth. A loud howl was heard as one of the Xenoirs became petrified. The remaining survivor escaped, but two of its fingers became solid stone. It began to run away without any hesitation. Dyne saw it and felt that the basilisk was gazing at his hiding spot. Damn, I can't catch a break, can I? Dyne gritted his teeth and activated the Chicken King. He ran with a very wobbly form. Parts of his arms and legs were still petrified, and it was constantly creeping in towards the center of his body. Dyne sped up as fast as he could, not even daring to look back and see the serpent. All that Dyne was thinking was getting out of that place. He also sent a command to Calamity to inform the pair to rescue him immediately. Several minutes passed, and Dyne could feel that the pressure of the basilisk was no longer around. Did he assume that I would die? Dyne wondered. Soon, he came across a familiar figure. It was the Xenoir that escaped. Only now it was fully petrified. The monsters around seemed to avoid the Xenoir. Because of its craggy and rocky form, the monsters assumed that the Xenoir was alive. They must have never seen a petrified Xenoir. I should rest here. Dyne sighed. He ran to the bottom of the Xenoir as there was a small gap just big enough for Dyne's small body to fit in. Dyne rested and took out Grim, who began to continue channeling the fire energy within him. While Dyne was running, he kept the petrification at bay through the strange power forming in his heart. It continued to absorb and delay the effects of petrification. Damn it, Strafe. That was just too strong. Was that as strong as Zito? Zito? No way, still weak. You've delayed its growth by killing many of its offspring and minions. Right now, it should be as strong as Carabin. But considering Carabin can fly, then that stone serpent is weaker. Strafe laughed. Weaker? What kind of a messed up world is this? Dyne cursed. One that is geared to make you grow stronger. Don't worry. The reason why you are weak is that you don't have a Seru. Once you have that, it will give you a significant boost. Besides, you're such a cheat already. I can't believe you are already on the process of forming your elemental seed. And by all that's holy, I now understand why the sovereign of your world sent you. You just happen to have a miraculous constitution that explains all the miracles you've made so far. What miracles? That thing in your heart. That's an elemental spirit seed. And a brimstone element. I've never seen one. Even those who had a brimstone elemental affinity created holy or earth. I've never seen one successfully create brimstone. What? Dyne was confused. Just concentrate on absorbing those 3 energies. I'll help you. It may cost a week of my life, but it will be worth it. Strafe smiled. Suddenly, a force of great holiness erupted within Dyne. Quickly, use the Imaginarium arts. Strafe instructed. Let's begin setting the foundation for a heart of brimstone. Chapter 72. Brimstone Heart. Wrong, wrong. This is just wrong. Strafe couldn't help but curse out. The formation of the energies combined into a strange pattern. Strafe was already worried since Dyne was instantly trying to create a brimstone seed just with 3 elements. Strafe used his powers and sent in pure, holy energy. It was so pure that even the holy energy that Dyne managed to create through his skill in reflecting the souls to remember their past life memories could not compare to the energy and amount of the enveloping energy. But when Strafe introduced metal energy to the elements he was bestowing, Dyne immediately rejected it. Why, Dyne, can you hear me? Strafe called out, but it was useless. Dyne had fallen into a strange trance-like state. He had been when Strafe introduced holy. Creating a brimstone seed was something never seen before, and the process was just as complicated. No one knew what the requirements were as it is one of the special elements. Strafe was an expert in creating it. More than 60% of the entire universe does not have the same knowledge that Strafe had in his world. Only a few words could do it. Strafe had led and guided many to create their elemental spirit seed, but none of them had brimstone. Strafe was gritting his teeth angrily. The process of creation was all wrong. Not only did it lack one of the family elements, but the ratio of elements was weird. Strafe had the chance to create a rare time-space elemental heart, and all the family elements were there. But now, Dyne was adamantly rejecting the 4th element. It was then that Strafe realized something. Dyne's a genius. He has been doing things that I could never imagine him do. Should I trust him? Strafe pondered. Here's to your miracle, Dyne. Don't disappoint me. Strafe gritted his teeth and retracted the metal energy, and solely focused on creating the purest holy energy he could. Strafe tried to help Dyne create the heart and would try to lead the energy, but he would feel a great sense of resistance. Ultimately, Strafe allowed Dyne to take reign as he trusted in his instinct. Dyne was a genius among geniuses and was sent to this world by the otherworldly sovereign to save this place. And so Dyne must know more than he could. And so, the process of forming the brimstone heart occurred before him. Dyne was in a state of meditation as he continued to absorb all these energies. There was great pain occurring all over his body as many parts of his body were being purged of all impurities. Dyne was sweating strange black pus. Dyne's heart had an additional chamber. When Dyne was sent into this world, Strafe had already prepared this chamber for the time when Dyne would create a spirit seed. Dyne couldn't sense it before, but now, he could clearly sense the energy appearing from the right side of his heart. And in that chamber was a strange link that connected his body to his soul. The elemental heart forming had exceeded the known capacity. Each elemental heart was ranked into various levels depending on the amount of energy it could release and store. Strafe watched with bathed breath as Dyne was forming the heart. So far, the energy had reached the standard level. At least he already reached standard level. Strafe sighed. Strafe was worried that Dyne would create a weak elemental heart. There was an inferior level, substandard level, and standard level. Standard was used as a baseline. The inferior level could only store less than 50% of the elemental energy that a standard level elemental spirit seed could produce. The substandard was anywhere between 60% to 99%. Dyne's heart continued to build the seed with the elements it absorbed. And then, another miracle occurred. The energy of the seed was causing the heart of Dyne to change. The cells were reacting and slowly evolving. A heart of brimstone. Strafe was stunned. But it's too early. How? Why? In what manner? Strafe asked and asked. When he mentioned that he wanted to perfect a heart of brimstone, his mind was set on setting the foundations so that Dyne would be able to create a perfect heart. But now, a seed has not even been made, but the heart already began to form. What's going on? The death essence of Dyne's body is still too high? How can such holiness reside in this? Strafe wanted to stop Dyne, but something was telling him to wait. The seed began to gather more and more energy. It has surpassed standard level and reached superior level, containing up to 150% of the energy a normal standard elemental spirit seed could contain. Soon, it broke through the 150% level and became a prime elemental spirit seed. Even among the stronger cultivation planets, this elemental spirit seed would be considered effective. But the energy kept rising, and soon it broke through the highest limit of prime. 300%. This is flawless. Strafe was shocked, but the energy had no sign of stopping. Several minutes passed once more, and it now had reached 500%. Perfect elemental spirit seed. Strafe was shocked. Strafe had an incomparable perfect heart in his world. His heart could store 552% of the energy that a standard level could. But Dyne easily passed through that level. Breaching 560 was a level that was never seen before. 560, 570, 580, 590. And then Dyne passed 600. Paragon elemental spirit seed. Strafe murmured the legendary spirit seed that defied logic. But even after passing 600, Dyne continued to rise. 610, 620, 630%. Strafe was worried. If Dyne passed 700%, it would be dangerous for Dyne. Dyne's heart was reformed using a rare and powerful material to craft it. Yet even that had its limit. If the seed's energy surpassed the limit of what Dyne's heart could endure, Dyne would die. It rose higher and stopped at 666%. The elemental spirit seeds stopped absorbing the energy around them. This brought great relief to Strafe. But now that the danger has passed, Strafe now fell into a state of wonder and amazement. Amazing! Just what soul did the sovereign of that world send here? 666? Isn't this an ominous number in his world? In his memories, 666 is the number of man. Strafe was curious. In his world, 10 was the number of completion. He was expecting Dyne to reach 1,000, but Dyne stopped. His elemental spirit seed was completed. It looked like a clump of lava and emitted strange fluctuations. But what was clear was the presence of holy. So that's how a brimstone seed is created. It seems our theories were wrong all along. Time and space required all 4 elements. But it seems brimstone requires only 3. But it does make sense. Brimstone should not have metal properties. Fire, holy, and earth are all that it needs. Strafe observed the seed. This was the first time he had seen the creation of it. The 2 individuals that Strafe had met with the brimstone element both created a holy elemental spirit seed. This was because no one knew how to make a brimstone element. And yet, Dyne had done the impossible and even defeated the billions and billions of years' worth of research. But the seed was not the only thing that amazed him. The heart was already formed. Dyne's body was now similar to that of a Seru. The appearance of an elemental heart meant that the elements of the soul had rooted firmly on the body. The seed was a gate of the energy, but with the heart, it meant that harnessing the elements and communing with them was now easier. Its effects on the body were just as miraculous. Since earth and metal were physical elements, Dyne would still be hurt if rocks were hurled at him. However, for the metaphysical and pseudo-metaphysical, Dyne's resistance in brimstone, holy, and fire was 4 times greater than an average man. And as this brimstone heart would develop, his entire body would increase more and more. Strafe glanced at the petrified Xenoir and observed it. Dyne had absorbed plenty of the petrified power of the Xenoir. Strafe was afraid that the Xenoir would wildly attack Dyne, but it seemed that it still couldn't move as most of its interior and exterior parts were still petrified. It's a good thing that serus is soul creatures, and the basilisk petrified its soul. Strafe nodded. Dyne had fallen asleep. Grim changed to its Jamard form and stood next to the Xenoir. Grim felt weak as he had depleted the energy that he gave to Dyne, but the process allowed Grim to be exposed to holy and thus absorbed large parts of it. Looks like Grim acquired a pseudo-holy element, and the Xenoir too. Dyne must do his best to save that Xenoir. Strafe smiled. Several kilometers away from where Dyne was, Tetsu, Vaughn, and Calamity continued to move. Calamity began to write what Dyne instructed him to write, which alerted Vaughn and Tetsu. The 3 began to move towards where Dyne was. They moved in haste and even avoided the monsters that they could avoid. 2 Lipians attacked them, but Calamity charged and tackled the 2, which threw them into the air. Vaughn and Tetsu did their juggles, and even Calamity helped by doing another tackle just before they would fall. The trio didn't kill the Lipians but injured them to the extent that they immediately retreated and no longer fought the trio. Like this, the 3 continued to move towards where Dyne was. An hour passed, and Dyne soon awakened. "You!" Dyne reacted as he felt the filthy black pus that had been expelled from his body. "You're awake? You've shown me quite a miracle. Do you know just how dash? Get this black stuff off me, man," Dyne shouted. "Don't worry. That's just the impurity that your body expelled dash. Help! 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 Master Dyne!" Tetsu rushed as he heard Dyne's panicked cry. Chapter 73, Elemental Spirit Seed. "Master Dyne!" Vaughn reached Dyne and was about to attack the Xenoir. "No need, Vaughn. That Xenoir has been petrified. Pull Lord Dyne out of the bottom. I can't see why he's in pain," Meta urged immediately. Tetsu also heard Meta's warning and pulled Dyne out. Dyne was screaming and throwing himself around. "What's wrong?" Tetsu asked. "Calamity!" Dyne ignored them and shouted for Calamity, who was the only one who could save him. Calamity immediately swallowed Dyne and spat him out. He didn't have even a single black smudge on his body. "Ha! Ha!" Dyne was panting as he laid on the ground. "What happened?" Tetsu asked again. "I hate black icky stuff," Dyne shouted. It was only when Dyne woke up and saw the slimy, icky, black goo around him that he realized he had a strange fear of it. Ordinary slimy objects did not faze Dyne, but when it was black and dirty, Dyne would cringe. The group looked at Dyne with a confused look. But, are you all right?" Tetsu asked again. "Yeah, never better. I kinda did something amazing, I guess," Dyne smiled. "But, I'm too weak. You guys have to carry me out of here," Dyne explained. "All right, Dyne, bring that Xenoir with you," Strafe suddenly spoke. "HRM? Why? Take a look at Grim. That Xenoir should be in a similar state," Strafe explained. Dyne immediately reached out, and Grim bowed its head towards Dyne's hand. As the 2 touched, Dyne could feel the presence of Grim. Meta? What's up with Grim?" It was then that Meta realized Grim's element. "He has the element of light." "Oh, so that's what it is." Dyne nodded. "What happened here, Lord Dyne?" "It's kind of difficult to explain. I don't even know what happened. I'll have to ask Teague. For now, carry me back to the village. I'll have Calamity carry that Xenoir. He should have a similar element." "Ask Teague," Meta wondered. Dyne closed his eyes and pretended to pray. The group looked for a few seconds, but then Calamity had already rushed down the Xenoir and lifted the petrified body and began to move. Seeing that, Tetsu had no choice but immediately carried Dyne and began to move. Dyne was curious and began to use his soul to explore the many changes in his body. Dyne had long noticed the organ just below his navel area that housed a large amount of energy. He knew this was where the energy he absorbed, which was his experience, was, but now it was more stable. At first, Dyne could feel the energy course through that area, but now he could sense that it was now more than a simple storage place. Dyne sent his soul into that area, and it was as if his consciousness fell into a vast plain full of white mist. What exactly is this? Dyne glanced around. This is your Force Foundation Palace. Originally, you should have seen this at least when you awakened your first Genesis tree. The organ had long been prepared, but there was just not enough energy to create this place. But when I gave you the holy element, your disgusting instinctive response was to use that energy and stabilize this place. What's it for? A lot. Storing of energy, nourishment of the body, providing physical strength, and a fertile ground to plant various sources of energy. Sounds cool. It is. For one, if you had a nice energy source, your body won't easily get tired. The physical exhaustion you faced after your epic sprint won't have happened if you have a secondary source of energy. And you didn't want me to build this because, again, Legaia is for soul cultivation. Although it looks like I really have to do something to make this world more challenging for you. More challenging? I almost died. Your first month of cultivation have outlasted 100 years for some. The way things are going, if I don't make this game harder, you'd be bored in playing this. Now I don't want that to happen. Let's talk about this one step at a time. First is the Force Foundation. Now that you have it, you can house plants, animals, or other high-tiered medicines inside of it. Can provide nourishment for you. Can give you energy so that you won't need to eat. Can do a lot of things. Basically, you put something inside there that can constantly provide you with energy. But how? Is there such thing that will provide unlimited energy for me? By feeding it a pure form of energy. Life energy. Those things that you've been absorbing from monsters and serus. That which you call experience in this game. I thought life energy was for me to strengthen my body? Yes, but you've noticed that you've had level caps, right? When I made your body, I already created the organ, which now acts as your Force Foundation. It's what the Chinese call Dantian. And to help you breach the level caps, I plan to use the Genesis tree. But of course, it won't be enough to make you worthy of physically being called a martial artist. Strafe laughed. Physically? Let's talk about that later. Let's move on to another point of interest. The elemental spirit seed and the heart of brimstone. You must have sensed it in your heart. Dyne's eyebrows crossed as he was praying. He moved his soul towards his heart and could find a small seed. It had a bright yellow and red shade and continued to release powerful heat. Brimstone. Dyne noticed the energy. The strange things that Dyne found made him curious. In the state of his meditation, he could only allow his instincts to take over. Notice your heart. It isn't made of flesh. Whoa, what happened? There are two things. If an elemental spirit seed successfully merges with the heart, it will somehow radiate the energy to the heart. I was aiming to do that, creating a heart of brimstone. Okay, so I now have a heart of brimstone. No, even better. Normally, it takes time to perfect this. If the heart now is made up of at least 20 to 30% and maxes out to 55% of that element, it becomes this heart of element. On your case, a heart of brimstone. There are many others. A heart of fire, water, ice, and whatever element usually transform the organ into a living element. But when it exceeds 55%, they become an element heart. In your case, brimstone heart. That's a very confusing naming scheme. I know, but that's what they called it in my world. Then, the black icky stuff was caused by the formation of my heart? Yes, that is the cause of that nasty black stuff earlier. Your body was expelling the impurities in your body. Specifically, your heart. That was a thick layer of black goo. Moreover, they felt as if they were the opposite of that holy power you sent in me. Was it death energy? Close. Remember when I told you that life has to be in death and death in life? The cycle of this yin-yang which creates life? Cultivators try to fight the heavens and escape death. Our bodies, mind, and our soul all have death energy. Your entire body, parts of your mind are made up of death energy. So you mean, I converted the death energy in my heart and began to expel the waste? It's great, you understand. That's the simplified explanation. But right now, it's just your heart. The serus were supposed to help you transform your body. Remember how Vaughn's seru in the game slowly grows and covers Dyne's hand, right? They are training wheels that I used in this world to prepare you for cultivation. For Vaughn, he would have an arm of fire, and when he awakens at least 5 Genesis trees, it becomes a fire-arm soul. Cultivators slowly transform their body into an element of choice. They use various magic sources, artifacts, and stuff to reform their body. For Vaughn, if he wants to complete his elemental body, he has to find other means to change his legs and his left arm. But you started at the best possible place, your body. The heart. How would it be different? Because it's the heart. Not even I started with the heart. You see, for Vaughn, his transformation will be limited because it is from their hands. And starting with the heart is very dangerous. Unless your heart is made of materials that can withstand the transformation and not get burnt, they will die. People start with extremities and slowly increase their body's resistance through it. But you started with your heart. So why didn't my heart burn? Because you're a freak. No one starts their bodily transformation with the heart. And nobody uses soul cultivation to achieve it. People use external objects, medicines, and artifacts to absorb them slowly. But you just crafted your elemental spirit seed way ahead of schedule. People use their bodily transformation so that they can withstand the pressure when crafting an elemental spirit seed. But your soul was too in sync with each other. It didn't even harm your heart. Hey, it hurt, you know? I felt this thingly heartburn throughout the process. It was very uncomfortable. Heartburn? Uncomfortable? Strafe was so mad. It didn't matter that it would cost him 2 days. He sent a powerful spirit blast towards Dyne. Tetsu was shocked as Dyne was suddenly struck and sent flying by an invisible force. Master Dyne, the group shouted. Chapter 74. On my own? Dyne was knocked unconscious from the attack. Strafe didn't even have a shred of compassion for him. The process that cultivators go through was harsh and challenging. People can train the body, but they cannot strengthen the organs easily. There were various methods made to do that. But Strafe had never seen someone who was so advanced in their soul cultivation that it changed cultivators' previously established progression. Introducing the elements to the body's vulnerable organs was one way for cultivators to increase their durability. And Dyne used elements that come from the soul. Strafe had the best his world has to offer. He had the most amazing teacher, and his path in cultivating always used the best alternative to grow. Because of this, he thought he had the right way of cultivation. He started so young, younger than the age most cultivators start cultivating, because when it was not physically ideal for Strafe to cultivate, he already began soul cultivation. So Strafe was already exposed to the ways of cultivating the soul and gone through many meditative practices. But like any cultivator, his progress in soul cultivation was the last to progress despite his genius status. That was how hard soul cultivation was. But not for Dyne. The moment he became a soul cultivator, he introduced hot burning soul elements in his body. Strafe didn't know that this was slowly increasing Dyne's resistance to heat. He spent a week doing that cultivation technique and even becoming a bridge for Bertugo, Broad, and the slimes, which increased his resistance. Strafe thought that Dyne was able to do all that because of the huge secret behind Drake water. And when Dyne was doing the same thing to Vaughn and Tetsu near Hunter Springs, Strafe attributed it to the mixed nature of the water that sprang from Drake and would get mixed by the Slime King's nest. But now, he realized that his resistance had increased to the point that he could do it without Hunter Spring and Drake water. Strafe thought that what Dyne was going through was to create the core of the seed. But Dyne went ahead and made the entire seed itself. And when Dyne went all the way, Strafe was checking on the limit and tolerance of Dyne. It was then he was shocked. Dyne could resist up to 700% of what the standard level elemental spirit seed could create. Just what kind of a monster did he send? Soon Dyne had woken up. Ugh, Dyne groaned. Master Dyne, thank goodness you're all right. Tetsu was relieved. The group had been carefully moving and had to use Chicken King and Golden Compass to make their travels faster. They were now near River Reach. Lord Dyne, what happened? Meta immediately asked. I don't know. The last thing I remember, I was talking to Strafe. Dyne shook his head. Let me ask him. Dyne closed his eyes once again. What happened? Dyne asked Strafe. You were relapsing in elemental powers. So I had to send a spiritual blast to contain the leaking energy. Strafe gave his vague answers. Oh, so is it all right now? Not sure. Strafe replied as he couldn't promise to send another blast in his irritation towards Dyne. But it should be all right for now. Your body is also stable, Strafe added. Oh, okay. Dyne nodded. It seems it was my body relapsing with the energy. But Strafe, oh, sorry, Meta. You're uncomfortable every time I say Teague's real name. Teague said that my body's all right for now. Dyne explained. Let's just get you back so you can properly rest. Tetsu answered and continued moving. Dyne closed his eyes once more and noticed that the energies swirling in his body had more vibrancy. Oh, so that's why the heart is the best place to start. Dyne noticed that his body was so different compared to Vaughn. Recalling their discussion, he noticed that Vaughn's arm had already merged with the Seru, and the properties of his hands were changing. But for Vaughn, the changes only extended towards Vaughn's elbows. But the spread in Dyne's body was larger. It had already covered his chest, making the effects at least 3 times greater. That is the power of having your heart change. The heart is a center for life energy. Even when you still have a mortal body, the heart naturally has the most life energy. And now, with a brimstone heart, this changes your growth progression, Strafe explained. Cool. Pretty soon, I can now live longer and reach 100. Dyne joked. You already can. Right now, your decay, entropy, and human decomposition have been slowed down. You could live up to 150 years as if they were just 60 years if we use the standard of your world. So you could go to about 300 if you remain healthy. You are also now more immune to other death-related entities such as sickness, diseases, and even poison. What? Dyne was shocked that he exclaimed, surprising Tetsu and Meta. Master Dyne? Vaughn asked worriedly. Tetsu had been running and panting that he couldn't find the breath to ask. No, nothing. Sorry. I was just amazed by my awesomeness. Dyne immediately closed his eyes, drawing curious eyes from Tetsu and Vaughn. How did that happen? How did the change in my heart do that? Dyne asked Strafe. Feeding your body life energy can never really eliminate the death energy that makes up your body. There are special ways to combine the life energy stored in you, and this world has a few. You did something that surpassed even my plans. You were never supposed to have that. It's extremely advantageous, but it makes your body cultivation harder. You're referring to the Genesis tree? So what about my level cap? Can I now reach higher levels because of the converted death energy in my body? Judging by the life energy that resides in your body, you should be able to reach level 6. Of course, your current body allows you to breach more levels if you awaken a Genesis tree. But the issue is you already have a brimstone heart and an elemental spirit seed. Those two will absorb energy, Strafe explained. Isn't that advantageous? Hugely. I guess it fits you. You see, the energy will only be in your body, and you can release it. But for Vaughn and the rest of the Seru wearers, the life energy is divided towards their physical bodies, making them stronger and harder. Even bullets won't kill them soon. But as for you, because you have those seeds and that heart, the life energy will be condensed there, but your body won't receive as much life energy compared to Vaughn and the rest. Meaning, am I a glass cannon? Well, in my world, a single properly aimed bullet can kill me. Yes, so that's why this is profitable for you. You are already used to being a glass cannon. Cultivators emphasize on defense. What's the max level I can reach in this world if I awaken all Genesis trees? For Vaughn and the rest, probably level 20. You? About 15. It could be less depending on how greedy your seed is. I won't be surprised that you won't even reach level 15. What? Wait, isn't this a little too unfair even for Vaughn? They can only max at level 20. It's cultivation. It was never meant to be easy, but it's possible to pass it. You were never meant to train the body here. That's just a plus. Remember, you will go to my world soon and embark on the journey there. Legaia will always be by your side to be a training ground to be a soul cultivator, which is slowly losing its purpose now that you awakened the spirit seed. This thing in my heart, is that amazing? Yes. Let me tell you what I envisioned for this game. The spirit arts of the monks would teach you how to wield your spirit like a weapon. This will be the foundational means for you to use your soul to strengthen the body. But you easily did that. I thought you'd only be able to do that when you get your seru. What? But spirit arts are easy to learn. Strafe wanted to slap Dyne again but contained his emotions. Moving on, by partnering with a seru who will be linked to your life, you could see firsthand just how they use the soul to convert the energy into something else. The spirit arts of monks uses the soul for pure physical strengthening. Serus and serus are soul creatures that specialize in creation and energy. That's why despite the serus having rocky or metallic forms, they can still shoot fire. Okay, I understand that. So even with my seed, that ability is still far off for me, right? Strafe really wanted to slap Dyne and even controlled the urge to spirit blast Dyne. No. It's now possible for you to do that. You see that red orb in the middle of meta? Yeah, that's an elemental spirit seed. What? Strafe opened his eyes and voiced his shock. That's right. You have become a seru-like creature in this world. I'm like a seru? Dyne shouted. The group was startled at Dyne's shout. He had been piggybacking on Tetsu. Lord Dyne, Meta was surprised. Sorry, we'll talk later, Meta. Kind of busy with Teague. Dyne replied and immediately closed his eyes. Serus are elemental spirit seed? They aren't solely elemental spirit seeds. They have other parts and are made up of various things, and are actual life forms. And I won't explain it now because it's not important. Truthfully, Strafe didn't want to explain those things because Dyne might immediately seek these things out and acquire or enhance them independently. Then am I my own seru? I can absorb gemarts? No. At least at your current level and with what you have, you still can't. Let me explain what the elemental spirit seeds are. They are physical manifestations of your soul. And it isn't like spirit or those attacks you release. Those are soul energies. A spirit seed is something that your soul develops and implants on your body. In my world, there were many ways to create it and many places to put it. As for you, I added the extra chamber near your heart. What do you mean a physical manifestation? It means your soul, which didn't have locality, presence, or from in the physical dimensions, finally have one. And that link between the soul and the physical allows you to maximize the ways of harnessing soul energy. While you can't absorb a gemard, you can use elemental magic from your soul just like a gemard can. What? Dyne was stunned. So I can do magic? You said that if I enter Breath of Fire back then, I wouldn't be able to do magic and stuff. And now you have reached that level. Breath of Fire is a fairly advanced world. It has basic soul cultivation and a more advanced form of mind cultivation. That's how people in their world can do magic. Everyone in that world has mixed souls. I made them by combining humans and sprites. You should know which characters I'm talking about. Dyne knew full well as he recalled all game characters. Each character in Breath of Fire could learn their own specific sets of magic as they level up. Nina, she knows wind magic. Ursula knows fire. Sayas knows ice and Cray, earth. And now, you know the magic that can only happen in Breath of Fire when attacks combine through combos. That's what it means to be your own seru, Strafe explained. Chapter 75. Let the freak do what freaky does. Dyne was excited. So I'm like a Breath of Fire character that you created in that world? Correct. It's because you have a unique constitution. Let's use Cray of Breath of Fire 4. He can do both soul and mind cultivation. He uses his soul as the channel to create the element and sends it out using his mind magic. And that's how he can use earth magic. It's an advanced form of magic that doesn't require other forms of energy but energy from within. This is weak and very insufficient compared to what mind cultivators do. Going by your words, it sounds like magic requires something to power it. It does. That's why cultivators look for medicines, spiritual fruits, and the like that allow their bodies to become energy centers to produce that magic. You can cast elemental magic out of nothing, after all. That's why the path of magicians and mages, although powerful, is a costly path. Unless they found some high-ranking artifacts that can harness and convert energy from death or life energy, most cultivators have a limited supply of the magics they use. Soul cultivators have this advantage because they draw out energy from their souls. But of course, it's limited. If you have something else as an external source of energy, it would be easier. For example, suppose you cast brimstone-related magic and have an external energy source in your mind chamber or the force foundation. In that case, you could expend only 1/100th that usual mind cultivators expend. Whoa, that many? Then what happens if my soul runs out? I will be relying only on my soul. After all, it can run out if you exhaust it. But the soul isn't that easy to destroy. Remember when we first saw Grimm? He was weak and wounded, but he could still stay alive because you kept feeding him your soul. Not to mention, the mist in this area fuels them, so even if they are extremely wounded, they could recover if left in the mist. Soul energy is the easiest to produce because it can gather and create energy from both life and death. If you run out of soul, rest your body, eat, and it will recover. Of course, it may take time. But in any case, you are your own Seru, as you can now create elemental attacks. Oh, so soul cultivation is that amazing? Dyne nodded. Yes, but it is the hardest. I made Legaia to help you make the switch. I created this world so that it can help you learn how to cast magic from the soul. You see, magic users in my world rely on other devices, fruits, artifacts, or use monsters and other soul creatures to provide the elemental power to cast magic. They usually consume something and seal it in their force foundation to make elemental attacks. The energy is sent from the force foundation towards the brain, which creates mind attacks. I learned soul magic to understanding how to make mind magic. But you freak. I only have a seed. I can't attack yet. Wrong. It's a highly advanced stage. You practically skipped the first part and went to the advanced version. You skipped learning mind to learn the soul. Dyne was silent. Oh, how did I did that? You mother firmamenting freak. Hey, language. Don't forget that you're a god. How should I know how you did it? Even I don't know how you did it. No one has seen the creation of a brimstone elemental seed, much less a freakin' heart. It was you who kept absorbing the elements and consolidated the earth element from the basilisk, the fire from Grimm, and the holy that I bestowed on you. You even instantly rejected the metal element. Oh, so that's what it was. Yeah. It was kind of itchy. So when I felt that, I threw it off. Itchy? You rejected the metal element because it was itchy. Well, what do you want me to say? Just, never mind. Now about the elemental spirit seed. Most cultivators are unable to harness the power of their souls and use their actual element. What if you don't have an element? Then most of those who do not have any elements are either begin with using earth or wind. Again, all elements can be mastered. Your soul can change elements through your mind. If a person is neutral, then it means they have a harder time understanding or mastering elements. I get it. Legaia is supposed to help me understand various elements. Yes, with a Seru who can catch serus, you have magic in you with a different element. Even fire can learn its opposing element, water. Isn't Meta able to summon Gizm or Freed? Is it like that in your world too? Wouldn't Meta summon a weak Gizm or Freed? It's the same. Even if you capture a Seru of the opposing element, you can't effectively use it. If you try to summon a dark element Seru, it would be weak. But I intended to expose you to as many elements as possible so you can study them. If you put in enough effort, you could even master the opposing elements. That's why I used the souls of a very sought-after race in my world. The powerful sprites became souls of the mother Serus of this world. Mother Serus, you say? Dyne was intrigued by these words. I am referring to the first batch of Serus I created. This is another side quest for you. Strafe decided to reveal this. Sounds amazing. Dyne was excited. Anyway, now that you have this talent, get a Seru and start capturing all the Serus. This will expose you to all elements, giving you the chance to master it. Alright, But I've been trying to bring out the power, but nothing's happening. Of course not. Your soul has been exhausted. Grim and that Xenoir had some of their souls consumed by you, you know. What? Dyne checked on Grim and realized that about a quarter of his soul was diminished. Don't worry. Soul energy can recover, especially when the mist is around. The seed has just started to grow. It will need nourishment. You need to feed it both life and death energy. With the mist around, you don't have to worry about feeding it death energy. So focus on harnessing life energy. And no, I can't give you any more of those. I wouldn't ask them from you. I know it'll lower your lifespan, so I have to kill some monsters to feed it? Alright, the Genesis tree ought to be great sources. The elemental spirit seed requires something to feed it energy constantly. Most cultivators attempt to create their elemental spirit seed last. It is only after they perfect the force foundation and their mind chamber and implant amazing objects in their body to feed their body. Otherwise, they consume medicines, herbs, or kill and eat the monster cores of some high-class monsters to put in their force foundation and their mind chamber. What is this mind chamber? It's a catalyst of converting the energy that a cultivator has in their force foundation. Only those with martial codes focus on this. What you should focus on is your force foundation. As I said, if you have built a force foundation that supplies energy to the seed, you can cast countless magics or supply you with energy. But now, your weak seed and heart can only do so much. It was then that a crazy idea surfaced on Dyne's head. How does it happen exactly? You said that people put even animals in their force foundation and stuff. Does that mean that there is a way to shrink stuff? Sort of. But normally, people put spirit beings such as sprites or plants inside. What about the Genesis tree seedling in soul? Will that do as my force foundation thing? Strafe blanked out for a bit, then realized what could be done. You mean something like that in your force foundation? It's crazy. It wouldn't work for most people. But for a soul freak like you could do it. Strafe was amazed. Crazy? What's crazy? You talk as if it's too risky for people to put a Genesis tree in their force foundation. If it's like that, no. It's perfect. It's perfect. You are a freak. I'll trust in your freakishness to do the impossible. I'll let the freak do what freaky does. Yeah. That sounds crazy. You may be overestimating me. Overestimating, he said. Strafe laughed like an insane man. Your potential is just too much. None on my world has the same potential that you do. Thinking back, I've finally accepted that all the miracles you've done since you got here have been because of your knack for soul cultivation. And if that genius potential wasn't enough, you've had the rarest elemental affinity and is a genius in cultivating it. How did you think you've managed to convert Grim? He was a Seru of the mist. You mean it had to do with my talent? Talent and element. You did it without any prior training and you had the element of neutral earth that turns to light. That is how you managed to transition a Jamard from having the mist's madness into a sentient creature that can resist it. Even the light Serus in this world become evil when they are exposed to the mist. How is it that your Jamard can resist it? It's because you have completed the yin and yang balance. Darkness and light. You created a Jamard that has light in darkness and darkness in light. And that was only possible because you had an element that was the transition between neutral to good. Then does that mean my ability to make them remember their past life? Yes, it should also be linked with that ability. In this world, with such thick mist, it would have been impossible. But you had such potential and ability. It may not seem like a cheat yet, but cultivate, study the arts of fire. You have a Jamard, and you may soon have that Xenoir. This time, I will help you and impart to you a technique that allows you to maximize your communion with the Serus. Serus is sprites that are also artifacts. There is a cultivation art that allows cultivators to combine powers with sprites. And you might have the knack for it, Strafe explained. Chapter 76. Lies for Byron Monastery. After the long prayer time session that Dyne had, he finally opened his eyes. They were closing in on the village. The few hours that Vaughn and Tetsu had in the village bore amazing results. The walls around the area were now stronger, and the gate was also fortified. Whoa! How did you guys do it in such a short time? It's thanks to Calamity. He could stick to the walls and carry stuff like wood and stone. That's how we were able to find and carry the wood we found. He's much stronger than the slimes in our village. Oh, so that's why the hunters has this slime romance. Dyne murmured. The group placed Dyne back in their huge room. It was nearly twilight by then, so the group began to discuss what to do next. You mean? You could make Xenoir that can resist the mist? Tetsu was shocked. Meta was silent and waited for Dyne to continue explaining. Dyne began to explain the many mysteries of what happened. But instead of talking about his sheer awesomeness, Dyne made it look like Teague selected him for this very purpose. Of course, Dyne happily reported that he was able to exceed Teague's expectations and discuss something about the elemental spirit seed. I have sensed that power in you. It is earth, fire, and holy. This is amazing. Lord Dyne, Meta finally interrupted. Does that mean that Master Dyne has the power of the Ariseru? Not exactly. I'm not as strong as them, because I'm like you, Vaughn. Emmy? Vaughn wondered. How many times can you summon and create the form of that Jamard? 3 times, Vaughn replied, and that 3 times requires Meta to do her part. In my case, I have to do both what you did and what Meta is doing as well, so I only have enough energy to make about a single magic attack. I could increase my soul's energy if I tried absorbing the mist to make the elemental seed grow and have energy, but I'd turn into something similar to a mad Seru. Dyne sighed. The group couldn't help but shiver as they imagined a mad Dyne. But the Xenoir, you can tame it? Of course. Why else did Lord Dyne carry this Xenoir? Dyne frowned and wondered why Strafe urged him to bring him. Hey, Strafe, can I convert as many Serus as I can? Not realistic. Grim has already bonded with you, which is why he isn't affected by the mist. Even if you manage to make another Seru neutral, unless you bond with them or constantly use your powers to make them remember their previous life, they will only remain neutral for a few seconds until falling back into madness. Of course, getting them out of the madness of the mist is easy, but taxing on your part. But taking on another Seru to bond with will make it very difficult, as you will be forced to use rune power to sync with them or equip an additional Seru. If I increase my rune power, will it help? Yes. Leveling up can do that as the life energy contained in your body increases. And since you will be controlling them while they are attached to you, the high power requirement will be lessened. Oh, I get a discount? So how much would be controlling a Xenoir be? Xenoir would be equal to controlling a Jinn in the game, Brigandine. So 35 rune power. Huh? That doesn't sound bad. How much rune power do I have anyway? 22. What? 22. The weakest rune knight would have at least over 100 rune power. You aren't a rune warrior. At least not yet. And by the way, monsters here have low levels and are more inferior than the monsters in that game. You can use this Xenoir to absorb the petrification that is being drawn out. Because of the mist, even if you manage to remove the earth energy, it will slowly grow back. Then I guess I can't bond with a Xenoir right away. Too bad. It would have been awesome if I can command a team of Xenoirs. But oh well, elemental practice takes priority. Dyne made his resolve. Dyne turned to the group. I can tame a Xenoir and link with him, but I have to improve on soul cultivation. If I try to tame it just like Ginger, it may take me days to weeks to create it. And they have to bond with me so that they can resist the mist. I know what you planned, Tetsu. You want me to create an army of good Serus. Sadly, as of now, it's not possible. You plan to bond with more than one Seru? That's rather difficult, Lord Dyne. Meta added. But not impossible. If it's a normal Seru, it can't. But if the Seru has consciousness and is like you, who can control the limitation of their bonding with me. I see. Grim has already stepped on a path like a Ariseru. Then if you can make more, it is indeed possible. Meta was amazed. Although it would have been possible without the mist, if you detach your connection with Grim, Grim will become our enemy? Tetsu asked. That is the case, Meta answered instead. It won't be that way forever. Cheer up, gang. I just have to get stronger, although the current stage that I am at feels like it's endless. Vaughn, Tetsu, you two should be at the soul awakening stage. I'm guessing Meta and me is at the soul gathering stage, but this stage feels so vast. Meta's somewhere far off at the distance while I'm just at the starting point, Dyne explained. Can I reach the next stage? Meta asked. I think you should. Serus and humans bonding is greatly beneficial to humans since they could understand what soul cultivation is. I mean, imagine if you're like this amateur in a certain skill and you somehow get to share a body with someone who is extremely good at it. It's possible to learn their skills. Meta, as Vaughn grows, you should also focus on growing. Do not think that Teague designed you to only grow stronger with the Genesis tree. Without their powers, you can still grow. And you need to, especially when we've got monsters like the basilisk nearby. That beast was one dangerous enemy, Dyne explained. Was it the basilisk that made this creature turn to stone? Meta asked. Yes, it was strange. Even my soul got affected. It was that power that allowed me to create this elemental spirit seed. Dyne then began to tell them about what went on. He told them how he led a team of serus and was able to master the Chicken King further. Vaughn was so amazed that he immediately borrowed the golden compass and tried to see if he can do the same thing. Meta and Tetsu continued to listen to the tale. So the Seru was able to kill over 50 monsters? Tetsu was shocked at the power of the group. Yup, the Xenoirs were tough. The hardest part was breaking their rocky exteriors. Many frogs sacrificed themselves with their body slams. The ostrich's beak wasn't hard enough to break through their shell. But when that basilisk appeared, the Xenoirs was trembling in fear. Tetsu was stunned. Even Vaughn, who was busy tinkering with the golden compass, turned his attention to Dyne. I didn't see the basilisk, but that thing had the power to petrify everything around it. It was a soul attack, and I almost died. I don't think it's wise to fight it without a Seru. I mean, all of us have to be Seru wearers to challenge it. Dyne glanced around. But at least your purpose has been fulfilled. With the deaths of those monsters, it may take a while for them to rebuild their army. At most, they would need over a year to recover that amount. Just a year. Dyne was surprised but then realized how it would be possible to have that amount. Oh right, the mist must have the ability to make monsters grow faster. What are your plans? With a monster that strong, Byron is sure to fall soon, Meta asked. We need to get stronger first. The reason why I'm headed there is to acquire a Seru. Is that the Genesis tree that you claim to be dying? Meta asked. Right on. But we have another problem. When we reach Byron Monastery, we may not be able to explain Calamity. I brought paint so I can color Grim white. We can lie and make the monks believe that Grim is a petrified Seru who fought the monster. That way, we can alert them of a basilisk. But we need to get permission from them to move to the north to go to the Genesis tree. Meta paints Vaughn's arm white to make it look like Meta was petrified and allowed Vaughn to recover his consciousness. Any ideas? Why can't we just tell them about the Seru? Vaughn asked. Not good. Rem told me that among them is a traitor. Remember, it's no longer monks who live there. If the people of River Reach and the nearby towns escaped there, Byron Monastery is no longer the same monastery that you remember it to be. Tetsu. Dyne glanced at Tetsu, anticipating what he would say in this manner. Hearing Dyne's explanation, Tetsu decided not to voice out his confidence with the monks. Dyne's words did have a point. We can't let them know of the future hope that we carry. We can tell the head monk, I guess. But as for everyone else, we should make them think that we are on a desperate search for a cure for Vaughn's petrification. Any suggestions? The monks have a secret mixture to make medicine. We can make it look like we wish to search for medicine on the forest. Oh, they have medicine. Yes, the droppings of frogs and lipians combined allow plants to have the possibility of maturing and developing medicines. But the monks might already have some in stock. That is a problem. Dyne frowned. Lord Dyne, what if we tell them that we need the sap of a Genesis tree? It is a powerful tree emanating with this soul energy you speak of. Since we are going to make it look like that I am something that was caused by the basilisk, you could claim to be looking for a tree sap from the Genesis tree. Meta gave her suggestion. Dyne clapped his hands. That's perfect. Let's use that as an excuse. Dyne smiled and approved. Then shall we go tomorrow? Tetsu asked. Not yet. I need to recover. We can still afford a few days. Tetsu, Vaughn, continues to fortify this area. Besides, I have this strange feeling that the basilisk is moving. We might need to hide here for a bit. Dyne voiced out his fears. Chapter 77, Holy. The next day Dyne awoke and noticed that there were strange changes in his chest area. The skin was turning red and started to have a strange glow. He could feel a peculiar hardness in his chest. Dyne immediately closed his eyes again and realized that he could go back to sleep again, a task he was unable to do since forever. He woke up half an hour later. Wow, that felt amazing. Why was I closing my eyes? Oh right, my chest. Realizing his initial intentions, Dyne began to observe the changes in his chest. Just as Strafe said, his chest area changed because of Brimstone Heart. The changes even reached a bit near his neck area. Hey Strafe, is this dangerous? Dyne asked. Not in the slightest. It's just part of the process of changing your body. It will disappear soon if you cultivate it properly. But it may stay there for a while, Strafe explained. Looks like I'll have to look for a scarf of some sort to cover this. When Dyne moved out, Tetsu and Vaughn were already cooking ostriches that they killed earlier that day. They had already begun to follow Dyne's teachings in the ways to cook it. What was shocking was that Meta began to release a fiery attack, and together with Vaughn, the two began to cook the ostrich meat. Vaughn was surprised as this was not something that Meta and Vaughn could do in the game. Elemental magic? Dyne was startled. Hey, Strafe, this isn't like in the game. Meta shouldn't be able to do that, Dyne asked. Are you complaining? Of course not. I'm just curious. Apart from certain things that would be impossible to do, you were pretty solid in trying to follow the rules of the game. I did. Meta shouldn't be able to do that. This is on you. Strafe grumbled and didn't reply at Dyne's succeeding questions. Finally, he turned to Meta. Meta, how are you doing this? Dyne asked. Lord Dyne, I honestly don't know, but since we started training and you would do that ability you call the Imaginarium art, I could somehow see strange visions. The more that I trained according to the teachings you've bestowed on Tetsu and Vaughn, I somehow was able to draw out my soul energy and summon the flame with little help from Vaughn. Dyne finally got his answer. The constant exposure to the Imaginarium Bond and how Dyne would reflect the memories of Elpida and Allo's Basilisk caused Meta to tap into his memories. That's awesome. It seems that you are now starting off to be a real cultivator. Meta, Dyne chuckled. While your words honor me, I believe that being next Vaughn will be my role as long as I live. That's what I meant. The two of you must grow stronger as one. It looks like I still have a long way to reach your level. Now that you have new abilities, I shall not lose to you, Lord Dyne. Meta laughed. The group ate and Dyne asked Meta and Vaughn what they were doing. Meta was using his elemental spirit seed to create the energy, but Vaughn was harnessing it. The two shared the burden. This was, of course, only possible because Vaughn had also stepped into the ways of soul cultivation. After the meal, Dyne gave his instructions. You two must take Calamity and train yourself through battle. Go west, towards the area where you found me. Take the Golden Compass and the Chicken King. I don't know why, but I feel that the basilisk will move here today. If you see it, immediately escape. What about you, Lord Dyne? I'll meditate on the basement level. I doubt the basilisk could sense me. I could even hide my presence when I was near him, and he was only able to detect me because of the budding elemental seed. If I sense the basilisk nearby, I can send a message to Calamity to warn you. Understood. Me and Vaughn will continue our training regime. With the dishes you've been feeding us, I can begin to train Dyne in bodily cultivation, Tetsu explained. That's good. I might need a rain check on that training. I'm too weak right now. The elemental spirit seed is eating up my physical strength as it is looking for something to nourish it. I'd have to eat 3 times the amount you eat so I can have the energy to spare. Dyne grumbled. With your skill in soul cultivation, you don't need bodily strength. Tetsu laughed as he left. And so, the pair left with Calamity while Dyne stayed. When the group finally left, Dyne went out and stood as he could see the mist approach. Strafe sighed. I knew you were planning this. Strafe shook his head. Complaining? A little. But I hoped you would try this method. I don't know how resilient your element is to the madness that the mist brings. But if you were able to convert a Jamard born in the mist, then you should be capable of converting the mist into something to fuel your elemental spirit seed. This was also why Dyne wanted Tetsu and Vaughn immediately to leave, as he was risking becoming mad from the mist. When Dyne began to cultivate, the mist's power slowly seeped into his body. A great strange sense of decay could be felt. Death energy. Let's try this. Dyne then began to focus on his seed. It was slowly drawing energy in and began absorbing it. But a few minutes later, Dyne stopped. Too much. The death energy is too much. I'd be closer to death because of this. Dyne cursed as he stopped his attempt. The problem was that the elemental soul seed was so close to the heart that it affected it. Dyne could sense a strange conflict occurring near his heart and realized that it was dangerous to continue. There are sects in the cultivation world that use this method to train. But as I expected, it's too hard for you. You are, after all, an elemental cultivator of life. Is it regarding the life and death factions of the elemental will thing you taught me? Yes. Holy uses life energy. Fire is largely dependent on it. Lightning slightly depends on life energy. And then there is entropy, which is the tipping point from life to neutral. If you are brimstone, which is from neutral earth to life, entropy is something furthest from life. It is closely related to wind, which is the opposite of earth, right? I kind of took a mental note of the elemental wheel that you explained. So after wind is an element that is the exact opposite of mine. I am from neutral to pure life. The opposite is neutral to pure death. Time and space element, right? Exactly. Since you are so close to holy or life energy, the death energy of the mist is something dangerous for you to cultivate. Too bad. I was hoping for a miracle. Strafe laughed. A part of him was extremely happy. For the first time, Dyne was unable to make the impossible possible. So I can't make my seed stronger by absorbing the mist. Sad. So I guess it's time to move to the second best training method. What, second best? Strafe stopped and wondered what Dyne meant. You said it yourself. The reason why I was able to convert Grim was that I was brimstone. I have always created soul energy that was a turning point from neutral to good, which is an important step. So I realized that I need to strengthen my control of the elements. Also, Grim became holy. And when Grim acquired this element, I could feel that his fire only grew stronger. So, I wondered. Strafe didn't like what Dyne was implying. There were secrets to many elements that only a few cultivators knew. In Strafe's cultivation world, only a very small percentage knew of this. And Dyne seemed to have gained a certain epiphany. Cultivators must cultivate to master their alignment, right? If they want to become stronger, learning it will help them. They have to chase the alignment. Wind must chase the dark. Earth must chase the light. Why else did Grim and the Xenoir suddenly move to the holy element? They are sprites in your world, so they seem to know something that can explain more about the mystery in elemental affinity. In your cultivation world, I need to understand holy to grow stronger, just as how Grim was able to grow stronger. Impressive. This simple concept is something that not everyone in our world knows. Amazingly, you figured this out, Strafe answered. Secretly, he was marveling at Dyne's wisdom. If this keeps up, Dyne ought to be able to surpass all soul cultivation principles that we know. I best refrain from guiding him too much and allow him to discover things which will help him in his cultivation. Strafe thought to himself as he looked at Dyne, who was in some form of meditation. Wait, it's not that, it's learning to bend your alignment. That's it. Right now, I am a stepping stone from neutral to holy. I will definitely get stronger if I understand what holy is. Dyne smiled. You do need to understand holy. No, that's not what I mean. Originally, I planned to use the mist to threaten me to make me produce holy forcibly. But now I realized it goes beyond that. I must teach my elemental spirit seed to make itself take the step to holy and not just be a stepping stone. Dyne then closed his eyes. The mist slowly gathered once more. But this time, there was something strange in Dyne's state that shocked Strafe. Enlightenment? Again? Can't you just stick to the program that I made for you to follow? What the firmament will you learn now? Strafe cursed. Dyne's elemental spirit seed shivered. The brimstone energy released earth and fire, but now another energy was being drawn out. Dyne used the mist to enter his body and surround the elemental spirit seed. The threat caused the elemental spirit seed to fight back, and their Dyne was able to see the element that could fight the mist. It wasn't the earth energy, nor was it the fire, but it was there, the invisible power that allowed fire and earth to merge. Ethereal and corporeal, earth and fire. I see it now, Dyne murmured even though he was in a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment during enlightenment? Is that even possible? And how the firmament did he even guess the right terms? Strafe wanted to send a spirit blast to Dyne. He wanted to just smack the genius out of the monstrosity that is Dyne. Ethereal and corporeal was a term only known by those who have studied and found the secrets of elements. And for some reason, Dyne figured it out. In between corporeal earth and ethereal fire was the energy known as life. Harnessing it produces the element called holy. Dyne held his two arms towards his chest as if trying to pull out the energy locked within. White energy appeared. It had the same color that Dyne could get from killing monsters. Their life energy. Dyne was drawing out and controlling his life energy and found a way to harness it. The holy energy fought the maddening mist. He did it. Did he learn holy? How? He hasn't even learned how to control brimstone. In the spirit world, Strafe was biting his spirit foot as he cursed. Chapter 78. Meta's Resolve. The holy energy around Dyne was finally drawn out. Using the threat of the mist, Dyne found a way to bring out the life energy in his body. Dyne spent nearly an hour familiarizing himself on how to draw out holy and was careful not to abuse it as he could feel his body suffering from great fatigue. After familiarizing himself on how to draw out and move the holy energy, Dyne focused on trying to get used to creating a holy film of energy that would protect his heart and brain. The purpose was that Dyne wanted to be so unaffected by the mist. His next goal was to go to a place that had thick mist, so he wanted to ensure that he would be ready for it. As the best soldier in his world, he had to account for the worst in every scenario. As such, he wanted to travel within the thickest mist for the longest possible time. Dyne used his newfound knowledge to create a holy barrier that protected his brain and his heart. Strafe looked at it and frowned. The mist caused mental attacks and would slowly kill a human that traveled in it. That was why the hunters would suffer from paralysis and such. While it was relatively safe for Dyne to travel in the southern regions as the mist was thinner, moving forward to the northern area where the mist was thicker would provide problems. If not for the drake and hunter spring water and the hearty consumption of ostrich meat, Tetsu and Dyne would have suffered from illnesses in the long time they spent in the mist. After 2 more hours, Dyne finally stopped as he was satisfied with what he had created. Strafe kept silent as Dyne immediately went inside to eat some more food to replenish his body. But immediately after, Dyne carried the large and heavy Xenoir and brought it closer to the door. Despite its size and weight, it was possible for Dyne, who could control the force that his spirit arts could release. The door was kept open to allow mist to come in, and the Xenoir was immediately inside the room. Dyne took out Grim and held Grim, who now assumed Jamard form while holding the Xenoir on the other. Strafe realized what Dyne was doing. I see. You plan to use the Jamard and Xenoir as converters. If the mist can cause harm to your body because of its thick death energy, you will instead allow these two to harness it. Death energy can't harm them and are immediately converted to soul energy. Yeah. How did it easily create holy? They are sprites. It is in their innate nature easily grow stronger in the elements. We used them as references for our growth. Others use them to improve their power. This is why these creatures are hunted and are rare in my world. If my master had not provided many of them a sanctuary in her Imaginarium Bond to reproduce, they would have been long extinct for how cultivators need them. Well, it's good that you gave them a home here in Legaia. For now, these two can do holy thanks to your help. It wasn't just me. It was brimstone that allowed them to transition. That elemental affinity of yours is as monstrous as time and space element. The things you can naturally do takes years and years for many cultivators. I just hope that my gains here will be enough. Dyne sighed as he began to cultivate. The threat of the basilisk brought him to the edge. He allowed the Jamard to draw in a lot of mist and was drawing out the converted energy. With their bond, it was simple. The Xenoir was different. It was petrified, and while most cultivators would be stuck in the process, Dyne, who was brimstone, could draw the holy energy they were releasing. The process was extremely slow. Dyne had to maintain the balance and kept channeling the energy in Jamard to ensure he wouldn't turn mad. Dyne was also careful not to overdraw the energy from the Jamard and the Xenoir, not to kill them accidentally. More parts of the petrified body of the Xenoir were disappearing, but the petrification was also slowly growing and would cover the Xenoir. Dyne made sure that his absorption process wouldn't cause the Xenoir to move once more and focused on certain parts of the body that wouldn't be able to move even if unpetrified. More hours passed, and Dyne suddenly stopped. He closed the door and went down to the basement. Is it headed for the forest? Dyne frowned. As he got more skilled in his elemental powers, he could sense it. It was the basilisk. It moved and attacked the Lipians and other creatures, but it was as if it was searching for something. Dyne sat down and began to contain his power. He sat down and waited for the basilisk to move. Its cries could be heard, and there were sounds of battle. As the presence of the basilisk moved further and further north, Dyne continued to cultivate. He sent a message to Calamity and informed them that they could return. Dyne continued to gather and harness the energy in his soul and later returned to the top and repeated the process of channeling Grimm's energy. You need to be more skilled in producing more holy Grimm, Dyne explained. He was changing the energy he drew. Dyne was focusing on drawing out the holy from Grimm. Since Grimm was now willingly giving the energy, Dyne could focus on harnessing fire and earth from the Xenoir. Tetsu and the team returned. Surprisingly, they had brought with them several restrained and dying Jamards that Calamity carried. Wow, you guys look like you got busy, Dyne laughed. Vaughn and Tetsu's appearances were haggard. We took inspiration from what you said, Tetsu laughed. We found a small group of serus. We tricked them. Tetsu drew the Xenoir's attention while Vaughn did his part to draw the Jamards. We separated them, and when they were far from each other, Tetsu used the Chicken King. We can't handle Xenoirs, but Jamards could be juggled. Impressive, Dyne approved. Lord Dyne, I require your assistance, Meta requested. Oh, what's up, Meta? I want to grow stronger. I have always been afraid of the mist and dared not do what you planned to do earlier. I know that if I allowed the mist to be drawn into my soul, I would be harmed and even killed. But with what you said, that this is a matter of cultivation, I now know that it is possible. So I am asking for your help. You also want to absorb the mist? Even I couldn't do it, Meta. I have been using the Xenoir and Grimm as a channel, and I don't think you can even do what Grimm and Xenoir do. You see, you are a Ariseru. Your alignment has always been to the light. I can't explain it well, but Teague told me that all creatures in Legaia have souls aligned to something. You are of the light. It is in your nature to care and love. Serus aren't like that since they seem to be neutral souls. Since the Genesis trees and Noru Valley harness life energy, these Serus will be peaceful. But when they are exposed to the mist, they become dark, for the mist influences them. That's not it. I'm planning to use these creatures and implant the seed to Vaughn, Meta explained. Even Strafe was stunned at Meta's resolve. Planting a seed? I'm not sure if it is safe. It will be a fire seed. Hence, these Jamards. I can protect Vaughn from the flames so that it won't hurt his body. Going by Tetsu's body cultivation art, there is a technique to use extreme temperatures to increase strength. This can also help Vaughn grow more powerful. And if Vaughn can have that, we can also do the same to Tetsu and the other hunters who show potential, Meta explained. Master Dyne, I want to grow stronger. Right now, the reason why Meta can't reach her potential is because I am too weak. Since I've started cultivating in the ways of a soul cultivator, I plan to put my life on the line, Vaughn added. Dyne was silent. The two somehow came up with a crazy way of getting stronger. Agree to her request. I can impart on you the arts for elemental seed planting, Strafe suddenly voiced out. What? Dyne was surprised. Cheapskate Strafe is actually helping Meta? Meta is a powerful sprite that was very dear and close to me, so it's hard for me to say no, especially since she has shown such resolve, Strafe answered. Dyne was surprised and stopped teasing Strafe. But it can only be done when a Genesis tree is awakened. Is it easy to implant seeds on others? Depends on your actions outside this world. Rim Elm and Byron can grow stronger if you find great opportunities. Is it possible to find such convenient items in the cultivation world? It's a bit rare in the part of the universe where we are at. But it is possible. Too bad they went through the effort of capturing 3 Jamards. Dyne shook his head. He knew he would have to kill and absorb their energy. I have a recommendation. Use it to increase Vaughn and Tetsu's strength. Purge the death energy just like you did when you formed the brimstone heart. Since you now can create pure holy, use it to purge Vaughn and Tetsu's body. Since they haven't been exposed to the Genesis tree yet, you could use this slow method of increasing Vaughn's level cap and restore Tetsu's strength. I'm sure you noticed Tetsu's injuries. Caused by the mist. Poor guy. But how many times can I use this method? This will be the only time. You will see what I mean when you start the process. The effects of the purification and purging will be less and less effective as it goes on. But still, this will be helpful for them. Wow, if Cheapskate Strafe is telling me this much, Meta seems to be someone close to you. Strafe was silent and even hid his sigh from Dyne. Dyne turned to Meta. Good news. What you want is possible. But it can only be done after a Genesis tree has been awakened. Teague will bestow to me how to do it. Also, let's not settle with Jamards. If you need fire, let's go for a Xenoir. Dyne laughed. Meta was happy, and even Vaughn reacted to the surge of joy from Meta. As for these serus, let's use it to enhance your body. I just learned a new trick. I can help you purge the impurities. These level 2 Jamards ought to help you to grow stronger. Not to mention, we should fix your strained body. Tetsu, you noticed? Tetsu was surprised. You've been in the mist for so long that it limited your strength. Dyne smiled as he looked at the Jamards. Let's spend one more night here. I'll drain the energy of these Jamards and convert them to life energy. Once we are done, we head for Byron Monastery. Chapter 79, Vaughn's Stats. The group spent the entire night in the basement cultivating. Dyne employed a more offensive means of sucking the soul energy, while Grimm was willingly giving his soul, and the Xenoir was helpless due to the petrification. The 3 level 2 Jamards were fighting back at Dyne's attacks, but they were too weak to fight back. Dyne also used his Imaginarium art to startle the Jamards. The momentary surprise gave Dyne the opportunity to rush in and start siphoning the soul. And like trying to close a breach in a ship, the Jamards were now unable to stop Dyne from stopping him from drawing out their soul. Their souls were being given to Grimm. Grimm was in the process of continuous conversion. The dark souls that entered his were now being filtered and changed out. It fed Grimm, and the excess energy that he couldn't absorb was being taken by Vaughn and Tetsu, who was holding on to Grimm. The process was slow, and it took the entire night. Soon, only 1 Jamard remained, and it was decided that Meta would absorb the entire soul to strengthen her fire powers. Meta had improved her ability to wield the elements as her memory allowed her to summon it instinctively. The absorbed Jamard also strengthened the elemental spirit stone of Meta as it now had more energy. At the break of dawn, Dyne stopped. He glanced at Tetsu and Vaughn and shrieked, "Get away from me, man!" Dyne shouted. Of course, this was because Vaughn and Tetsu were covered in the black slimy substance that was excreted as their bodies purged the death energy. Dyne even ordered Grimm to release fire to burn the slimy stuff on its body. Vaughn and Tetsu hurriedly took a bath and did their best to cleanse themselves. It was only afterward that Dyne spoke with them. Sorry about that." Dyne laughed with an embarrassed expression. "So, how was it? Lord Dyne, Vaughn's body has been purified, and it has grown significantly. His stats have increased greatly," Meta reported. "It's true. I can feel the power surging," Vaughn excitedly exclaimed. Tetsu also nodded. "The power that I've long lost has now returned," Tetsu also reported. "All right, enjoy it. We can't do that again and again. This is the first and last time we will do that since it's just too long to do. Besides, you must have felt that the longer we did it, the effects were diminishing." "Indeed," Tetsu nodded. "All right, I hope you guys are all right. The cleansing of your bodies ought to have refreshed you. Let's make haste. I can't sense the basilisk anymore, so we should be safe from moving," Dyne explained. The group made their preparations. The restored gates and walls stood strongly, and Tetsu and the team made their last fortification. Calamity crawled over the walls and went to the other side to lock it from the inside. Amazing. Now only those with slimes can enter this place. Dyne was amazed at Calamity's growth. When did he learn to do that? That's what we meant by Calamity carrying wood. He could carry and bring the wood up the wall. We were surprised that he could do it. What has he been eating? Lipians, frogs, and ostriches are his main diet here. It could be that it somehow got the traits of one of those enemies. Is it those frogs? They seemed to have a slimy, sticky coat that seemed poisonous. Interesting. So slimes can assimilate things from monsters. Very interesting. Dyne smiled a strange smile. Calamity finished locking the door on the other side and kept creeping over the wall. The group immediately set out for Byron Monastery. Their speed was so fast as they had strengthened their bodies. Dyne was purged when he created the brimstone heart. As such, he was the one who had the most stamina throughout the journey. At night, the group moved by riding on Calamity somehow could enlarge itself to nearly twice its size. Dyne wondered just how big the Slime King is if Calamity had already grown this large from eating the monsters on this area of the map. Meta would release her powers to make it look like a level 2 Jamard was nearby and made the monsters avoid them while the group rested. Dyne took the time to assess the current items that they had on stock. The few days in the village allowed Vaughn and Tetsu to fight and hunt more enemies. The group had found more healing leaves than they found from the ostriches, who seemed to have a habit of keeping some under its wings for consumption. The team also found the raw form of medicine from the Lipians, which were stronger than antidotes and could heal various ailments. Meta reported that Vaughn was already level 5 and now had the ability to reach the next levels. The team even took the time to compare strengths with each other through arm wrestling. Dyne couldn't even beat Vaughn through it, and here Dyne asked Meta just how strong Vaughn is. I could tell you his stats, Master Dyne. It would be easier that way. What? You mean you convert the power of Vaughn into some sort of numerical value? Yes, it's so that Vaughn can gauge his strength and powers, Meta explained. Oh, this is interesting. In Byron, we would have to undergo tests. It seems having a Seru can help one realize his strength. Tetsu was amazed. Dyne was quiet, but his emotions were sour. There's a way to know my stats, and you didn't tell me? Dyne cursed at Strafe. You don't have a Seru. Of course, you wouldn't know. If you got one from the beginning, then it would have been possible. Besides, I have to use my powers to make an estimate for you. But then again, doing that is pointless. You are a freak in soul cultivation. Even Vaughn's stats should be unreliable now. Can you do the same with me? Dyne immediately asked Meta. I apologize, Lord Dyne, but I can only do this to my wearer. It's all right. I just was curious if you can. Tell me Vaughn's stats. Meta then relayed Vaughn's current stats. Health 65. Magic capacity 83. Strength 60. Upper body vitality 45. Lower body vitality 36. Speed 45. Mind force 39. Agility 246. Dyne wrote down Vaughn's stats for reference and began to question Meta what it meant. Health calculates the overall force of his body. The best way to explain this is that an adult who has not trained or cultivated would have a health point of 10. So Vaughn is 6 times more resilient than an average adult. The same is true with strength, vitality, and speed. I see. Then he should be at least as strong as an inner disciple. Impressive. Tetsu was happy for Vaughn. Not bad for his level, Dyne added as he recalled that the stats Vaughn now had was something he should achieve when he was at level 8 or so. And so, these worlds Vaughn had the stats that were superior compared to the game version of Vaughn. The only unusual stat point was Vaughn's agility. But Dyne guessed that because Vaughn was a soul cultivator, this was only an estimate. Vaughn could, after all, make more than 10 attacks in succession. So health is 65. I guess this would mean that it's somewhere at 650 in-game. Dyne guessed, looking at the numbers. In the game, their health would range from hundreds to thousands. If Meta judged it as 65, then this would mean that Vaughn had about 650 health points. Why is Vaughn's vitality divided into 2 groups? Tetsu asked. My powers in strengthening Vaughn are still limited. As such, my abilities' reach and extent are naturally stronger on the body parts of Vaughn near me. As such, Dyne's lower body vitality is naturally weaker than the top. Dyne nodded. He had long expected this as he knew the game divided defense to upper body defense and lower body defense. So Dyne's magic capacity is now at 83? Nice. That means he can summon the Xenoir 2 times or the Jamard 8. Dyne guessed. How did you know that, Lord Dyne? Meta was shocked. Dyne was absolutely correct in his guesses. Oh, yeah. It's a spirit cultivation thing. Dyne casually remarked and hid the fact that he knew the cost of the Xenoir and Jamard when summoning them in-game. Jamard cost 10 magic points, while the Xenoir cost 36. I'm training to decrease the value of these summonses. I have little progress, Vaughn reported. Vaughn is correct. Lord Dyne, as of now, it would only cost Vaughn 9.5 magic points to summon the Jamard. As for the Xenoir, he was able to decrease the amount by nearly 2 magic points. Dyne was stunned. Oh, impressive. So you can reduce the value by about 5%? Good job, Vaughn. Such envious ability, Tetsu laughed. Don't worry, Tetsu. I'll see what I can do. Strafe will soon send me to a place where I could find stuff to help you guys build your elemental spirit seed. So you could have one too very soon, Master Tetsu. Dyne laughed. Such power? Amazing. I will be forever indebted. Master Dyne, Tetsu bowed. No need for that. Being indebted is a causeless emotion when we are trying to save the world. Oh right, Tetsu. What are other villages near here? Looking at the bridge in River Reach, it seems to be connected to the other side. Is there a town beyond River Reach? Yes. It is the mining town of Korak. It is the primary source of mining and the source of stones in Drake. But now I do not know the current status of it. Monsters may have made a home in that place. Another side quest, I see. Oh, there it is. Byron Monastery. Dyne smiled as he could see the large temple doors that led to the mountain. Chapter 80. Guardian of the Monastery. Byron Monastery was a large temple built in the mountain. Though they were still far from it, the large entrance made it easier for them to spot it. Not to mention the fact that Byron Monastery was built on top of the hill. Dyne could see a river that ran under the large marble entrance, which also served as a bridge. Knowing about the in-game map, Dyne knew that this river would run through the mountain and reach the ancient caves that connected Drake Continent to the second map, Sabucus Islands. Tetsu took out the primitive telescope that Dyne asked Farley to craft and was relieved as he scanned the surrounding area. There were no signs of dead people or battles around, which could prove the truth that Dyne had been vouching for since he revealed this area's existence. Byron Monastery was safe, and there were survivors inside. Dyne's expression, however, was sour. Did the basilisk go under here? Dyne looked at the river that ran under the mountain. I have to praise the game developers of Legaia. They were really accurate in making this game. Strafe suddenly voiced out. What do you mean? The problem is creating a world from a game was that if the game were unrealistic, it would pose problems for the game. But not with Legaia. Rim Elm could survive because it had a food and water supply. Although their desalting process is crude, it's still possible to survive. But if Byron Monastery did not have an underground river passing through it, then the people there would be unlikely to survive. I get it, but this river must be the reason why that basilisk headed north. I'm almost sure that you won't tell me why. You're pretty smart. You figure it out. Dyne shook his head and began to think. Is there something amiss, Lord Dyne? Meta asked, sensing Dyne's expression. The basilisk. It might have moved here. I'm not sure what its goal is, but it could have used the river to get in or through Byron. Dyne explained. Tetsu and Vaughn's expressions changed. For now, let's not worry. I doubt it planned to attack Byron. It was trying to build an army to take this place. I'm guessing that attacking Byron is no easy task. Lord Dyne, may I ask why you are confident that the basilisk will not attack Byron? Its powers were so strong that it even petrified you, Meta asked. I don't think it's something that it could do at ease. It was a soul attack, which means it used its own soul. This means that the monks in Byron are strong enough to repel it. That's how many the survivors are? Tetsu was shocked. It's not just the survivors. You see if I'm right, and the fans that I saw when I was passing here ought to be strong enough to push away the mist. Meta was silent at first, but her curiosity got the best of her. Lord Dyne, the fans that you saw? Meta asked, emphasizing certain words. Dyne recalled that only Tetsu didn't know about Dyne's true past. When Dyne awakened Meta, he told her that he was someone outside the world. Dyne even told Vaughn that the past he revealed to the villagers was fake. I should learn to list down my lies. I forgot Meta and Vaughn knew about my true history. Dyne rubbed his forehead to organize his thoughts. He didn't want to tell Meta that she is based on a video game. It's like this. Strafe gave me a vision earlier about the state of Byron. This was why I was so keen on eliminating the basilisk's frog and ostrich army. So the fans that I saw when I was passing through here from Seoul may have had the ability to blow away all the mist. Dyne answered, putting emphasis on certain words to hint to Meta and Vaughn what he meant. Vaughn nodded in understanding. I understand. Meta also answered as her confusion was clarified. I don't follow, Master Dyne. Why would the basilisk fear Byron Monastery? Think of it this way, Tetsu. You've been in Rim Elm, but your own body cultivation was hindered because of the mist, correct? You should be twice or maybe even 3 times stronger than your current strength. Yes, my body has long been emptied. I have lost all the energy in my force foundation these past years, Tetsu answered. The effects of the mist are doubly dangerous to body cultivators. In Legaia, only your sect could be considered powerful body cultivators. Of course, no one needed it because there was the serus. But when the mist appeared, the life energy that you could achieve through meditation ran out because of the thick death in the air. Normal humans would feel weaker, but for cultivators, it meant that their strength was robbed. That's why even though you must have already found ways to expel the death energy on your body, there was still... Dyne shivered as he recalled the amount of icky black slimy stuff that emerged from Tetsu. I see. Tetsu took over to change the memory that Dyne was recollecting. It is as you say. Was stunned by my cleansing. So you mean to say that the mist does greater harm to the body? I know that it weakened the hunters physically, but to think it was this deadly, not surprising since it is death energy. But Byron Monastery never had this problem. They had a fan that could blow away the mist. Although their meditation would be weakened due to having lesser life energy, they did not have the energy-robbing effect of the mist, and you can replace life energy with monsters. The monsters outside have grown stronger because of the mist, and the monks who would spend most of their time inside the temple and only go out to hunt and probably hunt in the rotation would have energy in their force foundation. Haven't you been getting stronger because of the meals I cook? The body of the monsters will naturally release life energy because of that death and life and death thing that Strafe kept talking about. Life in death? Vaughn asked. Dyne then quickly explained the concept of life and death energy as calamity neared Byron Monastery. Dyne tried to explain it as simply as he could and even took in deep breaths because of the speed and how he didn't pause for questions. You mean the Inyong? Tetsu asked. Dyne glared at the sky. Strafe could have said that he named it Inyong in this world to save Dyne time in explaining things. Yes, Inyong. The monsters are yang creatures, but In or life is inside of them. Just as how you were strengthened by the food I cook, so were these monks. Dyne recalled that there was someone in Byron Monastery who could cook amazing dishes that could fully heal the team. Dyne knew that there must be something amazing with the food being served in Byron. It's probably just as effective as your meditation. So can the basilisk deal with all the monks? No. Even if he used its petrifying power, there would still be too many survivors that could fight and kill him, Dyne explained. But how sure are we that the basilisk can only do his petrification a few times? Simple. Why did it wait a few days before he moved? I mean, he just lost his army. If he was going to make his move, why didn't the basilisk immediately move out? The answer, he was probably too tired and had to rest. And that's also why the basilisk didn't chase after the Xenoir or me when we escaped. Dyne explained. I see. Meta finally understood Dyne's point. This new era of the mist has also changed Byron Monastery. There could be experts here who are following on the footsteps of Byron. I believe that's why the basilisk didn't dare attack just yet. Dyne added. I see. In any case, this is good. Tetsu answered in relief. I'm guessing the basilisk went up north. He must have been gathering more soldiers in the forest beyond this place. Dyne explained. All right, before we go in, remember our prepared lies. Teague has already shown me that a traitor, an evil man, lies in Byron. We must not let them see the power of the Ariseru. At least not now. Dyne began to paint Vaughn's arm and Meta with the remaining white paint he got. Tetsu, you take the lead. Remember, I am a young kid you rescued floating down the river. You can tell them about my past as a kid in Seoul. Tell them I escaped, I tamed a slime and fed it, and this helped us survive. But the hideout that we were staying at, near Drake Castle, was attacked by the serus. We used a boat we found near Drake and used it to cross the river. But the streams were too strong and we ended up on this side. It was here that we met the basilisk by chance, and Vaughn almost got petrified. I will remember your arrangements, Master Dyne, and quit calling me Master Dyne. Remember, I am your disciple, so treat me as such. Tetsu had a strange look at Dyne. With how amazing Dyne was, he could easily be the patriarch of Byron Monastery. Tetsu decided to avoid calling Dyne his disciple if possible. Meta and Grim were already painted with the white color that Dyne found. Tetsu and Vaughn marveled at Dyne's skill in painting. As one of the best soldiers for battle and espionage, making disguises like this was easy for Dyne. Soon, they reached the large marble bridge that had tall stairs leading to Byron Monastery's entrance. The group climbed it and could hear the loud fans that continued to blow strong winds. Tetsu saw it and wanted to run inside, but suddenly, Dyne held him back. Master Tetsu, we may need to change our excuses. Dyne's expression was shocked. He kept looking at a certain direction. Master Dyne, Vaughn asked. Let's change the excuse for Vaughn. Let's make it that the seru possessed him in the mist. When we were fleeing, the basilisk unleashed its power, petrifying the seru on Vaughn's arm. This allowed him to be free from possession. Dyne explained. Why? Tetsu asked. If the basilisk can petrify a seru, it can do so even with soul cultivators. Someone in there will surprise us with the level of soul cultivation he has. I can feel great power behind those doors, Dyne explained as he couldn't help but smirk. Master Tetsu, release all the soul energy you have, Dyne spoke. Tetsu pondered for a bit but immediately channeled all the soul energy that he could spirit, and his soul power leaked out. Deep inside Byron Monastery, an elderly man donning black robes with a red vest and red belt was meditating inside. Unlike most monks who shaved their heads, this man had long hair. He opened his eyes and frowned. Are you human? A telepathic message raced out of the mountain and was heard by Tetsu. Tetsu was startled. He knew this voice. I am the guardian of this monastery. I ask you again. Are you human? Core disciple Tetsu greets monastery guardian. Master Kin. Tetsu gave a bow as he answered. Chapter 81. Meeting the monks. Vaughn and Dyne were stunned at this. There was a soul cultivator that basically was so strong that it didn't make sense. Dyne asked Strafe, who is this? I thought you said that there are no soul cultivators here. There aren't. You think having that ability is soul cultivation? The only soul cultivators here are you three. Just as Spirit, he could get to where he was because of imitation and random meditation. Sensing and telepathy are the most basic abilities of soul cultivation. Take Tetsu, for example. He has just embarked on the very beginning of this path and already learned to communicate telepathically. But while this man can do long-range telepathy, he still isn't a soul cultivator, Strafe explained. Still, I could sense that guy's aura from here. He's strong, probably 4 times stronger than Tetsu. Dyne was amazed. You already explained it. The monks here are stronger compared to Tetsu. Enter the temple doors. In it, you will find a lever. Pull it. We will await you in the main hall. And brave Tetsu, welcome home. The telepathic message was sent again. Who is Master Kin? Vaughn asked. Master Kin is one of the elders in Byron Monastery. He is someone from Caristo Kingdom itself. He was assigned to lead the Byron monks here in Drake Continent. Vaughn was amazed. Such power. Kin. Huh? So he had such a respectable position. No wonder he was allowed to keep his hair. Dyne recalled the details of Kin. He was one of the monks in Byron Monastery that had a special uniform and even taught the Areseru heroes certain arts. He was also presumed to be the monk in Drake Castle. Most monks, including Tetsu, followed a Shaolin-style haircut, but Kin had hair that only the elder monks had. The group moved inside the large monastery entrance. Along the way, Dyne began to add more details to what they will be telling the group. All right, we might have some issues. We're going to use the excuse that Vaughn was petrified. Maya, May's mother, ought to recognize him. She will? I never met her. Your dad told me she could guess it's you since you two look alike, so let's add some details to our excuse. Vaughn, your father, told me about what happened a few years ago. I know it would sound disrespectful, but can we change the date when your mother died? At least, this is what we will tell them. Dyne explained seriously. It's all right, Master Dyne. If it's just that, I don't mind. Good. You went out and tried to get Drake water but was caught by the mist and became possessed by a seru. By some chance, you managed to get to this side of the river and we found you. Tetsu recognized you, and when the basilisk petrified everyone, we saved you. Is that clear? Vaughn nodded. The short walk soon led them deeper into the monastery. No monsters could be seen inside as Dyne expected. The walls were getting smaller and smaller until there was a small and finally, they were in a small room. This room had 2 large fans planted on the floor. The fans had large grates to encase it. At the very center of the room was a large lever, and beyond the lever was a single door. This door will only open if the lever is pulled, which causes the fans to blow strong winds. That's the fan I was talking about. Dyne pointed at the fan. Dyne was also shocked. This was the most advanced technology he had seen in Drake Continent. Not even Drake Kingdom had devices that were as complex as these. Tetsu and Vaughn were amazed. These fans have grown bigger, Tetsu cheered. So that's how they escaped the mist, Vaughn nodded. Dyne, however, looked carefully around the area. Geothermal? Dyne murmured as he tried to guess what was powering the fans. Master Dyne, Tetsu wondered. Nothing, Dyne shook his head. He then withdrew a long black scarf from Calamity and wore it around his neck to hide the brimstone heart's effects that had already reached up to his collarbone. Well, flip the lever to make the fans start. Dyne motioned to Tetsu. Tetsu nodded and immediately pulled the lever. The moment he pulled the lever, the doors behind them led to the temple. Shut closed. The 2 fans started to spin and created a powerful gust of air. It was so strong that Dyne and the group had to adjust the way they were standing to avoid being blown by the wind. The mist in the room was cleared as small windows allowed the mist to exit the room. After a few seconds, the door in front of them opened. Several monks greeted them and went out to greet the group. Core disciple Tetsu. This little one is Ikiru, first outer disciple of Byron of the Mist. A young man wearing a yellow garb and red pants bowed. Unlike the many Shaolin monks behind him, this person had hair but was tied up to a bun. Please come inside. Ikiru bowed and led the group inside. As they were inside, they were greeted by a large group of monks. While most the traditional white garb, there were 2 who wore a red clothing, and another wearing blue approached the group. Unlike the other monks, they had long hair, just like kin, which represented that these 2 had special positions within Byron Monastery. Everyone gave a bow at Tetsu. Dyne then identified a man approach. He had long gray hair and a unique uniform. Core disciple Tetsu, you have grown. Should I raise you to the ranks of elder? Kin laughed. These words shocked everyone. The monks began to clamor at Kin's words. Ha ha ha! A loud and hearty laugh was heard, and an old man moved down the stairs. The old man had long white hair and a thick beard on his face. He wore a red garb with a bright yellow design on the center of his chest, which cascaded down to his pants. Dyne knew that this was the Byron Elder Zopu. Injured. Dyne frowned as he noticed the old man Zopu. There was something wrong with his soul as it seemed distorted. As expected, you noticed it immediately. You should pursue becoming a soul healer. With your abilities to sense and discern the soul as well as naturally know what to do, this monastery would be a great training ground for you. Strafe laughed. It is quite a treat to have guests, and one who hails from this monastery before. Core disciple Tetsu, you are hereby promoted to the rank of elder. Old man Zopu declared. Master Zopu, forgive my presumptuousness, but why is Master Tetsu immediately promoted? I am delighted to see, Master Tetsu, but why the sudden increase? Sangi, you do well to respect him. Unlike us, Master Tetsu has been braving the mist, and while your current physical strength surpasses him, I feel that his mastery over spirit is far greater than any of us in this monastery, Zopu declared. The monks were shocked at this declaration. Tetsu, remember, we are injured. Dyne silently reminded as he sent a soul message towards Tetsu. Master Zopu, forgive me, but my companions are injured. Please allow them to rest. Also, please take care of the slime who our friend Dyne has befriended. Tetsu pointed at the back. The group was surprised to see a large slime move towards the center. The monks all seemed to be wary, but then Dyne motioned. Calamity, bow to our friends. Dyne ordered. The large green slime raised its body so that a large portion of its blob was rising upwards and then gave a respectful bow to the group. Amazing! Whoa! Soon, happy cries of delight were heard as several kids could be seen watching from the stairs. Injured? What happened? That child. He is wearing a seru. Kin noticed as he could sense strange energy. I can explain everything, Master Kin. For now, can me and my friends have a much-needed rest? Tetsu pretended to sound tired. Of course. Traveling through the mist would have tired you since you brought along with you 2 youths. They are stronger than you think. Vaughn should equal an inner disciple, and though Dyne is weaker in terms of strength, I see him as my equal. Tetsu made his declaration. Dyne rolled his eyes and sighed. He had told Tetsu to make it look like he was the disciple, but Tetsu dropped it on everyone. If it were just monks, it would have been all right, but this monastery had someone who was aligned with dark. His soul was corrupt, and he was destined to be a villain in the world of Legaia. He would be so triggered. Your equal? Can you please stop joking, Master Tetsu? Songi laughed. Songi, you have been trained in the monastery since birth. You and Gala must be the strongest among here. Considering that you are allowed to wear the robes of legacy disciples, you must have grown tremendously. But I can sense your power. Vaughn is stronger than you. Tetsu pointed to Vaughn. Vaughn? A voice echoed at the back. It was a woman's voice. This youth. Songi tried his best to hide his scorn. Yes, don't be fooled by his haggard appearance. He is strong. I have been training him since he was young. But even Vaughn is no match if he fought Dyne in a true deathmatch. I am not confident of assuring victory, Tetsu replied. His reply was not arrogant, or it was not Tetsu's intention to look down on Songi. For most monks, they would not take offense at this. But the person Tetsu said was the very person who would betray Byron Monastery and whose hands would cause such devastation that many will die because of him. Dyne looked at Songi casually. Songi turned his eyes on Dyne and smiled. You are Master Dyne? Songi asked, trying to hide the frustration of his teeth-gnashing smile. No, Tetsu was talking about Dyne the slime. Because, Vaughn can't be Dyne, Tetsu can't be Dyne, so obviously the slime has to be Dyne. Not me, Dyne joked. What? Songi was startled. He had never received such audacious remarks from someone due to his high prestige. Oh, you still couldn't read my sarcasm? Of course, I'm Dyne. No wonder you didn't become master teacher. This dude, Gala, is definitely smarter than you. Dyne giggled. Chapter 82. Mystery of Byron. Tetsu was startled at Dyne's words. He knew Dyne to be a very respectful and agreeable kid who may or may not have flatulence problems and irrational fear of black goo. But while Tetsu and Vaughn were stunned at this, Dyne was also in deep thoughts. If I make Songi look bad, it could warn Byron and stop those deaths. Maybe I should just force the evil in him? I can't kill him because it would wreck the game. Dyne thought to himself. Songi was visibly trembling, but he was trying to maintain a Byron-happy smile. So it seems that Master Teacher now has a rival. Songi laughed as if trying to pass off the compliment and used it to sow bonds of brotherhood between Dyne and Gala. Master Teacher? Gala? You have become a Master Teacher? Tetsu was amazed. Yes, sir. Gala gave a proud bow as his face was flushed with embarrassment. It seems that there is much to be discussed. But for now, can we all rest? Tetsu laughed again. Vaughn, it is you. A woman broke through the people and ran towards Vaughn. The woman gave Vaughn a tight hug. You're alive. I'm so happy. Maya began to weep. Maya, I did not have the pleasure of meeting you, but you look just like May. Tetsu smiled. May? My daughter? Maya trembled. They are alive. Val is alive. Although Rim Elm is probably not what you remembered, many of the villagers are safe. We can talk later. For now, I'd like to make my friends rest, Tetsu explained. Of course. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what came over me. Come Vaughn. Let's get you rested and cleaned up, Maya offered. The group began to move, but Songi secretly glared at Dyne. Master Tetsu, send a telepathic message to Master Kin and Master Zopu and ask for a meeting later. Let's talk about our excuse once we are alone, Dyne said through telepathy. Tetsu obeyed Dyne and sent his message as he passed by. The expression of the two was that of surprise. The two looked at each other, and Kin sent his message. We understand. Calamity followed the group and drew in curious viewers. Soon, Tetsu and his trio were now inside the room. Dyne and Vaughn immediately fell flat on the bed. Even though they were dirty, they didn't care as they were too tired to take a bath. The large slime moved to the area near them and sat down and was motionless. The mist was really wearing me out. Traveling without a Araseru really eats up your mind. Dyne sighed. Tetsu, how is Byron Monastery? Dyne suddenly asked. Strong. As expected. The tribulation of the mist has even made them stronger. They even developed more ways to grow. Every inner disciple monk has a force foundation. And even some of those in the outer disciple group have one. Body cultivation. I guess it's time for you to discuss what you know about body cultivation. My Dad didn't really have the time to teach me apart from helping me acquire my force foundation. Dyne explained and followed the lie that he was from Seoul. Understood. In Byron Monastery, it seems that they still have some amazing means to survive the mist. Byron Monastery has always been the weakest place to conduct meditation because Octum and Callisto were said to have places that drastically improve our bodily cultivation. But now, I believe that Byron stands at the top. This is because of all the places I've mentioned. The mystery and power of Byron Monastery were untainted and unchanged by the mist. Oh, I do love mysteries. But first, tell me about this meditation, Dyne asked. A monk's discipline involves the training of our body and mastery of spirit arts. For spirit, you are vastly better than me. As for body cultivation, it is based on the teachings of Lord Byron. He taught these meditation styles that draw energy from the world and gather it within our force foundation. Dyne nodded. This sounded like the many cultivation novels he read. How exactly does it happen? It was very difficult to practice outside because of the heavy death energy brought out by the mist. While death energy is important to harness life, the excess of it is very deadly. And you already explained how it was affecting my body. But here in Byron, you could sense the life energy. Dyne was silent and began to close his eyes. Master Dyne, it isn't something so easy. While I can't hold my candle in soul cultivation against you, in terms of body cultivation and the meditation to sense and harness the energy, I have decades worth of advantage and dash. Is this it? Why is this energy fire? Dyne wondered as he held his hand up. A strange yellow, almost invisible, and a faint glow was gathering. This life energy feels like fire, Dyne asked. Tetsu, where are you going? What about the mystery of Byron? Dyne wondered as he saw Tetsu leave. To question my life's worth. And eat. I'm hungry. I'll get something in the kitchen for us to eat, Tetsu murmured. Oh, all right. Dyne turned to Vaughn and was about to say something, but Vaughn was already asleep. Dyne shrugged and rested on the bed. Tetsu left and slammed the door. What's his problem? Dyne frowned. What kind of a monster are you? Are you one of the sovereign's son? I'm not Jesus if that's what you're asking. You just gathered the rich life energy in this monastery. Life energy? You mean the fire? Yes. Remember the wheel? Fire is right next to life. They are very rich in gathering life energy that cultivators absorb. When I crafted this world, I left several powerful artifacts in my world and used them as power sources to create certain places. You've already encountered the product of another artifact. Drake water? Huh. So here in Byron, you've placed some fire artifact. I was right. This place is powered by geothermal energy. Well, it makes sense. Vidna in Sabucus Islands used geothermal energy to keep their windmills running, and there were Byron monks there. Correct. The history of this place should be easy to deduce now. Considering your wisdom, let's see if I got it right. The monks chose this place because of the geothermal energy, which increases the amount of life energy they can harness. But since this place is hot, the monks created fans to keep the building cool, which was very useful to drive out the mist later. Dyne guessed. Correct. Of course, these items are interesting objects that can help you grow in your cultivation. Why couldn't I sense the life energy in Drake? If the water there had the same powerful energy like this, why couldn't I cultivate life energy? The elemental wheel. You forget it again. The wheel? Fire's next to holy, which is life. And the water is next to dark, which is death. I don't get it. Water is essential for life. How could it be rich with death energy? Your body thirst, not your soul. The body is full of death energy, and water nourishes it. Dyne wore a weird expression. Is that how it is? Water is death energy? What a shocker. Wasn't it the same symbol in Christianity? Baptism symbolizes that you died. And there's also that phrase about whoever shall drink from me shall not thirst in the book that your sovereign wrote. It affirms that water is death and that in the sovereign was life. Water that doesn't make them thirst, for it feeds their soul. You read the Bible in my memory? Hey, it was a book of a sovereign. Why shouldn't I read it? Moving back to the topic, if it's death, why was it helpful in nourishing my soul? Shouldn't I feel tired if I drank it? You're confusing death and soul energy. Strong death energy creates Drake water, but it is the opposite of this place. This place was meant to help you develop your bodily cultivation. Drake water aided you in soul cultivation. You exposed yourself to great amounts of soul energy and didn't enhance your ability to control your soul? You were even able to use that torturous training of absorbing and harnessing the Jamard and Drake ghost souls that you were able to pass on to Bertugo and Broad. Not to mention calamity and catastrophe. Oh, I get it. Then I guess I should be cultivating. I need to gather this energy and bring it to my force foundation. Right? Yes. Of course, it will run out. You don't have anything in your force foundation. If you can plant the Genesis tree in your force foundation, you'd get stronger. Of course, it's still a long way out. Oh, then I guess I should stick to soul cultivation for now. Can I harness the energy and put it in my elemental spirit seed? You can max out the energy, but that's just it. Can only give you so much energy, so its helpfulness is just too little. Besides, the effects that this place should have given you have already been achieved when you created your elemental spirit seed. There was a knock on the door, and a trio entered. Tetsu, Zopu, and Kin entered the room. Master Dyne. Show them what you did, Tetsu urged. Which one? Dyne asked. When you harnessed the energy of this place. Oh, you mean this? Yeah. It's useless. Since I have made a brimstone heart, it kinda already gave me whatever powers I could have gained here. So I don't think training here will do anything good. Dyne sighed. A freak of nature, Zopu cried as he saw Dyne harness the fire energy. A powerful being. Kin shivered as he watched Dyne. Tetsu only sighed. No one could do what Dyne did. When Dyne gathered the elemental energy of Byron, Tetsu could feel immense life energy. He couldn't understand how Dyne easily wielded energy. How can you do this? Zopu asked urgently. Only Lord Byron could wield elements. Oh, it might be because of this. Dyne unrobed the black scarf and revealed his chest. A bright red and white energy was seeping out of the brownish and rocky chest of Dyne. Elemental spirit seed. Zopu fainted. Kin blanked out and suddenly began chanting with strange words as if singing. Tetsu was baffled at their reaction. Whoa boy, I'm glad I didn't take all my clothes off, right? I'm barely a teenager. You creepy old men should stop your pedo reactions. Dyne shook his head. Chapter 83, Meeting the Patriarch. Dyne immediately put on his clothes. He just showed them a bit of epidermis, and it drove these old men nuts. Strafe, why'd you make a pair of pedos in Byron Monastery? He asked furiously. What pedos? You just showed them an elemental spirit seed in a human body. Only Byron has had that. Is it that hard? I mean, I had it easy. You, Strafe wanted to send another spirit blast at Dyne. Right. So about this elemental spirit thing. I have it because of luck. Dyne smiled. Kin was jolted awake. Tetsu. Wake Master Zopu. Master Dyne. How is it that you have this? Guardian Kin. Allow me to explain everything that we've been through. I've already told a general introduction about Dyne Valiant and Von Helsing. But first, we must awaken Master Zopu. Helsing? Von's name is Von Helsing. Dyne was shocked. Oh, you didn't know? Tetsu was confused. Never mind. Dyne shook his head. Lord, Byron, Zopu muttered as Tetsu woke him up. Zopu then opened his eyes and looked at Dyne. He then gave a humble bow. Lord Byron. I'm not him. I did meet him, though. Dyne smiled. Truthfully, Dyne was being honest. The soul of Byron must have been someone powerful, and therefore must have been one of the mighty entities that he saw when Strafe brought him to Elpida. You met him? Dyne immediately put on his clothes. He just showed them a bit of epidermis, and it drove these old men nuts. Strafe, why'd you make a pair of pedos in Byron Monastery? He asked furiously. What pedos? You just showed them an elemental spirit seed in a human body. Only Byron has had that. Is it that hard? I mean, I had it easy. Strafe wanted to send another spirit blast at Dyne. Right. So about this elemental spirit thing. I have it because of luck. Dyne smiled. Kin was jolted awake. Tetsu. Wake Master Zopu. Master Dyne. How is it that you have this? Guardian Kin. Allow me to explain everything that we've been through. I've already told a general introduction about Dyne Valiant and Von Helsing. But first, we must awaken Master Zopu. Helsing? Von's name is Von Helsing. Dyne was shocked. Oh, you didn't know? Tetsu was confused. Never mind. Dyne shook his head. Lord, Byron, Zopu muttered as Tetsu woke him up. Zopu then opened his eyes and looked at Dyne. He then gave a humble bow. Lord Byron. I'm not him. I did meet him, though. Dyne smiled. Truthfully, Dyne was being honest. The soul of Byron must have been someone powerful, and therefore must have been one of the mighty entities that he saw when Strafe brought him to Elpida. You met him? In a vision. Master Tetsu should explain everything. Dyne motioned to Tetsu. Kin and Zopu looked at Tetsu. Tetsu then started to explain everything. Tetsu followed Dyne's stories and explained what happened. He talked about how he had to rescue one of the hunters in Rim Elm and met the Dyne. I managed to bring him out of the mist. He is actually not from Drake Continent. 7 years ago, this youth passed through this very monastery. Tetsu began. Kin frowned and looked at the youth. Zopu was stroking his beard but shook his head in the end. 7 years would have been the appearance of the mist. There were many villagers evacuating from this place. I couldn't recollect who passed by Byron Monastery. Dyne secretly sighed in relief. Although he expected this to happen, he didn't know if this really happened when the mist came. Lord Dyne, how did you know that there were many evacuating? I thought you were sent by Teague directly near Rim Elm. Meta secretly sent him a message. I knew this through basic deduction. Meta. King Drake of Drake Continent already knew of the mist even when it appeared in Jeremy. His orders would have made the Byron monks in Drake move back to Byron. It's natural that many who are actually from Jeremy would flee here. Dyne deduced. Amazing Lord Dyne. Meta praised. Dyne only smiled. When he was a soldier, his wits and thinking were what saved him countless times. We know about that. Dyne has already told us of the chaos back then. But this young man is from Callisto. Form the Great Soul Nation. Tetsu explained. Soul? Kin was stunned. Soul Kingdom, the holy land of Byron monks. Zopu sighed. What happened? Allow me. Tetsu used Dyne's prepared lies. They hid in a cave but had to flee towards Drake Kingdom. There was a fisherman's boat docked near the watergate, and Tetsu decided to ride it to get to Rim Elm. But the currents were too strong, and we landed on this site. We then tried to go here, but then we were attacked by the basilisk, which freed Von from his possession. I see. It's quite a tale you have there. But what of the elemental spirit seed? I didn't explain this even to Tetsu in detail, but I am a seer of Teague himself. During my possession, I came upon a dream world and found myself in Noru Valley. Dyne began to tell his tale. He knew that those who were possessed could still somehow move as it was with the strong wills of Noah's parents. Despite being possessed by a massive seru, Noah's parents had a way of communicating with Noah through their dreams. Dyne knew that this would be related to soul cultivation. In that dream, there I learned of soul cultivation, Dyne explained. Even Tetsu was stunned. Dyne smiled at him when he told him this, and Dyne observed that the soul of Tetsu was once more changing for the better. Strafe was once more amazed. You really are a freak. You knew that would strengthen his resolve. Strafe laughed. Dyne ignored Strafe's comments. In that dream, he taught me of certain training methods. I never had any chance to do that until earlier this week. That's right, Master Zopu, Guardian Kin. There is a powerful monster, unlike any other we've seen before. It was the reason that our friend Vaughn has his body petrified. A monster that can pose powerful petrification, so powerful that not even medicine can heal. It is intriguing. Back when they got the Xenoir, Dyne tried using the medicine they got in River Reach, but it didn't work. It's because it petrifies the soul. Instead of the body, it goes for the soul, Dyne explained, which means only advanced soul cultivators can face and survive it. It was strong enough to defeat Xenoirs. No monk can face a Xenoir alone. This tough shell is just too hard to hit. The mist has also made them larger than normal. To think such a monster can kill these serus. The good thing is, it is currently weak. However, its powers are still not to be underestimated. It was that monster that petrified Vaughn and allowed us to rescue him. The petrification of the basilisk wasn't strong enough to petrify both Vaughn and the seru in his arms. What kind of seru is that? Kin immediately turned towards Vaughn. I can sense amazing powers within it, Kin observed. Tetsu was surprised and turned to Dyne. He was worried as the secret of the Ariseru might be revealed. A simseru, a powerful seru made by human hands, Dyne explained casually. What is a simseru? Zopu asked. During the war against Confronting, we were winning. The first to appear, which changed the tide of the battle, were these simserus. It was stronger than a normal seru and granted its wearers immense power. It looks like that Vaughn somehow managed to acquire it when he separated from the village. I see. What an abomination. Kin was shocked to hear of such horrors. Tetsu was tongue-tied. Dyne casually resolved a troubling plot hole in their story. The main problem is the basilisk is building an army, and we believe it was planning to attack here. This main base is south of here, but it seems it travels through the river that passes through Byron. Kin and Zopu glanced at each other. So it must be this monster that has been attacking our monks. We've lost several outer disciples and a few inner disciples, and they were gone without a trace, some to the south and some on the north. But we never thought that the monster harassing us on these locations were one. Zopu frowned. It seems it has set its eyes on you. Body cultivators. Either that or the mysterious heat source under Byron. May I ask what it is? Only if you tell us about the elemental spirit seed. Guardian Kin smiled. Of course. We all need to know this. The truth, I got this because of the basilisk. How so? The creation of this seed varies from cultivator to cultivator. Elemental spirit soul is a very advanced level of soul cultivation, and it requires a lot of things. Teague bestowed this power to me. But for normal cultivators, you need a force foundation, a mind chamber, and have a powerful energy source that can constantly provide energy. Mind chamber? Guardian Kin was confused at this term. Is this the energy necessary to cast magic like how serus use magic? Tetsu clarified. No, serus use their soul to cast magic. So it's technically soul cultivation. This is a totally different path. Think of it this way, you monks practice the cultivation of the body and the soul. But there is a third path, the mind. Byron must have created an elemental spirit soul using other means. Maybe he even relied on serus to harness the energy. After all, that era where he lived had so many monsters and powerful serus, Dyne explained. Then how can we create one? I think it's impossible to create an elemental soul seed. At least as of now. Teague bestowed in me powerful life energy. By sheer chance, the petrification of the basilisk was an earth soul attack. And there was also the Xenoir that the basilisk petrified. I used the soul fire of the Xenoir, the basilisk soul earth, and relied on Teague's bestowed power to help me create this. I don't think it's something we can easily create. Zopu and Kin sighed. As expected, the acts of Lord Byron are not easy to imitate. But the way you wield fire just brought us much hope. Zopu laughed. Tetsu also nodded. Wait, all you wanted was to wield fire? I thought you wanted to create an elemental spirit seed. If it's just that, it is possible, Dyne clarified. Possible? Wielding fire? Like the serus? Yeah. Did you think this wielding fire is because of my seed? Well, it helps me, but wielding fire is technically mind cultivation. Just cultivate as a mind cultivator. In the spirit realm, Strafe had spat out the coffee. He was not actually drinking coffee, but the sheer shock of Dyne's statement caused him to spit out coffee as if he was drinking coffee. Wait, give me a sec. I'll try not to rely on my elemental spirit seed. Dyne closed his eyes. The energy in front of him gathered. A few minutes later, there was a bright yellow glow on Dyne's palms, which he held open as he sat in mediation. There was a strange warmth on his palm. Dyne continued to remain silent and concentrated on gathering energy. The bright energy continued to grow more and more. Soon, a small spark of fire could be seen appearing on Dyne's hands. Dyne opened his eyes. I didn't know it was this difficult. But there you go. Fire. See? No elemental spirit seed used. Dyne smiled as he held fire in his arms. Kin and Zopu kneeled down and kowtowed at Dyne. We serve Patriarch Dyne Valiant of Soul, they declared with extreme fanatical zeal. Strafe was also smiling as he watched Dyne gather fire, which was a skill for those who have walked on the path of mind cultivation. Of course, it would take geniuses about a year to get where Dyne was. I am actually dead. This is hell. I died, and my sins have brought me to live in the final hell created by that sovereign. Yup, that's it. I am in hell. I am punished to watch this man practically demolish all that I believe to be true about cultivation. Strafe made his conclusion. His smile twisted, and he began to cry while wearing the frozen smile. Chapter 84. Mana Seed and Genesis Seed. Patriarch. Dyne was confused. Master Dyne, please take on the mantle as Patriarch, Zopu begged. Patriarch. The hope of Byron's survival lies in your hands. With that power, we can fight back the hordes of the mist. Dyne shook his head. This power is not so strong. Because, first, it's only mind power and not soul power. This means the fire that I generated was not from my soul but the heat source below Byron Monastery. In short, if your monks were to fight outside, they won't be able to harness the energy. Master Dyne, is it possible to use whatever elements are around? Tetsu asked. Dyne thought for a bit. Hey Strafe, I know that it's sorta hard to use elements outside. Why is that? The fire element in here is so easy to draw out. Outside I couldn't do something like harnessing the energy. But here it's easy to do so. Strafe was still smiling, and now numerous stabs struck his soul. Even the poison in Strafe's soul was hurt, and he began to cough up blood. Easy? It took me a year to get to his point, and he freaking took a few seconds? Strafe was cursing. It's like this. The fire seed is releasing the energy that you feel here. This place releases rich life energy through the element of fire. The energy has already been converted to a state that can easily be harnessed. As such, you can easily gather the dispersed energy. But it's not that easy if you were outside. Even if there was a thick flame near you, you could not do what you just did. Because the fire outside is not harnessed or converted into an easily wielded energy like this one. So basically, this fire seed that you spoke of is like some object that releases converted fire energy? Then Drake has the water seed? Bruh, you shouldn't have. The mana seeds. Dyne smiled and was almost ecstatic. You guessed it. One of the side quests I've made in this and the future games is the mana seeds appearances in Secret of Mana. Not exactly one of those PS1 games you played, but you had such fun playing that game that I decided to use it as a basis. These seeds help you grow as a mind cultivator too. I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but since your talent in mind cultivation is also formidable, I'll tell you right now that these seeds were supposed to be something that you can absorb for your mind palace. Of course, I can't follow the exact seeds of the game. Instead of 8 mana seeds, there are 10 scattered all over the 3 games I have created. You're lucky enough to have found the locations of 2 seeds already. Great! Dyne was so excited that he was actually clenching his fist in excitement. This was one of the first side quests that somehow awakened a hidden romance of adventure. Master Dyne? Tetsu asked again. He does this. I guess he communicates with Teague and sometimes spaces out, Tetsu explained with an embarrassed expression. He had already been used to Dyne's lost moments. Direct communication with Teague? Kin was startled. Our Lord and Savior. Dyne. What? Stop, no. I might get cursed by that sovereign. Dyne was scared stiff at these words. Strafe had already explained how stronger that God in his world was. So Dyne was scared if such familiar terms were used. Listen. Never ever call me that. Teague will get mad. I'll accept the patriarch thing. Anyway, what Teague explained is this. The energy released by the fire seed is an energy that is already converted and easily drawn in. So it's not possible to do it outside. However, it is possible to use that power while inside Byron Monastery. So if your monks master this, it can greatly help the chances of Byron's survival. Who did you know of the fire seed? Teague told me. It's true. He can communicate with Teague, patriarch. Our lives are yours. So, what can I do as patriarch? Anything. In you is the wisdom to save the world. We will submit to any orders you have. Dyne was in deep thoughts. With this new position, he could easily move around and make arrangements to save the Genesis tree in Westvos Forest. Of course, the main problem would be Songi. He didn't think that his reputation and authority would make all the monks follow his intention if he decided to kick Songi out of the monastery. Can I ask for resources, order you guys around and ask you to impart arts, skills, and so on to others? Dyne asked. Of course. You are the first soul cultivator since Lord Byron, and Lord Teague is even talking to you. You can even take the fire seed if you wish. Zopu added with fanaticism in his eyes. Nah, I'll do that later. Alright. First question. Do you guys have a way of how to nurture or aid the growth of a Genesis tree? The Genesis tree on the west is dying. The mist is so thick and I've seen how strong the Genesis trees are. But that tree could be in grave danger. We have a book on how to nurture the trees. We were instructed to care for it. Byron Monastery was tasked to take care of the tree on the east and west Vos Forest. I was sent to Drake Kingdom to train monks there who can take care of the tree in Mount Rakuroa. I was sent to Rim Elm to take care of the Genesis tree there, Tetsu also added. Oh, you never told me about that, Master Tetsu. It feels odd if the patriarch called me Master, Tetsu laughed. Alright, Uncle Tetsu it is then. Dyne shrugged. Tetsu was turning red in embarrassment. But Dyne was still a 10-year-old kid, so Tetsu bore the embarrassment. We actually have a book on how to take care of the Genesis tree. This was the heritage we received from Soul. Zopu smiled. Dyne's casual and blank expression stiffened. And then slowly, a strange smirk appeared on his face. Oh, that's it. Dyne suddenly shouted. The group was startled. Even Vaughn woke up. Master Zopu and Guardian Kin. Dyne suddenly called out. No need for the formalities, Patriarch. You seem to have thought of something. Soul, I've heard they had a way of turning the Genesis tree into a sapling. Is this true? Dyne asked. He recalled in-game that the Genesis tree of Soul was only but a small plant. If this were true, then Dyne's intention of planting a Genesis tree in his Force Foundation would happen earlier. A sapling? No. We do have a method of drawing out the remaining life of the Genesis tree and turn it into a seed. A seed, you say? Dyne was getting all the more excited. If it's a seed, it would be the perfect tool to be placed in his Force Foundation. Yes, Patriarch. Perfect. Please give me that book later. This is so great. Dyne was jumping up and down on the side, confusing everyone, even the newly awakened Vaughn. Strafe, why didn't you tell me about this? Dyne secretly asked once more. Honestly, I didn't know. When I created this world, I did impart to the monks the method to ensure that the Genesis tree in Soul would follow the game. It would revert back to a seed and would be under the Byron monks' care in Soul. Byron also taught them to take care of the tree, but fate's workings were too random, and I ignored everything. Just as how you managed to acquire the special card that can get gold in an instant, I didn't account that Byron Monastery would also receive the teachings of how to make a tree turn into a seedling. Strafe gave an embarrassing reply. Then I must get to that tree. With that, we can make our plans easier. Zopu, Kin, as Patriarch, you two are to submit to my commands. Dyne suddenly called out. Your words are law? Patriarch, the two bowed down. Tetsu and Vaughn will accompany me to the Vos forest. Our first mission is to find a way to stop the petrification of Vaughn. To do that, we will require the sap of a Genesis tree. Dyne explained. As you command. The pair knelt down. Dyne continued to smile as he glanced towards the direction of the Vos forest. Of course, the Genesis tree seed can wait later. The first thing to get is that. Dyne had a devilish grin. More important to the seed was acquiring something. Dyne was now so close to acquiring the one thing he wanted to get since the start. He was careful to avoid telling Strafe about this and even tried his best to deceive Strafe. Strafe was very strict and would only allow Dyne the smallest bits of advantages. Although it was for his own good, there was one thing that Dyne wanted so much that he kept deceiving Strafe. Strafe might make changes in the game that will hinder Dyne from acquiring it if he knew. And although Strafe claimed he could no longer make these changes, Dyne was careful to keep his desires to remain a secret. When Strafe explained about the elemental will, Dyne was so afraid because he was brimstone. He feared that he might not be able to acquire this Ariseru. But Strafe's later assurance allowed Dyne to return his confidence. He was not after Mule, the water Ariseru. Since the start, Dyne's eyes had been in a cheat Ariseru, showing vast powers in-game. And although this Ariseru was fated to fall to the hands of Songi, Dyne wanted it for his own. His target from the start is the Dark Ariseru, Jito. Chapter 85. Impressing the Monks. Byron Monastery was very happy about the revelations that Tetsu brought in. There were more humans out in the mist. Rim Elm stood and managed to survive the calamity, although their situation was not that good. Still, the appearance of Tetsu brought in a celebration in Byron. Byron was far larger than it was in the game. It was so different that Dyne barely recognized it. In the game, Byron had a few large halls and for small rooms. One for sleeping and functioned like an inn that would recover the health of all players. There was another, which was the main hall where the kitchen and the merchants were. The third room, which had a monk guarding outside, is a private room for all the women. Lastly, another room where Master Zopu and Kin resided. The large halls were the main hall where Dyne had just entered and where the monks' everyday training happened, another which had a large statue of Byron, and lastly, a large room divided into 3 doors. 2 doors led to the exits leading to West and East Vos Forest, and the last door led to Master Zopu's room. But in this world, Byron had so many rooms and so many halls that it was as large as Drake Castle. Soon, the explanations were made as to how this was possible. Many residents of River Reach and Korik had now resided in Byron. In the game, the only noticeable non-monk residents were the merchants and the women since Byron did not allow women. But here, Byron monasteries had over 30 more non-monk adults. Many of them were constantly working on enlarging the monastery. I see. So the quarry town villagers of Korik have continued to dig deeper. Dyne smiled as he saw these things. Suddenly, a certain memory surfaced, and Dyne's back began to sweat. He tried to make sure that Strafe wouldn't notice and began to talk to Vaughn about other scary things about the basilisk. But in Dyne's mind, a certain fear remained. Did Strafe put a Balrog of Morgoth in the depths of this mountain? Dyne wondered in fear. Fitted Strafe's strange thinking. No, he had destined this place to be filled with the mist, so most of these people might die. But if I save them, will that happen? Dyne wondered. The group was led down to the civilians' area, where most of the foreigners lived. The mountain tunnel had grown deeper and deeper that it even led towards the area near the river. A small pool was made, which caused Tetsu, Dyne, and Vaughn to panic. But upon checking it, the pool was made by pumping water from the river below, and after confirming that there was no opening from the river that can allow the basilisk to enter Byron, the group was relieved. Of course, this didn't stop Dyne from speaking Parseltongue. Dyne continued to his strange words that confused Tetsu and Vaughn. Zopu and Kin, however, marveled at everything Dyne was trying to do. Dyne and the group were given a tour around Byron as the preparations for the feast continued. Tetsu caught sight of the dishes being prepared and noticed that ostrich meat was used. Tetsu insisted on seeing the preparations, and when he finally managed to enter, he sneered at the primitive means of preparing and explained that their cooking was too immature. Tetsu immediately rushed for the kitchen area. The kitchen room was very, very large. It was a kitchen but also had stalls where the merchants had stayed in. Dyne recalled that this room would later be a very crucial room for Byron's survival. After forcing Dyne to get in the kitchen, Dyne began to teach the ways of cooking ostrich steak. Several steaks were prepared, each with their different grade of cooking. Dyne cooked from rare to well done. The women were amazed at Dyne's cooking skills, savored the tough and chewy parts of well done, and slowly allowed themselves to descend to the soft, tender meat-melting heaven of the rare steaks. Soon the tour brought them back to a room they had already passed. This was a room that was used for prayers. A large statue of Byron was built, and the group was led there. Tetsu immediately bowed and paid homage to Byron as the group discussed. "This is our founder, Lord Byron." The first thing that Dyne noticed was the large red gemstone on Byron's head. So that's his elemental soul seed. He placed it in his head. Dyne grew intrigued at seeing Byron for the first time. He had seen it in his memories, but the jewel then only looked like some sort of Buddhist design. But now, Dyne realized that there was more to this jewel than he thought it to be. Soon, the preparations were completed, and the full population of Byron Monastery met in the large halls where Dyne first entered. The outer core disciple, Ikiru, greeted them and began to enjoy the feast. Songi, Gala, Maya were also present. As the festivities and joy continued, Dyne couldn't help but sense a strange look coming from Songi, who kept gazing at him when he got the time. Dyne frowned and decided that he must reveal Songi's evil heart as early as he could. In the middle of the festivities, Zopu finally moved up and addressed the monks. The scene was so familiar that it mirrored the event in the game. But this time, the content of the announcement was different. "Byron monks, ladies and gentlemen, you have undoubtedly been informed of the stories of Tetsu's arrival. But now I will reveal another secret. Since the time of Lord Byron, there has not yet been another soul cultivator. But now, Tetsu has finally reached it. Tetsu, show your skills," Zopu ordered. Zopu ordered proudly. Several monks brought in a large punching bag, and one monk carried it by standing at the back. "Observe, what we have and what we thought proudly off the spirit arts were but the beginning. This was supposed to be a stepping stone towards soul cultivation. And what I will show you is but the very beginning," Tetsu declared. Everyone drew closer to observe. Tetsu gathered his spirit energy and continued to harness it. Dyne moved closer as he sensed something. Tetsu pushed forward with his palms open. It didn't even touch the punching bag, but a powerful force like a gust of wind exploded out and nearly threw the monk backward. The monks were stunned at what they saw. Tetsu was gasping for breath, but took a few breaths and used spirit to increase his strength. "Oh, you've gotten better, Tetsu. How about this? Try compressing the force instead of allowing it to explode. Try compressing it to make a small ball of soul force." Tetsu turned at Dyne and was unsure at what he meant. "You can do it. You have been training, after all. I mean, I may have been cultivating in my dreams, but I haven't reached that level yet. You can surpass me in this area." Dyne smiled. Tetsu's expression brightened up, and he nodded. "All right, make 2 monks carry the punching bag and have them stand side to side." Dyne said to Zopu, "How audacious to address a Byron monk elder like that." Songi roared. "Songi, silence. We have much to explain, but this intrigues me." "Do as he says," Zopu told the monks nearby, and so 2 monks held the bag side by side, and Tetsu stood at the front and began to concentrate. He did as Dyne said and tried to compress the energy of the soul on his hands. Soon he frowned and began to channel it with 2 hands as he could feel that compressing it wouldn't work. He crouched down and held his hands so that each finger was touching the tips of the corresponding finger on the other hand. The soul energy gathered in the round gap between his arms. "Ragaga ag." Tetsu threw his arms out as if throwing a ball, and the soul energy blasted and struck the punching bag. Bang! It was a sound akin to a gunshot in Dyne's world. The powerful attack dug into the punching bag and destroyed the leathery bag, revealing the cushion inside. The 2 monks also stumbled at the impact, and even though they were prepared, the punching bag came flying off. This punching bag was created using the bodies of monsters outside and was used for spirit training. And yet, a hole was created from the spirit attack. Tetsu was lying on the floor as all the force was drained. There was pin-drop silence as they watched the events that transpired. Suddenly, The monks erupted in joy and clapped at the scene. Elder Tetsu, a chant happened, and the monks were cheering. Tetsu stood up and was still panting. Fellow disciples, don't forget that what I achieved was because of this young man, Dyne. He has been teaching me soul cultivation. In fact, Vaughn is also a soul cultivator. And both of us learned from this young man's teaching, Tetsu declared. The monks gasped and clamored at these words. Quiet, Zopu stepped forth. That is but the very tip of what Dyne has. Master Dyne, please, show us that, Zopu bowed. This scene shocked the monks all the more. Dyne sighed and removed the black scarf around his neck and revealed his neck's strange texture and color. He then pulled down his clothes collar and revealed his chest, which now had a red gem protruding out. The gem was shocking, and many even assumed that Dyne had a seru on his chest. That is not a seru. It is the same power that Lord Byron had. The sign of his enlightenment was that gem on his forehead. And this is it, the elemental spirit seed. The clamor erupted once more as many monks were shocked, and some even fell on the ground to kneel before Dyne. Gala approached Dyne. Master Dyne, what is the name of that attack you taught Tetsu? Gala asked as he bowed. Dyne glanced at Gala and began to think. He couldn't brush off this moment. He could see that the monks were all looking at him with respect. By sensing their soul, he knew that in order to gain their loyalty, he must come up with something that will make them reflect on. Couldn't be a simple name. Dyne thought back and recalled Tetsu's position of the attack. Yes, that position, that form. It could only be that. Dyne finally decided. The first attack he showed is called Byron Palm Technique. But that second one, its traditional name is Wave Motion Fist. By collapsing and compressing the soul energy he released, it created a powerful attack that could equal the magic power that the serus would release. Wave Motion Fist. Many began to mutter this attack. Even Songi began to frown at its name. But in the language of Teague, he calls it. Dyne began and gave a dramatic pause. The monks waited for Dyne to finish. Many were even shocked that Dyne knew the language of Teague, which they have heard for the first time. Dyne waited for maximum awesomeness and finally shouted the domineering name of the attack. Hadouken! Chapter 86. Breaking Traditions. The sheer power of the technique and the words Wave Motion Fist made them shocked. But more domineering were the words, Hadouken. Tetsu miraculously stood up and gave a bow to Dyne. Thank you for bestowing this technique to me, Tetsu bowed. Dyne would have corrected Tetsu and acted embarrassed. But such acts were not needed for now. He merely nodded. Zopu then moved forward. Ha ha ha, these are but the most basic things that we monks can achieve. I have an announcement to make. Guardian Kin and I are in agreement. Dyne is a seer of Teague himself. He has braved the darkness of the mist together with Tetsu and reached this place. Allow me to recant the tale of this Dyne. Master Zopu then began to recount the details that Tetsu had spoken. The tale was one that shocked all of Byron. The basilisk, the mist, soul, and even the cause of the war. Much worse were the stories of the Simseru that was now worn by Vaughn. Zopu even explained the cause of the mist, which he had talked over with Tetsu. And so here we are now, in darker times because of what we know. But we also have Master Dyne. Their journey and the miracles that he has shown are a testament to their strength. So we declare right now, and bestow upon Dyne the title Patriarch. He shall henceforth be known as Byron Patriarch Dyne Valiant. Zopu shouted. Stop! Songi shouted before anyone could react. Master Zopu, I beg you to reconsider. This Master Dyne is formidable, but he has worn a seru. Are we to cast off years of tradition for this? Songi inquired. Songi! Gala angrily shouted. Guardian Kin frowned and glared at Songi for such an accusation. But many of the monks had changed their expression and nodded. This was indeed against the laws of Byron. Zopu was enraged and was about to ask back. But then Dyne stepped forward. Laws are given with reason. Do you know why monks were disavowed from wearing serus? Dyne challenged. Because the serus are sacrilegious. They tamper with our soul and stop us from soul cultivating. Songi answered back. And yet, here I stand, a soul cultivator, one at the level or at least who has the potential of Lord Byron. Let me tell you this mystery. Lord Byron had appeared to me in a vision, And the form that he took was this sacrilegious thing that you saw. No, let me clarify. He wasn't a seru. He was a seru. Dyne smiled. Everyone was stunned. Seru? This was the first time all of Byron heard this term. A being stronger than a seru. They are like angels and are the guardians that Teague has crafted to protect this world should evil arise. Lord Byron continued cultivating in the afterlife as a seru. And he showed me the answer. He had unlocked more of the mysteries of the soul. And he told me the reason why he banned seru. Tetsu, explain. Tetsu nodded and began to explain the many things that Dyne had already taught him back in the village. What? The non-monk residents of Byron were stunned at Tetsu's words. As I said, with this, even those who had worn the seru can now train to be Byron monks. We believe that with the help of power elixirs, shield elixirs, and fury boost, we can cultivate those. It might be a bit expensive, but Dyne has found a way to get these items. But with all due respect, Master Tetsu, that is not proof enough. We don't know if that is the answer as to why serus was banned. Tetsu frowned at Songi for the first time. He hesitated. He knew of the seru and saw its might, which was why Tetsu believed what Dyne was saying. Alright, what if I can prove that serus is not as evil as you think it is? What if there is a way for humans to bond with a seru and achieve union that has never been seen before? A union that has never been seen before? Yes, you believe that serus corrupt the soul. Is it not the case? Dyne asked. Master Dyne, are you planning to reveal Dash? Yes, Tetsu, Dyne interjected. Calamity. Dyne called out calamity. Tetsu realized that what Dyne was going to do was not reveal Meta and the seru. He was still keeping this a secret, and Tetsu played along. The huge green slime approached. It brought several children with it. It had been around the kids and even asked Dyne that it wanted to play with them. Dyne was stunned at Calamity's request and allowed it. The kids were happily jumping as the large slime moved. This slime is the answer? Songi asked with a strange expression. The union between you and this slime is miraculous. But this isn't in any way useful in proving Dash. Dyne extended his hands and finally revealed a soul technique he had been practicing. The soul of Dyne called out the hidden grim within the green slime. Dyne had hidden it there when they entered. With a powerful force, a white-colored Jamard emerged and flew out with spectacular speed. It hovered above Dyne's hand, who reached out and grabbed it. It had a strange orange-like glow as it floated around. Dyne was sneering. It's great that I colored this Jamard white. Originally, this is to make it look like this was petrified, but I don't need to worry about this since I'm the patriarch. And with this, I should be able to quell the doubt the monks have in their hearts. Oh, except Songi. This is the first holy Jamard. You know that this Jamard has the power of fire. But now, this Jamard has the power of holy. This was bestowed upon me by Teague himself. Tetsu and Von's mouth was wide open at Dyne's declaration. They both knew where and how that Jamard turned into a holy power. It was because of Dyne, and it could have been attributed to Lord Teague. But they knew that Dyne was practically lying and was using Teague. Mufufufu, how cunning. Meta laughed. Meta, is this all right? He's practically lying about Teague. Tetsu sent a secret message. If we were to do it, we would definitely receive the wrath of Teague. But haven't you noticed? Teague seems to have a relationship with Dyne that is almost similar to brothers. I'm sure Teague won't mind. Brothers? I believe Teague needs Dyne. Believe me, I know something that you both don't know. Meta teased. Her memories of Allo's Basilisk and the city of Elpida were slowly awakening. Although it was bits and pieces, Meta had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Awaken from your cocoon, holy Jamard, and show them your light. Dyne called out. The Jamard began to glow and slowly move around according to Dyne's instructions. The paint crackled as the Jamard's body began to move. These small dried paint fell on the ground as if they were the chrysalis of a cocoon. The monks all marveled at this scene. Tetsu couldn't help but look at Meta, who was also painted in white. Thankfully, Grim already had an orange glow when it came out, so the color that it showed was different from Von's white-painted arm. Soon, all the white paint all fell off, and the scythe began to move and revert into its Jamard form. It hovered close to Dyne and gave a strange cry as it released its holy power. Everyone felt it and marveled. Now, you all believed that serus and humans must be bonded and tied together to assume union? That is because you have not mastered soul cultivation. To those who master soul cultivation, you will become stronger and more powerful. You will dictate the seru and not be driven by the seru. Even in the mist, the seru can maintain form. Grim, form of the scythe, Dyne ordered. With a quick twist, the Jamard turned transformed into its scythe form. Dyne held it in his hands and spun it around with expert maneuver. And Dyne did a cool pose. The cheers erupted once more as Dyne held his scythe that was now covered in flames. All of its body burned except the place where Dyne was holding it. Behold, the gift of Teague, Grim the Reaper, the seru of holy fire. Dyne held the scythe high. Byron be with Patriarch. Byron be with Patriarch. The monks erupted in cheer. The crowds that were listening erupted as well. From this day forward, everyone will have the chance to step on the stepping stones of Byron. And Teague is generous. Even those who have assimilated with serus will find strength. The crowds cheered all the more as they heard this. Zopu and Kin immediately bowed down. We pay respects to Patriarch Dyne. The monks all followed. Gala submitted. Ikiru also kowtowed as they saw the meteoric rise of the Patriarch. But as the groups bowed, one figure remained standing. It was Songi. Forgive me for this impudence. Songi spoke, which turned the cheers to silence. While I accept that Dyne is a miracle sent by Teague himself, why should he be called Patriarch? Songi questioned. He could be a core disciple, or even a legacy disciple. But in all my years of service to Byron and this monastery, I never have once kowtowed towards someone younger. Songi stood stalwart. The teachings of Byron provide respect to the aged and learned. How can Master Dyne fulfill this? Songi questioned. Byron monks are taught to shave their heads when they become inner disciples and are taught that those who are worthy are allowed to retain their hair. And so, I have always kowtowed to someone with more hair than I have. But Master Dyne, do you even have hairs on those areas? Songi questioned maliciously. He's right. Dyne didn't refute Songi. I have been breaking Byron tradition since I get here. So why don't I make you, one with more hair than me, kowtow before me? Forcibly, Dyne gave an evil grin. Chapter 87. This is soul cultivation. Dyne's words were soft-spoken and calm, but Songi had never heard of such an arrogant challenge. He tried to maintain his calm position, but his heart was raging. So what do you say, red-haired man? Want me to paint your face red too? Dyne laughed. Tetsu glanced at Dyne with a strange expression. Meta, is Master Dyne affected by the mist? Vaughn asked. I don't know, but he wouldn't do this without reason. Remember what Lord Dyne told us. He might know something that we don't know. Haven't you noticed it? Concentrate on your soul. The soul of this monk feels dark. I know, he isn't even hiding it. It's very strange for a monk, Vaughn added. Exactly. I doubt Tetsu noticed this. We can only notice it because we are two and one at the same time. Your increase in soul cultivation also increases mine. We are, in effect, doubly more skilled than Tetsu in this regard. But Lord Dyne must have noticed something. It's very possible that this man, Songi, is the traitor that Lord Dyne spoke of. Vaughn nodded and continued to observe Songi. Songi forced himself to keep quiet. He was angry, but it was very unbecoming of a monk to reply towards an elected elder. How about this? If you fight me and win, you get to become Patriarch. I never really bothered about titles anyway. I could be some elder-level guy. After all, in these times, strength is necessary. Dyne smirked. Songi's expression changed as he heard this. Patriarch, Zopu cried out. Master Zopu, this is my first order as Patriarch. We need strength to guide us. If someone else has proven to be stronger than me in the aspect of the battle, I would gladly step aside. Dyne smiled. Patriarch, forgive my presumptuousness, but such a title is given by honor, not through might. Gala added, I need to see strength, for we have a mission to fulfill after all. You see, the basilisk has attacked several villagers. Vaughn was not the only one who was petrified. Somewhere south of here, near the river, there are several hunters. I believe that they tried to find Vaughn when he ran away to get Drake water. We plan to save them. And in order to do that, I need to head to the Genesis tree and gather the tree sap, which we believe could cure this soul-petrifying attack. I plan to head there and gather it, and I will need strong men. Patriarch, there is no need for you to go. I can dash. I have to. Dyne interrupted. I need to see the Genesis tree as well. The Genesis trees are important soul cultivation resources. My fear is that the mist may poison the tree. The mist is, after all, a form of evil soul energy. So if Songi proves himself to be stronger than me, he can take the role of patriarch and I will serve him. If someone is stronger than me, he should naturally take the lead of such a risky mission. Then I humbly challenge patriarch. Songi bowed and hid his evil smile. Zopu and Kin glanced at each other and then nodded. Very well, as patriarch wish. We will use this to reform the monastery ranks. Then patriarch and legacy disciple Songi. Go ahead and face each other. You may start any time. Zopu then retreated, and the many monks and various onlookers also retreated. After you, patriarch. Songi motioned as he took a defensive stance. All right, Dyne spun Grim in an expert maneuver, and Grim suddenly released 2 fireballs. Boom, boom. The first fireball was blocked by Songi, who quickly released his spurt arts to block it, but was knocked back by the second fireball. The monks were stunned at Dyne's dirty fight opening that they had their mouths wide open. Wait, you're a Byron monk. You can't rely on a seru? Says who? I'm the patriarch. I literally changed the rules when I showed you Grim. Dyne complained. Songi wanted to rebut, but he couldn't find the words to counter Dyne. But isn't it unfair, patriarch? You have a weapon, and you are currently bonded with a Jamard. That will give you an increase in strength. Shouldn't this battle be one that does not use the seru to increase your strength? Shouldn't this battle be one of soul cultivation? Dyne was silent, but his eyes revealed a grumbling look. All right, fine. Dyne threw Grim, which spun all the way to the back and landed near Vaughn. Happy? Now it's a soul cultivation fight. Are you ready? Dyne asked. Yes. Songi bowed and resumed his battle stance. Songi gave Dyne one look and scoffed at his stance. His position was so full of openings. Your battle stance is rather eccentric, patriarch. Mine? Yours is much worse. You left your back wide open. Dyne complained. My back is well dash. Slam. Songi was sent flying as a powerful force rammed him from behind. Who did that? Songi cursed as he stood up. It was the Jamard Grim. It had reverted back from its scythe form and attacked Songi in its Jamard form. The monks were covering their mouths in shock. That attack was just plain evil. Why? Songi shouted angrily. What do you mean why? You said that this is a contest of soul cultivation, that Jamard is no longer attached to my body and is therefore not giving me the extra strength you were talking about. Which, by the way, wasn't even real. Jamards don't give me strength because I did not fully bond with them. My soul cultivation simply reached a point that I can control that Jamard from here. Have you ever seen someone control a seru without being connected to it? Dyne challenged. He is right. One of the non-monk residents voiced out. Yeah. It's amazing. He controls the Jamard. It's like it's his pet. That's soul cultivation? Amazing. I can't wait to become a Byron monk. One of the kids cheered. Songi was boiling red but couldn't find a way to argue with Dyne. But it's still a seru. No serus. So I can't use Grim in any way whatsoever? Dyne asked again. Yes, no serus. Songi shouted angrily. Songi, that is still your patriarch. Gala reminded sternly. Songi wanted to punch Gala in his anger. The patriarch had just launched several insidious attacks. You should have said so. Fine. No serus. Grim, go back and sit next to Vaughn. Dyne ordered. Grim obediently went next to Vaughn and sat down and didn't even use its ability to hover. All right, Grim is back there. Sheesh, for a monk. You sure are scared of a Jamard. Dyne grumbled. Songi was gnashing his teeth. Take care, patriarch. I will attack you this time, Songi warned. Dyne immediately reached out both his hands, and bright yellow energy gathered in his palms. Using his brimstone heart, Dyne gathered the floating fire energy and harnessed it in his palms. He then did a domineering pose with his palms on fire. The monks were stunned at what they saw. Songi, who had already begun to charge, stopped halfway as he was shocked by the sudden appearance of the fire. "Be careful. Soul attack coming at you," Dyne warned. Smash! Songi was struck once again. Songi was sent flying and fell flat on his face. He was so confused. He didn't know where the attack came from. He looked over at Dyne and could see that he didn't move. Songi glanced back to his former position and found a large green slime standing where he once was. It was Calamity. Calamity did its grievous and powerful tackle that could even throw off a Xenoir. Just when the monks thought that their mouths couldn't open any wider, Dyne's attack caused them to stretch their jaws like an anaconda eating something twice its size. "What? Why? You're cheating," Songi accused angrily. "Cheating? What do you mean?" What do you mean?" "The slime." "Yeah, you said no serus. Calamity isn't a seru. Are you dumb?" Dyne frowned. "No. You said soul attack. You said soul cultivation. We agreed. How do you think I am controlling Calamity?" Dyne frowned. "Zopu, give me a piece of paper," Dyne asked. Zopu was confused but handed Dyne a scroll. Dyne took one of the primitive writing tools nearby and began to write and draw something. The crowd began to murmur, and even Songi was confused at what Dyne was doing. After drawing it, he gave it back to Zopu. "All right, Zopu, you judge and see what I wrote. See those blanks? Fill up any command you want, but don't say it out loud," Dyne explained. Zopu looked at the scroll, and his eyes widened in shock. But he immediately began to write certain words in the scroll. Dyne glanced at it and nodded. Suddenly, Calamity divided into three. One rushed towards where Vaughn was and began to carry him. The other went for a nearby child and carried him. The child was in glee as he happily hopped aboard the slime. The third slime turned into a large ball and rolled towards Dyne and circled around him 3 times. The 2 slimes moved towards Zopi and dropped Vaughn and the child and rushed back. Dyne gathered the spirit on his legs and kicked the ground, which sent him flying high up the air. Dyne somersaulted and fell with his back facing the floor. The slime moved perfectly and formed a bed as it connected with the other slimes. Dyne had a pose that looked as if he was asking to be painted like a French girl as he landed softly on Calamity. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Zopu revealed the scroll, and it detailed the actions of what Calamity just did. And everything that Calamity did was written on paper. Zopu filled in which characters the 2 slimes would pick up. And Zopu wrote Vaughn and described the child as Dyne did not know the child's name. The monks marveled at that sight. Dyne gave off very complex orders, and even managed to perform a very entertaining act without saying a word. It would be impossible to do so. "Soul cultivation," the monks muttered. He could send his soul thoughts to a monster. Kin was shocked. Only he could send telepathic messages. But how did Dyne manage to do that? "This is soul cultivation." Dyne's voice echoed across the hallway. Calamity began to push Dyne up and made Dyne slowly rise like a vampire rising from a coffin. "Are you going to keep complaining? If so, just admit defeat. You couldn't even protect your back from an attack. What a disgrace." Dyne shook his head. Chapter 88. Dyne versus Songi. Songi felt like raging and attacking the arrogant man. He couldn't refute his words, but at the same time, Dyne had delivered various cheap shots at Songi, and it was even causing him to bend down. "You are cheating," Songi cursed once more. "You are fighting me 2-on-1. We didn't set any rules for this. Besides, Teague ordered Rem to show me an interesting vision. It was you and Gala. You two were fighting. But the visions showed that you fooled him into taking Fury Boost, but in actuality it was something called Jiggle Grass or something. I believed you to be a man of cunning and expected you to have the wit and wariness to expect surprise attacks with that vision. But apparently you're just a loser and a cheat." Dyne shook his head. "What?" This news surprised many of the monks around them. Dyne had confirmed with Zopu if there has been a certain ritual competition that had just happened, and to which Zopu confirmed. Dyne knew that this meant that the dream that Gala sees through Teague in the latter part of the game has already happened. The ritual tournament for Byron ended up with Songi facing off with Gala. In the game, it was revealed that Songi wanted to win so badly that he asked someone in the kitchen to give him jiggle grass to help with his headache. The woman who was in charge of keeping this in stock was suspicious, as it didn't make sense since jiggle grass makes the entire body numb. This caused her to head to Gala and warned Gala about this. Songi later appeared before Gala and confessed that he wanted to win so badly that he took some fury boost. But then, he felt guilty over it and decided to even the odds. And so he made Gala drink the fury boost that had jiggle grass in it. Despite being previously warned, Gala believed Songi wouldn't do anything and took it anyway, and ultimately lost the competition. The woman who gave Songi the jiggle grass later told Songi that she had told Gala about the jiggle grass and warned him not to take anything that Songi would give him. This outraged Songi even more as he found out that Gala took it anyway and made a fool out of him. But this secret remained unburied until now. Gala trembled. He turned towards the woman who had warned her and gave her a meaningful look. The woman shook her head in panic. "A vision?" Guardian Kin asked. "Yeah. Is my vision accurate? But I don't think Teague or Rem has any reason to lie." Songi looked at Dyne and glared angrily at Gala and towards the woman. "Why are you looking at them? As I said, it was a vision. Ever since I got here, Master Zopu and Master Kin, along with the monk who led us into our chambers, can testify that I did not have the time to gossip around with that woman or Gala. Big beautiful sister, may I ask why Songi looked at you in the first place?" Dyne asked the woman. "Patriarch is correct. We have accompanied them around the monastery. But he has not made any contact with Gala and Lady Eri." The lady glanced at Songi in fear. "Big sister Eri, I am still the patriarch as of this moment. Although you're not a monk, can you tell me what's going on? I'm curious. How are you involved in all of this? I only saw Gala and Songi. Were they fighting for your affections or something?" Dyne wondered. "And no, Patriarch, it is my fault." Gala began to explain. "No," the woman called Eri interrupted. "Gala, I can't let you hide this secret anymore. Patriarch Dyne has already seen a vision from Teague. So this has to come out." Eri moved forward and bowed towards Dyne. "Patriarch, it involves the recent ritual combat of Byron Monastery. This happened about 8 months ago." Eri then began to recount everything. She talked about the jiggle grass and how she warned Gala. Dyne nodded in understanding, but the eyes of the Zopu and Kin were red in rage. "Songi!" Zopu shouted. "Master Zopu, please, calm down." Dyne motioned, and he went towards Gala. "Gala, by the authority bestowed upon me by Master Zopu and Guardian Kin, I order you to tell the truth. Did you take some fury boost that Songi has offered you? No use hiding it. Teague has already shown me." Dyne smiled. "Yes, I did." The crowd gasped in shock. "Songi?" Tetsu only glanced at Songi, hiding his rage. "Well, now that I established that, allow me to punish Songi." Dyne smiled as he moved towards the woman Eri. "Sister Eri, could you get fury boosts? Shield elixir, power elixir, and speed elixir if you have these? Give them to Songi and have him take it." Dyne smiled. Eri nodded and rushed to get the requested items. He then reached on his pocket and withdrew a healing leaf. "Here." Dyne flicked it towards Songi. "I think that should be enough to heal the injuries that Grim and Calamity did." Dyne laughed. "What are you?" Songi asked. "I'm not a monk, but I've learned a lot from Tetsu, and I know that what you did is unbecoming of a monk. You choose glory and personal fame over the truth. So allow me to grant you a most embarrassing defeat. You are to take those items, the fury boost, shield, speed, and power elixirs, and I will beat you. I will beat you so bad that you will experience the most shameful defeat in your life." Dyne explained with his expression carrying a spine-chilling smile. "You will take all of that item to boost your strength to another level, and I will show you how weak you are. Despite all these advantages, you will lose. And just to add to your embarrassing defeat, I won't use Grim or Calamity. I will use spirit arts that transcend your abilities. It is a Byron art in which your jiggle-lacking brain can't comprehend." Dyne laughed. Eri returned with several items. "Give it to Songi," Dyne ordered. Eri moved and cautiously placed the bottles in front of Songi. She was so afraid at Songi's extremely grotesque expression that she placed it on the ground. "Tetsu Von, please learn from this. Songi is definitely stronger than me physically. Also, he is a Byron monk and is a legacy disciple. I'm not sure how strong he is compared to Tetsu. However, He doesn't understand or know the extent of my spirit. And this will be used to defeat him utterly. Learn from this demonstration. If you act outside the expectations of your enemy and always have a hidden ace, you can easily win, Dyne explained. Songi had already drunk all the elixirs and had an angry look at Dyne. Don't disappoint me. I mean, you already did. But don't make this battle too easy for me, Dyne laughed. Songi immediately attacked without warning. With the speed elixir, his body could move faster than normal. But Dyne only smirked. He had fought and could even dodge bullets through his experience. A rushing man was clear as day. Dyne continued to stand and did not even harness the slightest bit of spirit. Songi rushed and delivered a mighty punch towards Dyne's face. Die! Songi shouted hatefully. Suddenly his fist met empty air. Dyne knew that Songi would punch him in the face. That was what his arrogant smirk was for. Dyne ducked and turned around as he grabbed on the punching hand Songi. Dyne swept his legs upwards and did a shoulder throw. His legs stuck Songi, and with the shoulder throw, Songi was sent flying with tremendous speed. His own charge was used against him. Smash! The floor cracked as Songi was thrown. Songi spat a mouthful of blood. Spirit defense is indeed formidable with shield elixirs. I need to bring some with me on the next world, Dyne silently pondered. Songi immediately spun around the ground and stood up, and sent another attack to Dyne. Songi was after my face. I led him and fooled him to attack it. Because of that, I was easily able to evade that move. This is one aspect of battle you should learn from. You need to know how your opponents will act. Dyne began his lecture. Songi was enraged and attacked once more. Now, Songi will undoubtedly use strong Byron arts. But Byron arts relies on a series of attacks to gather momentum and channel the spirit energy at each attack. All I need to do is hinder that flow, and my enemy won't be able to perform the art, Dyne explained as he sent an upward punch to meet Songi's fist. Bang! It was as if two rocks smashed in midair. Neither fist gained any advantage over the other. This was shocking as Dyne was 5 years younger than the 15-year-old Songi. Songi felt a strange vibration as he felt the spirit in his arms went wild. Songi retreated and cursed as he tried to contain the spurt energy. See? Of course, to do that, you should be a decent soul cultivator. But Songi is so lacking in soul cultivation that this is basically chicken for me. And now he retreated. To all monks, this is the flaw of your Byron arts. It allows you explosive strength, but you must reform and gather it. But allow me to show you Byron transcending art. Dyne laughed as he rushed forward. Songi readied his spirit defense to block Dyne's attack. Tetsu and Vaughn shook their head. While this was the standard way Byron monks fight to someone like Dyne, who had efficiently been able to divide the spirit energy and gather it only on the right places, standing still was tantamount to suicide. All I have to do is break his defense and throw him to the air, and I win. Dyne laughed as he charged. Songi readied his arms and shoulders to block. Dyne smirked. Although he was a kid in this world, he was a top soldier skilled in many disciplines of martial arts in his original world. Dyne harnessed the spirit energy on the shin of his leg. He adjusted his balance at the last moment and sent a spiritized Muay Thai kick. A muffled explosion was heard as Songi was thrown off by force. His guards dropped, and Dyne rushed again with his fist stretched back. Songi prepared for an incoming blow, but then a low kick appeared and struck on his legs. Dyne had used a spiritized stomp to step on Songi's knees. Songi staggered at the pain, and Dyne released his punch and struck Songi right at the liver. The spurt defense weakened at these attacks, and Songi saw that Dyne was crouched all the way to the ground. Behold, Teague's wisdom, rising dragon fist. Dyne smiled as the fire energy gathered on his fist. Songi tried to evade, but the liver blow somehow caused him to groan and planted his feet on the ground. Seeing that he had no choice but to bear the attack, Songi bit on something, and a clicking sound was heard. Shoryuken! Dyne delivered a powerful attack as spirit energy was released from his feet and vaulted Dyne several meters up in the air. The monks were shocked at the powerful attack that Dyne created. Chapter 89, Brutal Beatings. The powerful and fiery attack launched Songi up in the air and fell on the ground several meters away from Dyne. The monks watched silently at the gruesome defeat of Songi. He didn't even have a chance. Dyne brushed off his hands. Man, he's strong. Or was that because of the power elixir? My fist hurts. Dyne looked at his left hand, which he used to clash directly with Songi's fist. I compressed an entire body's worth of spirit, and I almost lost in that punch. Dyne sighed. I got to get me some power elixirs. Dyne began to plot secretly. All right, Vaughn, Tetsu, tell me what you learned in that battle. Dyne began to ask. I think it's also time to do that 360 peer review thing. Dyne nodded as he recalled the common habits that he would do with his team after a mission. Dyne began to chatter and drew the attention of all the monks. Meanwhile, Songi had finally swallowed the healing berry in his mouth. He had secretly placed one to restore his body when harmed. And the potent life energy allowed Songi to battle the damage that Dyne had made on him. He was raging mad. The energy around him had dispersed. The shield elixir's effects had all been diminished from the horrifying attacks that he received. Fury boost, power elixir, and speed elixir are all that's left. I'll have to make the most of it, Songi secretly calculated. Several monks had already approached him and checked on his body. But before they could approach, Songi had jumped forward and run towards Dyne. It was so fast that they couldn't even shout. Songi channeled the spirit energy of the power elixir on his shoulder and rushed at Dyne. The monks were still cheering at Dyne's actions that their cries couldn't come out. Songi was close in tackling Dyne with his shoulder, but right at the last second, Dyne made a quick pivot turn. He had long sensed the potent life energy in Songi's mouth and knew that it must have been a restorative item. And while no one warned Dyne, the Grim and Calamity were there and communicated to Dyne. It was as if Dyne had an extra set of eyes. His communication with Calamity and Grim had grown stronger as the days passed. The sidestep was so sudden that in Songi's eyes, it was as if Dyne just disappeared. But then he felt a painful sensation in his stomach. Dyne was crouched down and punched upwards. He then carried Songi and threw him upwards. How many hits? Dyne laughed. Everyone was surprised at that, but only Vaughn and Tetsu understood what he was planning. Mufufyufu. Lord Dyne is so cruel. Meta laughed. Songi was falling, but then a powerful force shot him back up in the sky. He fell down again, but a sudden force attacked his right shoulder. The strange thing was that the force pushed his entire body upwards. The punch that brought him higher caused his body to spin, and as he was about to hit the ground, another kick struck his chest and sent him flying up. Juggles! Tetsu watched with a horrified expression. He didn't know that Songi had recovered, and thus, it looked like what Dyne did was overkill. Don't be fooled. Songi cheated again. Dyne said with each punch, kick, and would even catch Songi and throw him up again. He ate a healing berry, Dyne explained and continued to attack with a variety of combos. Monks, learn this attack dash. You can't sacrifice defense and focus on oh crap. I missed. Dyne cursed. Songi's body crashed to the floor, and he began to groan. 26 strikes, and Master Dyne was not even concentrating. Vaughn praised. The sight was marvelous and would have caused a standing ovation if the Dyne did this to a monster. But this was Songi, the legacy disciple of Byron Monastery. The attacks were powerful that Songi had been screaming in pain at the strikes. Songi no longer had the effect of shield elixir. Dyne intentionally targeted places that wouldn't leave critical wounds. But after all those hits, Songi's entire body was so sore, and he couldn't move. Patriarch, that was too much. Zoppu didn't hide his discontent. Oh well, all's wells end well. He won the previous tournament with Jigglegrass, and now the effect of Jigglegrass is affecting him. But as I said, he ate a healing berry. Dyne explained. He cheated once more. What kind of a monk is he? The solution to such terrible behaviors? Beatings. If you want proof, check his body for any burns. You will find that he has none. By the way, can you guys show me a healing berry? All I got is a healing flower. Dyne began to walk towards the exit. Man, that battle adds a sour taste to this party. Anyway, I'm going to rest. Dyne began to move. Vaughn chuckled and followed. Tetsu went back with the monks to check on Songi's poor battered body. But their eyes looked at Songi in plain disappointment as his body was indeed free from any burns. This proved what Dyne just accused. It seems Patriarch's punishment was not as brutal as I thought. Kin gave his assessments as he approached Songi. Songi, Patriarch seems to pay no heed of this, but I am greatly disappointed. It seems Master Teacher was the clear winner of that fight. So I am hereby stripping your position as legacy disciple. Zopu stepped forward. Songi couldn't move, but his eyes were tearing up, and his expression grew extremely angry. Don't you see what the Patriarch is doing? This battle, your defeat, and your shame. This was all to hinder your descent to depravity. You believe yourself to be deserving of such lofty positions that you began to cheat. What of honor? What of friendship? Was your relationship with Gala that cheap? What of strength begot love? Don't you see? Where you are right now is a lesson. The Patriarch allowed you to cheat and defeated you effortlessly. He even used your fight to train Tetsu and Vaughn. Master Zopu turned around. Get him out of here and let him recover. I still have high hopes for you, Songi. Overcome this trial. If you can find peace in this, you will grow stronger as a monk. You may even attain the level that Patriarch has. Your Patriarch is a boy, Songi made an effort to say as he coughed out blood. He isn't just a boy, Tetsu corrected. Remember what he said. While he was in the mist, Teague spoke to him. I didn't understand why he seems so skilled in soul cultivation or why he has the wisdom of those 3 times his age until he explained that mystery. He had been training with Teague for nearly 7 years. Mentally, he is older than you. And in terms of wisdom, he even is older than Master Zopu and Guardian Kin, Tetsu chastised. Gala stood at the back, not daring to help and approach Songi. He could only sigh and move up. Tetsu noticed it and followed Gala. Gala, Tetsu called when they were on the next hall leading to the chambers of Dyne and Vaughn. Master Dyne, Patriarch secretly told me to tell you to go to his chambers. He wants to discuss something with you, Tetsu stated. Gala nodded and began to head towards the room. He opened the door and could see Dyne seated on the center of the room, and bright energies were surrounding him. Vaughn was on the other side, and surprisingly, the fire energy was even more apparent as it gathered around Vaughn. This shocked Gala. Close the door. Dyne spoke with his eyes closed. Gala immediately shut the door as he realized that these two were undergoing some form of training. My apologies for intruding. Patriarch, there are rooms on the bottom chamber where the fire energy is richer. We don't need rich fire energy. I am trying to create my own fire, while Vaughn is trying to wield it, Dyne explained as he opened his eyes. Gala was startled at Dyne's words. You guys train to improve the body. But my method of using Jamards to purge the energy is far more efficient. That's why Tetsu, me, and Vaughn will find this place not suited or in any ways beneficial for body cultivation. Gala was shocked. May I ask why I am called here, Patriarch? Master Teacher, Gala, what do you think is the peak of cultivation? Dyne asked with a serious, cold, and detached expression. Dyne was trying to present himself as someone who was an expert who had transcended mortal desires. Gala bravely looked into Dyne's eyes and fell into deep thought. Answer as you wish. There are no right or wrong answers to this question. Dyne urged Gala. I believe that the peak of cultivation is love. What the fragment? Dyne cursed out. His immersion as a detached, otherworldly expert immediately vanished. What do you mean, love? Wrong. That answer is wrong. Dyne chastised. But Patriarch, you said there were no right or wrong answers. Well, your answer is as right as my butt. What kind of answer is love? But strength begets love. And but begets fart. Geez, never mind. You ruined it. Vaughn was laughing at the side. Even Meta appeared to have enjoyed the conversation. No wonder you're good in stand-up comedy. Dyne shook his head as he recalled a certain detail about Gala later on in the game. I want you to come with us on the journey to follow. We will be leaving for Vos Forest. I need your knowledge of the forest, and you must guide us. It would be my honor to do so. Now, let me ask you this. You must be among those who have a knack for training and gathering the fire energy of this place. Correct? Is that why you were still selected as master teacher even though you lost to Songi in the ritual, right? Gala was surprised. How did Patriarch Dyne to know about this? Dyne had already guessed something of this vein happened. In the game, even after Gala's embarrassing defeat against Songi, and how that secret was never leaked, Gala still managed to acquire the title of Master Teacher. Dyne simply had to deduce why this was so in this world. You are better than him in bodily cultivation, right? Dyne guessed. Yes, Gala nodded. Actually, you Sangi, the monks, everyone believe that to be true, but it's not. You're not better than him in bodily cultivation. There is a reason as to why you are better than Sangi. Dyne revealed. Then may I ask, Patriarch, what is the reason why I am better than Sangi? Gala asked. Tetsu, Zopu, and Kin knocked and entered the room. The reason why you are better than Sangi is because you are hotter than Sangi. Dyne gave Gala a meaningful glance and even winked. Dyne was confident of what he knew. This was definitely the reason why Gala appeared to be stronger than Sangi. Sangi would soon grow stronger that despite having only one Seru, it would take all the Seru heroes to work together to defeat him. I'm sorry, Patriarch. I seem to have missed the context of the conversation, Zopu asked once more. No context, really. The reason why Gala is better than Sangi is because Gala is hotter. What? Tetsu was shocked. What? Zopu was appalled. What? Gala was confused. What? Dyne was even more confused as he glanced at everyone's sudden whats. Chapter 90, Eyes of Destiny. Papatararch. I am hotter than Sangi? Definitely hotter. I can clearly see it. That's why you are better than him in most aspects. You are hotter than him. Vaughn was confused at the sudden discussion. Hey Meta. Why is everyone suddenly so tensed? Vaughn asked Meta. As an 11-year-old, he couldn't understand why everyone had a strange expression. Vaughn, never show yourself to Lord Dyne without clothes, and respectfully sleep far away from him at night, Meta warned. Why? Heed my words, Vaughn. Know that I care for you and want what's best for you. Meta spoke like a mother being overprotective to her child. Ho hotter. Zopu couldn't believe his ears. Yeah. You see, in the elemental will chart, Gala is lightning. Byron Monastery uses powerful heat energy below and has been the primary source of meditation. Everyone trains their bodily cultivation by absorbing these energies to break through the levels of bodily cultivation. Dyne began to explain. Sangi is either dark or time, but basically his elemental affinity should be almost the opposite of fire. As such, you being lightning, are able to easily absorb the fire energy since it is in your elemental family. In fact, it's very close. Lightning is just right next to fire. Zopu, Kin, and Gala still had a confused look, but Tetsu had an extremely relieved look. So you mean to say that because Gala's elemental affinity is closer to fire, he can train better in Byron Monastery, whereas Sangi, who has a colder element, will struggle training here? Tetsu clarified. Exactly. Sangi is a skilled warrior. He is definitely better than Gala. But the reason why you are better than Sangi in bodily cultivation and absorbing the energy around Byron is because you are lightning. This place should be the worst place to train for Sangi. I mean, it is better than anywhere where the mist is, but this is the worst elemental training ground for him. Probably Drake Castle would be a good place for him to cultivate, Dyne explained. Gala was still confused and glanced at Zopu and Kin, who seemed to be as lost as he was. Discuss the elemental wheel with Tetsu. He can explain more about that. Dyne sighed and left the responsibility of explaining the elemental wheel to Tetsu. Dyne went back to concentrating and meditating. Of course, this was what it looked like. In truth, Dyne was playing around with the fire energy around him. Tetsu began to write and explain everything that Dyne had taught him about the elements. As this was happening, Meta felt great relief and told Vaughn to forget her words and warnings and never bring that conversation to Dyne, ever. The enlightening discussion brought Zopu and Kin to a new height of knowledge. So this means the monks that have shown aptitude in this might be because they have an elemental affinity close to fire, whereas the poorer ones either have no elemental affinity or have ones that are far from fire. Kin was amazed. Then, exactly how strong is Sangi compared to Master Teacher? Easily 3 times stronger. Dyne didn't even hesitate to answer. In Legend of Legaia, it took Vaughn, Gala, and Noah, along with 7 Genesis trees worth of power, to defeat the final form of Sangi. Even if Sangi were wearing a Simseru/Areseru mix, it still wouldn't explain how he would be stronger than the first rebel of Teague, Rogue. Gala, Kin, and Zopu were startled at Dyne's words. Patriarch, surely you jest. Kin asked. Nope. Dead serious. If he trains under favorable conditions, or even with the same advantages Gala has, he can easily surpass Gala. Was that why you were hard on him? Tetsu asked. Yeah. His soul was dark. I had to do something. At this point, he can either learn from this or submit to his rage. Either way, as a cultivator, he needs to face this as early as now before the darkness spreads. Dyne explained. Then, Patriarch, if I can be so daring to ask, if Songi does train, would he be better than you? Gala asked. Zopu and Kin were startled at Gala's question and were about to apologize. But Dyne answered, I don't know. Probably. I won the match earlier through cunning, trapping him, and because I had advantages from my enlightenment from Strafe. Teague. Strafe is his real name. Zopu and Kin were trembling. You call Teague by that name? Only those who are elders learn of this name. Yeah, he told me. He was actually pretty chill. Dyne recollected the first night they met. So Songi has the potential to be as strong as you? Gala asked again. Yes. Strafe was rolling his soul's eyes. Like hell, Songi can be as strong as Dyne. This twerp had such a great potential in soul cultivation that even Strafe's master would have felt inferior. Strafe gazed back and felt something happening within the world of Legaia. Fate resonance? Strafe then looked back at the world and searched for the source of fate resonance. Finally, he noticed that the souls of the Tetsu, Zopu, and Kin were reacting. It was as if something was changing. Strafe was shocked at what he saw. You have the eyes of destiny. What's that? You are able to change the destiny and future of a person. How did you achieve that? The workings of fate are changing again. They are now destined to be far stronger than who they were. Strafe was surprised. I don't know what that is, but I just know what to do to make them grow stronger or have that passion. That's exactly it. Imparting enlightenment is difficult to do. Yet you can do so. Tetsu's fate is changing, and the laws of the world I created for Legaia can't calculate it anymore. This means he could soon have the chance of achieving a severing. And all you did was lie about being in a dream world. I need him to believe that I began soul cultivation longer. The effects of the mist are terrifying. If I told him outside that I was cultivating in that dream, he might have gotten jealous. But here, with the pure and soothing aura that doesn't drive people mad or full of negative emotions, he would respond positively here. Instead of getting jealous, he would get encouraged and stop blaming himself for his lack of skill. So you do know just how much of a freak you are, huh? You're right. The problem for Tetsu and everyone else here is because you are too much of a prodigy. You are the first soul cultivator they met, and they met a genius that possibly surpasses all soul cultivators. Ah, you'll make me blush. Dyne laughed. Is it that psychology branch that you studied on Earth? Sort of. I was skilled in human psychology, so I can tell how another person would act. Don't you have that? In the cultivation world? In my world, there was no need to practice psychology or anything like that, as we have ways to draw out the truth from people through magic and medicines. But you on Earth had so little to go through that you even developed such a powerful art. You guys don't have psychological studies? Well, that makes sense. No wonder people in those cultivation novels are so thick and dull. We never really needed it. But now that I see it and how you use it to guide the soul, it is indeed formidable. Speaking of guiding the soul, didn't you do something with Tetsu? His Byron palm technique had grown so strong. I noticed a long time that his current potential is far greater than the previous potential of the original soul that makes up Tetsu. So when he was practicing one night, he fell into enlightenment, and I secretly used that opportunity to share a certain technique with him. It was one of the strongest soul force attacks I've encountered, and he seems to have suddenly developed the potential to learn it, which is strange. He never had that talent. You didn't notice? He got inspired when I showed it to him the first time, created passion and desire. I was actually thinking of a way to help him improve it, but you beat me to it. So all I had to do was modify it so to make that awesome Hadouken. Sure, he has a soul from Elpida, but this is a new life, and the experiences he goes through here change him and his soul. You got to consider passion, inspiration, and experiences to know what a person is good at. Dyne explained. Am I the reincarnated, and you're the god in this scenario? Why are you teaching me what to do? Strafe complained. What? I'm just correcting you. You seem a bit slow in understanding a person's soul after all. Dyne complained. You mother fragmenting firmament. Strafe cursed at Dyne but couldn't find the words to argue. Dyne was right when Strafe was considering his words. Am I wrong? I just got here. And I can feel that Kin and Zopu have already started to fight for their fate. Strafe had nothing to say. Dyne's explanation was very precise. You. All right, since you're so arrogant. She liked you and wanted you to make a move that night. But you were too busy reflecting on games. She even said, why don't you play with me? Then, which was her way of inviting you to move, but you said, RPG games are mostly single-player games. You idiot. Strafe dropped the bomb. Dyne's haughty expression suddenly turned ugly. Mother fragmenting firmament. Dyne cursed out aloud, surprising those in the room.